Uh, Good morning and a pleasant good morning to viewers around the Caribbean, around the world who are viewing this game here at the Arnos Vale playing field in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Good morning to each and every one, most of our viewers in Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados. You know, there are quite a lot of viewers in Barbados. They do follow these tournaments. It's good morning to each and every one. Welcome to Arnos Vale in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It's a good day for cricket. The sun is out, but not in all its glory. It is out. We had tremendous amount of rain yesterday around midday. Tremendous amount of rain, thunder, lightning, and certainly a lot of persons had to take cover from the weather pattern that came across St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Of course, it's a second round match here between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados. Stanley Hines here speaking to you, along with Osnet Cato, as the Barbados won the toss and has inserted Trinidad and Tobago. They are about setting the field. The umpires are out, and will soon be underway the first delivery here, where the fast bowler from the top end, he'll be bowling, seem to be right arm fast medium. There are 3 slips. Joan Lane, he had 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, shortest mid-wicket, and a long leg. And the Trinidad and Tobago opening batsmen are Jagasa and Ramlal. Jagasa and Ramlal. I'll get back to the situation with the Ramlal.
Yes, good morning to all our viewers. And it's not Osnet yet, but Osnet will join us soon. It's Alanson Cruikshank, lane to Jagasa.
To go by, taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper, and there's no one. Of course, it will be a couple of minutes before the identification process is complete in terms of the numbers on the backs of the Barbadian players. So there are 3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Good day for cricket. They're playing on the furthest pitch to the east of us, closest to the scoreboard. In he runs this one just on outside the off stump. The full face of the bat, there is Jagasa, and there is no run. No run for no wicket. Trinidad and Tobago have him in inside to the bat here against Barbados. Of course, you have the contrasting situation where Barbados won their game outright, finished on Friday against Jamaica, and Trinidad and Tobago lost outright against Guyana up at Park Hill. Of course, the other game between the Windward Islands and Leeward Islands ended in a draw due to very heavy rains. This one, good delivery, this one outside the off stump, and good line, good length for the first 3 set of deliveries. And nothing has happened yet in terms of troubling the scorers. No run for no wickets. And of course, there's a question of what's happening here as a fieldless pitch. But my knowledge of this most easterly pitch is that it tends to take a lot of bunks. I am well aware of that. Tend to play a little different to the other 5 in. Outside the off stump, too wide to attract any shot there from Jagasa, taken cleanly, and there is no run. So the other pitches tend to play different to this one. This one definitely does have bunks. And we'll see exactly if the Barbadian fast medium bowlers will be able to exploit the bunks, and as this lane trying to get some movement. I haven't seen any as yet, but certainly on a good line as he comes in again, motoring in from the northern end to Jagasa. This one again, good line again, outside the off stump, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. He's been pretty consistent bowling those deliveries just outside the off stump, but not really attracting any shot from Jagasa. A bit too far, but certainly he's not wayward. He's just thereabout, maybe searching for an early line, maybe trying to get things right. It's and very cooling conditions here at Arnos Vale. Pleasant Monday morning, as we see lane to Jagasa in. This one right on target this time. Much better line, much better length in terms of bowling those deliveries on the stumps. The end of good over there, I would say, from the lane, from the northern end Trinidad and Tobago yet to open the scoring, yet to lose a wicket.
Yes, and as you rightly mentioned, Gunny, he seemed to be concentrating just outside the off stump, getting Jagger mainly to play off the back foot. You already mentioned the fact that this pitch to our extreme left as we sit here is the one that has the most bounce and pace of the ones on the square, and that may favour the Barbados team. They may have had inside knowledge of that as in terms of their decision to bowl first. They have a good seam bowling attack, and they would want to make some early inroads into the Trinidadian batting lineup. And Trinidad would want to make amends for their performance in the game last week, Gunny, where they didn't bat too well. And they would have to put up a good showing here in their first innings.
We are trying to identify the player because apparently the number on his back is not the number that he's with, so they are trying to identify it. So most people say for the time being is that the bowler is coming from the southern end. They are trying to identify the bowler. Anyway, he'll be coming in from the southern end to 3 slips, a gully, backward point. Very similar feel to Lane, as they're trying to get the name of this bowler. Right arm over. This one outside the off stump to Ramlal, and he sort of half-heartedly played at it and allowed it to go by. But certainly what transpired up at Park Hill, their main opener was injured, and Ramlal was entrusted with the position to go and open. So I am not too sure with a couple of days rest if he's still injured, because we see Ramlal is opening the batting. But he did a very good job at Park Hill, opening the position. In he come. Leacock, I understand now. This one a good lifter. And my goodness, a really good one. As I alluded to earlier, the bunks is there. And he exploited it. That one was dug into the pitch, and Ramlal had to defend his breakfast table. And he got away. If there was a leg goal, he certainly would have been on his way back to the pavilion. He survived one without loss. A pretty good delivery there from Leacock.
Yes, that one made a lot of height off the pitch. Leacock is not a very tall bowler, but he seemed to be well built, banging that one into the pitch using the hardness of the pitch here on the first morning, and rising delivery and fended off just on the leg side. He will be glad to be at the strikers end at this point, the non-strikers end.
As Leacock, this one outside the off stump, and taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. One without loss, but certainly what we are seeing here from Leacock for those 3 deliveries, there is some lateral movement going away, barring the bouncer, good bouncer, I should say. And Ramlal did well to be there still, as he fended it off his chest area. Good line, well-lined delivery, as in motors Leacock from the southern end. Right on target. Back to the ball, and there is no run. What is very interesting here, Cruikshank, is that they're keeping the ball right on the stumps, making the both batsmen play, except for a couple of deliveries from this end from Lane. But certainly, this individual from the southern end, Leacock, is getting those balls right on target and forcing the batsmen to play, which is really the ideal thing for a new ball. Make them play. You never know what's going to happen. Leacock from the southern end, in. This one tickles this one down to long leg on his body, lifting across waist high, and he guided that one down to long leg. He's off the mark with one. Ramel comes in to strike now, 2 without loss. Again, that one lifted just across his waist, going closer to his chest area, and he defended it well for a single. 2 without loss. Barbados having inserted Trinidad and Tobago to take first knock, as Ramlal comes back into the action, so to speak. Any motors is Leacock in. That one again, my goodness. We'll wait in the umpire to see what happened. Certainly, it should have been taken. It is runs. He played that one again, lifting, and for some inexplicable reason, the wicketkeeper, I thought, should have made a better attempt at that, but for whatever reason, the ball has went past him and to the boundary for 4. And fortuitously for Ramlal, he has survived with 6 without loss, but certainly a very, very interesting over there from Leacock.
Yes, a very good over. Making sure that he had the batsman playing, using the new ball. There's some movement here that he's getting from the wickets, getting some bounce as well. So testing times, good discipline start so far from the Barbados opening bowlers. And the two batsmen would be pleased to still be there, especially after that last delivery from Leacock.
Maybe they probably knew something about this pitch more than the Trinidadians. Laying in. This one outside the off stump. Through to the keeper, and there is no, but certainly there's some pronounced bunks. There's some pronounced bunks from the southern end where the ball is lifting at both batsmen, and Ramlal very fortunate to be there still. Pleasant good morning to all just joining the viewing of this CWI under 19 match here at the Arnos Vale playing field in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As Lane, the Barbadian opening bowler from this and other end in outside the off stump, and he guides this one that's well fielded by field at Gully.
Roach, looks like Roach.
That's Roach, yes. And it's not family to Kima, eh? Huh?
I'm not sure, but his name is Romario Roach.
Romario Roach. 6 without loss as Barbados did their opening bowlers. They always tend to produce some good fast bowlers over the years. And it's no surprise for what we're seeing. A little fella from the southern end, I'll get to him in a little while, as Lane in outside the off stump, and he forces the one out to cover point, no run. And it's going to be very interesting for this first hour to see how well they'll be able to exploit a pitch that definitely has preparation moisture, because that type of weather yesterday would have left a lot of moisture into this ground here. Did it affect you in any way, Crookshank?
Not really. Just a nice moist Sunday evening to be home in the house. But as you said, it would leave some effect on the pitch today.
In. Right on target. Defended out to shortish mid-wicket, and there is no run. Certainly the moisture would be there, so they are trying their best to exploit it, and they're doing a good job thus far, making the batsman play regularly at those deliveries as fielded by the mid-wicket. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. Lane, right arm fast medium from distant out and end in. Outside the house, too far to attract a shot there from Jakasa, and there is no run. But certainly Jakasa looked very, very compact at Park Hill against the Guyanese fast bowlers, and there's a very slippery fast bowler from Guyana named Thorne. Pretty slippery, you trust me. But he defended him well. It's unfortunate second innings he got a beauty. He uprooted his stump, but he really looked well in the first innings that he batted. As Lane from this the top end in. Outside the off stump, right across as Jakasa, no run. The end of another tidy over on target and making them play more often than not. As interesting times, as I said, between now and 11 o'clock to see if they will be able to really exploit it. But in Ramlal so far has survived 2 chances, or 2 half chances, I should say. And let's see if you'll be able to keep that line and hope that Ramlal will be able to sneak it to somebody on their close fielders.
Yes, and you were talking about Jagasa. Some of his mannerisms remind me of Adrian Barrett, another short right-handed opening batsman from Trinidad. He seems to be very organized, as you mentioned, very stubborn in defense. And a player like him will be needed today, considering the conditions this morning.
Leacock in, outside the off stump. And Ramlal allowed this one to go by. But certainly, this standing opener for Trinidad and Tobago, he's doing his job.
Yes, and you mentioned that in the last game he was a standing opener, and he's still opening today, so it might be that we are saying to us, we are satisfied with what you have done. So let's keep you at the top.
In other words, we're saying local parlance, make do with what we have. But he looks fairly competent thus far, though. As Leacock in, on target, opening the face, run this one a run past gully to the left of backward point, and he got a single. He's up to 2. It's 7. Without loss, Trinidad and Tobago having been inserted to the bat here in the Cricket West Indies under 19 tournament match, round 2. 2 other matches being played at simultaneously. Windward Islands against Jamaica at Cumberland on the western side of the country, and up in the country area on the eastern side, you have Guyana as in outside the leg stump, losing on the line a little bit as Jakarta got inside of it and it went past the leg stump and there is no run. Yes, as I was saying, is Windwards versus Jamaica at Cumberland and Leewards against Guyana at Park Hill. And this game here between Trinidad and Tobago have a Minnesota to bat against Barbados. And Trinidad and Tobago be looking to redeem themselves from their outright loss to Guyana, while Barbados buoyant from their outright victory in. This one lifting again outside the off stump, and Jakarta well on top of it, defended it out, and there is no run. And Barbados buoyed by their outright win against Jamaica at Cumberland. Got a massive total of 376 for 8 declared, and I'm certain they'll be looking to repeat, so to speak, that type of score. But in the meantime, they are out in the field, the bowlers in Thorn and Leacock, trying to see how best they can exploit this condition in this pitch. Again, a good delivery right on middle stump. Jakarta really compact as ever, defended it quite nicely, and there is no run. 7 without loss, Trinidad and Tobago against Barbados. And we are hoping that there'll be no rain today. I believe we probably had enough for the week. That was yesterday.
Well, it's that time of the year, Gunny, when we get a lot of rain here in the Eastern Caribbean. Sometimes. It's the beach month.
Allow this one to go by the end of the over number 4, 7 without loss.
Yeah, it's definitely the beach month. August is the beach month, and everybody usually plans a picnic sometime in August to go to the beach. The sea is usually very calm.
And you are the recipient of quite a lot of these beach encounters.
Not really. Not really, but it's a lot. It's definitely the time when a lot of course, it's the vacation time for the school children now. So a lot of families would plan their outings around this time of the year. And the weather is good today. Last week as well, during the games, we had a lot of rain. So we are hoping that the rain will stay away today, and that, as you said, that we had enough for the week from yesterday.
Yes, tremendous amount. But the good thing about it is that whilst we may complain about the rain, I am happy in the sense whereby the ground has received the waters from above, the fruits, vegetables, CWI to fill the water catchment so that we can have water to use. Pretty happy with the rain that came, to be honest with you. It's just the lightning and thunder. It really, it hit very hard where I was yesterday. I said, wow. But be that as it may, we are thankful to the Lord for the rain.
Absolutely. I'm sure the farmers agree as well.
Very happy. You too should be very happy as well. Do you have a water tank in the area? Have it filled?
Yeah, I'm sure it was replenished from the showers on the week.
Lane in. Outside the off stump, and Ramlad played at this one, certainly played at this one. Missed taken by the keeper, and there is no run. I'm certain that the people of the Grenadines will be extremely happy for that type of weather yesterday, because I suspect all their tanks are filled.
Yeah, that would likely be the case. And those islands in the Grenadines, they do not have any over and running water, no rivers, so they're really dependent on the storage that they will get. So these rain events are very important to them, for them to have sufficient water throughout the year.
Lane, from this to top end, right arm fast medium. This one, my goodness, he's out caught. A delivery actually floor him, so to speak, on a good length, on a good line. Maybe he slipped, I'm not really too sure, but his right leg went back towards the crease. The ball took the edge and flew to second slip, where he was easily taken. And Trinidad and Tobago losing their first wicket. Ramlal, he was caught for 5, and Trinidad and Tobago 7 for 1. You clearly saw what happened there?
Yes, that one, it was full, very similar delivery to the last one he bowled, which was an outswinger. But this one, he got it closer to half stump and squared him up. So I believe that when he was squared up there, his back foot, as it came across, it just slipped a little bit as he tried to defend that one. But very good delivery from Lane.
Yes, a very good delivery. But what struck me as I looked across is that I saw him with his back leg parallel to the ground. And then the ball is into the second slip hand. So Barbados has effected an early breakthrough in the form of Lane dismissing Ramlal for 5, 7 for 1. A good wicket for Barbados. They've been bowling fairly consistent on those stumps, attacking the stumps. And as I said, the makeshift opener, he is gone. But Jakasa is still there, and the new man in will be Kisunat. This is skipper of the Trinidad and Tobago team, the wicketkeeper. Yeah, he played two very good knocks in their round one game. Really look well. Look the party. Look something similar to Lendell Simmons. Very typical. So Barbados early strike through lane, taking the wicket of Ramlal, 7 for 1 as the new man in is the skipper, Kisunat. Kisunat got 31. And in that game, he got a second score. Where is it? In comes Lane, in. Outside the off stump. And my goodness, he could have been taken there. Another one that lifted on Kisunat. To the left of Gully. Maybe if there was a second Gully, he certainly would have dropped straight into his lap. But certainly, fortuitously, 2 runs there to Kisunat. Not an easy delivery to face first up.
Yes, and as you mentioned, Lane, he's bowling extremely well. He's bowling in that corridor of uncertainty, as Jeffrey Boycott would say, but just outside the off stump, he's getting the ball to move away from the batsman. And in addition to that, which makes it even more difficult, he's getting the ball to lift off of a length. So I think there that Kisunat may have thought he had it covered, but the bounce got him to edge it towards Gully.
That bounce I spoke about very early. I am well aware of this track here. Lane in. This one outside the off stump, through to the keeper. And what is very interesting here is that he's keeping a very, very good line here and making the batsman play more often than not. Yeah, so Kisunat got 31 and 47, and he was looking good, particularly in the second innings when he got out. He was really looking good, and I was taking the fight to the guy and his bowlers in terms of getting that score closer to the victory target. But unfortunately, he got out, and that was that. In. Kisunat edging, and my goodness, was he dropped?
Yes. Dropped by the man at third slip.
Wow, another very good delivery there by Lane, forcing Kisunat to play. He played at it, in and out, third slip. You're trying to identify the field, but certainly
Roberts seemed to be
very fine
Jaden Roberts.
Jaden Roberts certainly should have held it, and he spilled the catch. And Trinidad could easily have been 9 for 2. They are now 9 for 1, but certainly another fine delivery there by Lane, and he's really on target here. And with that additional bounce, he's creating some problems for the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen thus far. Certainly must be buoyed with what is happening, bowling from this to northern end. He must be buoyed. He's really putting it in a good spell here for Barbados. Lane in from the northern end. Outside the off stump again, here is Kisunat driving and missing the end of a very fine over there by Lane, having taken the wicket of Ramlal for 5 and should have had the wicket of Kisunat for 2.
Yes, very, very, very excellent spell so far from Lane. What we notice that he's doing, and he started off, as you mentioned, in the first over, going a little wide off stump. But now he has gotten a bit closer, and now he's forcing the batsmen to play more often. And Kisunat, who is new at the crease, he needs to be very careful that he selects very carefully in terms of what to play and what to leave, because that extra bounce and the away movement of Lane would make him a handful.
Yes, definitely. He is definitely creating problems. Leacock in. This one in the air. He should be caught. He should be caught. Yes, the catch is taken. Looking to play that one. Work this one on the onside. That is Jagasa looking to hit this one on the onside. The ball seemed to have rushed onto him a little faster, and with the bounce, he top edged it, and a dolly catch to the man at cover. And Trinidad and Tobago, in all sorts of consortium here, lost their second wicket. Trinidad and Tobago, 10 for 2.
Yeah, he was looking to pull that one over mid-wicket, it seemed. It wasn't all that short, and with the skiddiness of the bowler being not a very tall man, and he has proven so far that he's getting the ball to skid through. And so maybe it was an over-ambitious shot there, because he wasn't even on the back foot. It seemed that he was trying to pull that off the front foot as well. And maybe an over-ambitious shot there from Jagasa, especially seeing that they had just lost a wicket in the previous over. Should have been looking to consolidate. But that can happen at times. And we have the new batsman who is coming to the wicket. It's Ramdu, Kyle Ramdu. The new batsman is Kyle Ramdu, who replaces Jagasa.
Is Ramdu. Trinidad and Tobago, I'm certain in the partnership of Kisunat and Ramdu will be looking to rebuild their innings 9 for 2, but they are really up against two seamers, two medium fast bowlers that are really and truly on target. They are bowling these deliveries right on target, and it is taking the best of the Trinidad and Tobago skill to try and survive here at 9 for 2. Certainly, these wickets will give them renewed energy to racing in and deliver the balls even more consistently at these batsmen. The new man in is Ramdu. As in rolls Leacock from the southern end. Outside the off stump, and my goodness, it lifted again and it fell short of third slip, but certainly this is some very serious bowling here from the Barbadian opening pair.
Yes, and Kisunat is slacking this bottom and just a little bit like we have gone straight to him, and I thought they did well to take it up at the half volley. But another very good delivery here from Leacock. And they're really putting a lot of pressure on the Trinidad batsmen.
I think the skipper is really reading the game well, his match awareness. He has now bringing a fourth slip. So his fourth slip, he's really reading it. There's bunks, but I said earlier, Claude, this is the pitch that has a tremendous amount of bunks. The four slips are gully now as Leacock from the southern end in outside the off stump, and Kisunat reading that movement away, pulled out of it and allowed it to go by. But certainly, this is good thinking on the part of the Barbadian captain.
Yes, this is excellent work. Just to say that, Giant, Trinidad having played in Park in last month, this will be very different from this. The pitching sale will be a bit quicker, but this one in particular is the quickest from the ones on the square. So they will need to adjust from what they experience in Park.
This one is hit into the air over the man at mid-wicket. Inadvertently, it got in that area, over his head for a single, so Kisunat goes off the mark with one. It's now 10 for 2. But certainly, they are posing a tremendous amount of problems for the Trinidad batsmen early this morning, as we have predicted based on our knowledge of the pitch itself and the sort of moisture that is there. They're really using it well.
Yes, and it's very important now that these two, Ramdu and Kisunat, that they put a partnership together.
Trinidad and Tobago certainly can do with that partnership. There's no ifs and there's no buts.
Absolutely, that partnership. Because they cannot afford to be at lunchtime for 5 or 6 wickets down against the Barbados-Day.
Leacock to bowl to the left-handed Ramdu in. This one online, right on target. And what's very impressive about these bowlers, they are bowling the ball right on target. They're not spraying it here or spraying it there. They are right on target, forcing them to play on with the additional bunks, creating the problems for the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen.
With the left-hander coming in, the very first delivery, he was right on target to the left-hander.
On target. So it's cricket from the Arnos Vale playing field here in St. Vincent and Grenadines. Cricket West Indies under 19 tournament. Barbados versus Trinidad and Tobago was Leacock, right arm fast medium in. Again, that one bounced. And he got it up wrong to long leg. They're hustling for 2. The return comes in. We wait the umpire signal 2 byes, but certainly that one really bounced. And the keeper, diminutive keeper, had no chance of getting it, but certainly the bounce was very pronounced. 2 byes send the Trinidad and Tobago total up now to 12 for the loss of 2, and certainly Trinidad and Tobago really looking down at the barrel here.
Yes, I'm going to 12 for 2. And the way that Lane in particular is bowling, not just, but also he's been well supported by Leacock. We saw him take a wicket as well in that last over. But the way that these two bowlers are bowling, it means that the batsmen can expect to have a stern examination here for the remainder of their spells. And so they need to really buckle down and to really put preservation of the wicket as priority. And also try to rotate the strike so the pressure doesn't build too much on them facing up to the barrage from one end.
They are being severely tested the Trinidad and Tobago batsman, laying into his fourth over in. Outside the off stump, driving loosely at that one is Kisuna taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. But certainly, whilst being watchful, once the opportunities present themselves to get some runs, he's trying, but that one with the lateral movement moved across him, taken cleanly by the keeper, is no run. 12 for 2, Trinidad and Tobago really and truly under tremendous pressure here from the Barbadian fast bowlers. What will certainly help them after this delivery, as Lane in on his legs and he clips it out to mid-wicket, Yorker style delivery, and there is no run. If Barbados has another fast bowler or two, they will continue to face the music, because at the end of 6 overs each, that will be the end of the spell of the 2 fast bowlers, according to the conditions.
Yes, they have a limit of 6 overs each fast bowler.
Yes.
At the age group stage, they don't want them to burn out themselves before their body has fully developed to take that workload. So that is something that they would be aware of in the playing conditions.
Lane from this the top end in, passes the umpire. This one clipped nicely off his legs. It's going to go close to the boundary. It does 4 runs. That's one just losing his line a little bit on his leg stump, and he clipped it beautifully through mid-wicket to the fence for 4. First boundary of the innings, but certainly a fine shot, responding to the type of music they are facing out there. Really lovely shot.
Yes, and you mentioned last week that Kisun, that he had 2 good innings, and that he looked the player of the Trinidadian team. He's also the wicketkeeper and the captain, so he has to lead from in front.
He has to play captain's innings, eh?
Absolutely.
To try and extricate his team from this serious position they're in. Outside the off stump, on top of this one. And again, with the bunks so pronounced, he got on top of it and defended it, and there is no run. 16 for the loss of 2 Trinidad and Tobago. Having been inserted to bat, having lost Ramlal, he was caught Roberts off lane for 5. He went with total on 7. And Jagasa was caught Stevenson off Leacock for 1. 9 for 2. Kisuna, the captain, and Ramdo out there battling away for TNT. As Lane in outside the off stump, too far to attract any shot from Kisuna, taken cleanly, and there is no run. Good conditions here for cricket. Unfortunately for us, there are very few, if any, spectators around. If there are any, you can see down in that area. I cannot see because of the structure where we are located, but certainly that is what's really missing, a few spectators to watch this very, very intense battle as the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen trying to fend off the Barbadian fast medium bowlers. In goes Lane, outside the off stump, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. The end of the over is what, 17? 16 for the loss of 2 Trinidad and Tobago, inserted to bat, and afterwards from your Crookshank it will be my fellow commentator, Osnet Keto.
Yes, and Goni, we see there that it's a very testing first half over for the Trinidadian batsmen. But the captain, Kisundat, he's looking to put a bit of pressure back onto the bowlers. He's looking to score as much as possible. He has taken a couple of risks and could have been dismissed already, but he's trying to fight the fire with some fire of his own. He seems to be an aggressive type of batsman, and he's coming in with a bit of confidence, having scored well in the last game. So they would want him to stay out there for as long as possible and to shepherd them out of this position.
Locally as well as around the Caribbean, worldwide. So Trinidad and Tobago, very stern examination so far from the Barbadian bowlers. And I'm sure they'll be looking to just build a partnership at this point in time. As we have Leacock continuing from the southern end, bowling to Ramdo. I think you have mentioned earlier that in the last game, Trinidad and Tobago had to use a makeshift opener. Ramdo was actually the opener. But as you mentioned, the management of the Trinidadian team perhaps thought it was wise to continue with Ramlal and having Ramdo now coming in at number 4. Perhaps just breaking up the sequence of right-handers we saw earlier. Another good delivery, lifting delivery. And it's all, let's wait for the umpire's signal now. It's 4 runs. So a bit of lift, a bit of bounce there from Leacock. We have seen that all morning. Ramdu trying to get inside of the line and perhaps just flicking the gloves away from the wicketkeeper and on himself 4 runs. So the score moves on to 20 for the loss of 2 wickets, Trinidad and Tobago. So it's Leacock again from the southern end. This delivery is walking away nicely by Ramdu. Opportunity for a second here. Yes, they come back. And they should get it comfortably.
Yeah, what we are seeing from these two batsmen, wasn't it, is that they're looking to rotate the strike. We saw when the pressure built up a little bit on Jagasa, he went for that pull off the front foot. So it was a very risky shot. But here we're seeing there's some runs on offer, some singles. And these two are trying to build that partnership by taking as little risk as possible, but trying to get some runs on the board as well.
Well, all things being equal, the pitch itself should dry out, as we mentioned before. Perhaps some overnight moisture. This one is hitting hard. Down the ground, should get close to the boundary. Touch and go here. And they come back for 3 runs. So a good shot there, it was up. Ramdu, aggressive off drive there, past him on a short mid-off. And he gets 3 added to his total.
Yes, the way that he's shaping Ramdu, he has a high backlift. So he looks like an aggressive batsman. Saw that one, it wasn't a half volley by any means. He drove it on the up, but it was in his half, and he made up his mind that he was going through the line with it. And it was well struck past him at mid-off for 3 runs.
So it's a good over so far. We had a boundary, we had 2, and now we had 3 a while ago. So a bit of runs flowing in this over, as opposed to the previous overs where they were tight overs and also being very threatening as well to the openers. As the Leacock again comes in, bowls. Kisonat is just walking this one nicely off his middle stump, and he gets a single. Score moves on to 26 for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of that over. Good comeback there from Trinidad and Tobago, Alonso. Oh, actually, I'm sorry, 1 ball left in this over. So as the sun comes out, Alonso, I think the wickets should get better for batting. That early morning bounce and movement that we saw earlier should basically evaporate to some extent.
Yes, by this afternoon it will be the best conditions. It will still have the pace, still have the bounce that they would want, but not as high and not as much movement as they were getting before.
Once again, we're seeing that lifting delivery from Leacock from that end. He's not the tallest bowler, but he's getting the ball to lift off a length coming from his southern end. And well played in the end there by Ramdu.
Yes, he pulled his bat out just in time. And you look at Leacock, yeah, he's not a very tall lad, but he's well built. Looks to have some strong shoulders and a good upper body strength, and he's using that to try to extract as much bounce as he can get out of the pitch. Every now and then he just bends his bat just that bit more and gets the ball to lift off of a good length. These balls are not short deliveries by any means, but he's getting that lift off of a good length, which the batsmen have to watch out for.
Very much so, as we have Johan Lane coming back from this northern end. Tall, fast bowler. Excellent. Good length on the leg stump. Kissing that, just leaning forward and hitting it out to mid-wicket. So I think based on what we've seen from Trinidad, they would have been at the game last week as well. Kissing that is a key player for them. He's one of the few players they have perhaps who could take the game away from the opposition. He's very compact, and he's able to put away the bad balls that we have seen so far. So for Trinidadians' sake, I think they will be hoping that he bat as long as possible with Ramdu and build a partnership here. As the lane again, a bit wide this time. Kisondat just watching that go by to be taken by the wicket keeper.
Yeah, this time he was just a bit too wide. I commended him earlier for bringing his line a bit closer to off stump after his force over. And it seems now he might be tiring just a little bit, but he just a bit too wide at the moment. He'd want to have Kisundal playing as much as possible while there's that movement in the pitch.
You mentioned tiring, Alan, so I think this is his third over or fourth? Third?
Fifth over.
Fifth
I think it's
over,
fifth
okay.
over. So he has one more that he's allowed in this spell. We do not know if the captain will use him for that one more.
Okay, fair enough. In this era of T20 cricket, Alan, so most bowlers seem to be tiring after 4 overs.
Yeah,
As
remember when
fitness is a big part of fast bowling, and it's important that as a fast bowler you get yourself fit. You should be able to give 6 good overs of good quality and pace. As laying again outside the off stump, kissing that. Perhaps settling down a bit now. We saw him earlier, perhaps being a bit too anxious to get going. And now we see him leaving deliveries outside the off stump. And for Trinidad, and from a Trinidadian perspective, that is good news.
Absolutely, and you mentioned the fitness for the fast bowlers. You know that you used to trundle in a little bit, but I don't know if you're still able to bowl 5 and 6 overs in a row.
I think I retired a couple of years ago, and so he's laying again, and he's pushing this one out to point. There's no run.
You retired quite young, wasn't it?
Yes, some niggling injuries and other commitments led to that decision. Right.
Yeah, I don't even know if he's much older than 30, Gunny.
As his son comes out here, Annisville playing field, good day for cricket, good morning for fast bowling, as we have seen so far. Lane again, Kisson that is driving this one up to mid-on, and there's no run. I think what we've seen from Lane is that he bowls a rather full length for tall fast bowlers. Some fast bowlers perhaps would have gotten carried away with the bounce here. But he has been very full, as we have seen from the first dismissal of Ramlal, where he got him caught at second slip. So he's in the middle of a very good spell. As we mentioned before, the playing conditions dictate he bowls 6 overs, so that's his 5th over. So perhaps the captain will just give him another one just to see how that goes.
Yes, and there's actually a change from the southern end. It seems that Springer, Dre Springer, will replace Leacock at the southern end. And we mentioned that the maximum of 6 overs. So Leacock bowled 4, so he's being changed now. That was the 5th for Lane. And you mentioned the stamina and bowling long spells as a fast bowler. I remember looking at Courtney Walsh bowling, and he's bowling 25, 26, 27, 28 overs in one day as a fast bowler.
Yes, as they would say, they don't make bowlers like those anymore. That was a different era of cricket altogether. That's a lot of factors may contribute to that. Mr. Hines will get you those as time goes by. As we look at Drew Springer, I think in the last over two, perhaps Leacock was tiring a bit. It was an expensive over. I think we got about 9 or 10 off that over. As Springer, first delivery, just pushing this out to short mid-wicket there, Ramdo, and there's no run. So Alan, so you would have seen the Bajan team, Barbados team play the last game. Tell us a bit about Springer.
Actually, I was at Arnos the last game, so I was Winwards versus Leewards. But
my bad.
Springer, you see, when you're looking at these teams, you know, before in cricket you used to be able to tell who are the fast bowlers based on their height. But it seems as if the shorter people in the side now are the fast bowlers. Springer, very diminutive, doesn't seem to be over about 5'7" or so.
That is a delivery down the leg side, not really threatening the batsman. Going through at good height. As we mentioned, the pace in this wicket, the bounce in this wicket is apparent. Because even Springer now, being the short man he is, he's still able to get the ball through to the wicket keeper at a good pace and good height. So the Trinidadian batsmen have to be mindful. It's a new bowler. Just get to understand what the pitch is doing, how his type of bowling is responding on the wicket, and play to the best of their abilities. As Springer again on another short delivery, and Ramdo is walking this one behind square on the leg side for another single.
Yeah, Springer, he needs to find a good length here. I don't think he should be carried away by the bounce that he saw his two fellow bowlers getting earlier in the piece. He needs to realize his job now is to really hit that top of off stump line and keep the pressure on the batsmen, because they would want to get a few more wickets before lunch. They started off well, but with 2 wickets down and the captain and the wicketkeeper there, they would really want to see the back of him and take a couple more wickets before lunch.
Once again, that's a good delivery there. Rise and is out. He's given out. It was a lifting delivery there. Kisuna doesn't seem to be all that pleased about that decision. It was a lifting delivery. Kisuna appeared to have dropped his hands and was appealed to the umpire, and he was given out. So an early breakthrough there in his spell there for Dre Springer, caught by wicketkeeper Bowl Springer for so he's gone for 8, and Trinidad and Tobago lose their 3rd wicket. Barbados will be very happy with that wicket, Alanson.
That's a massive wicket. We spoke about how Kisunda played in the last game at Guyana. You were there in person to see that. And he seemed to be one of the more threatening Trinidadian batsmen in terms of run scoring and the rate at which he scores. And that will be a big blow for the Trinidadian team, Trinidad and Tobago. And what you saw there is that delivery, even though it was not as short as some of the previous ones, there was a good amount of lift. And that caught Kisunda by surprise. Now, he seemed a little bit disappointed with the dismissal. We don't know if he thought, well, it came off his body, or he was just disappointed that he didn't get his gloves down in time. From our vantage point, we are unable to tell because of the distance. But a good delivery there by Springer.
The new player is Rajiv Ram, another right-hander. The captain this time, I know we would have mentioned earlier, Kisunda was the captain, so we apologize for that. Ramnath is actually captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team. He'll be looking to build a partnership here with Ramdo. As Springer again. And another good delivery there, just lifting. Once again, is the bounce that the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen have been found wanting with this morning. Not necessarily a lot of movement so far, but we have seen consistent bounce off of a good length.
Yes, and for some reason it seems as if the Barbadian team, they have come with that plan to exploit the bounce out of the wicket. As we mentioned before, it seems as if they had some prior knowledge of what this track was giving, because by now you would have thought that they would have probably changed their length up a little bit, but they're still making sure that they test out the middle of the pitch a little bit to put the batsmen under pressure.
This one is punching out to point. There's no run. I don't think Springer will be disappointed with that type of shot. It's a delivery outside the off stump. Ramnath in his second delivery, playing away from his body, but makes good contact this time. That's the end of the over. The score for Trinidad and Tobago is 27 for 3 wickets. So a very good morning so far for Barbados and Anson.
Excellent morning so far for the Barbadian team. I think they made a very good decision to bowl first when they won the toss. There's always some moisture in the pitch first up, and more so because of the rains that we had over the last few days. And it is really showing. They're coming up trumps in terms of the line and length they have bowled, and they're reaping the rewards so far. I think they would want probably another wicket or two to feel really good and justified based on the way they have bowled. They have been a bit unlucky. They have dropped a couple of chances as well. We know that Kisunda was dropped at 3rd slip for sure. And so they will be a bit disappointed. They will think that they could have gotten probably another wicket or two. But at this point, they will want to finish the session well, ensure that they go up at least to the drinks break, maybe pluck another wicket, and before lunch maybe have them 5 or 6 down. They will be pleased with that. So
we have a new bowler. It's Jaden Roberts. Another tall bowler. Should be able to extract some bunks from this wicket based on what we've seen so far. It's Ramdo and Shaikh. So we have 3 slips, a gully, a man at point, a short mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and a man at long leg. As far as delivery, a short delivery, just testing the middle of the pitch. Ramdo just going under that one and allows it to go by to be taken by the wicketkeeper.
Yes, and what you have seen from the Trinidadian batsmen thus far is that they have not really brought out the hook or pull shot. We saw Jagasar getting out trying to pull, but he was on the front foot, and it wasn't really an out-and-out short delivery. So it might be a case that the Barbadians are saying, well, if you want us to move from there, then you need to hit us from there.
Very good point there, Alanson. I think one of the things we have to mention as well, that some of these deliveries are not necessarily short pitch deliveries. It's just that the bounce in the wicket is allowed in these deliveries to rise rather unexpectedly at times on the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. if it's a short delivery, you know for sure as a batsman, you could be able to play the pull and hook shots as you please. But if the ball is jumping off of a good length, then it's perhaps a little bit more difficult to pull out those cross-batted shots. As we have Roberts again, bowling to Ramden, his delivery is a shortish length. He goes back and plays it out to the man at cover.
So they still have 3 slips in place on a gully. Still looking to attack just outside the off stump. They have maintained a 6-3 field, 6-3 offside field. A man at square leg, a mid-on and a man at long leg. Fairly square long leg, not that fine. So you can't really say a fine leg. But their plan is definitely to keep it outside off.
Good drive there on the up by Ramal. Would get close to the boundary, I think. Come back for 2. A bit of poor running there, I would say. Perhaps should have gotten 3 based on the distance on which that ball had to travel. It was a foolish length. I haven't seen a lot of those from Roberts so far. And Ramal perhaps trying to hit it a bit too hard. Didn't really go as intended. And he managed to get it past the man at mid-on. And he comes back for 2nd. So the score moves on to 29 for the loss of 3 wickets. Barbados, after winning the toss, insulted Trinidad and Tobago today to bat. I think the difficulty for Trinidad and Tobago, as you would have alluded to earlier, Alonso, coming from Park Hill, where the wicket was not as quick as this one, and mostly conducive to spin bowling, and then now having to bat force on a wicket with a bit of moisture overnight against some tall Barbadian fast bowler who is using the conditions well, I must say. It's difficult for them to adapt. It has been difficult so far in terms of adapting to the pace and bounce of this wicket. Another delivery hit upishly, very good shot. Should be able to get a boundary for it, and he does.
Yeah, he seems to be quite an aggressive batsman, Ramdu. We saw in the last over, he drove on the up. He wasn't to the pitch, but he brought in his bottom hand and controlled it, kept it on the floor. This time now, this one was not by any means a half volley. He drove it around the top of off. It was on the up. He kept his elbow high and punched it over mid-off for a well-needed boundary for his team.
Yes, so that's a good shot there from Ramdu. I think as important as it is to survive, you still have to find some ways to score, and it's good that they're actually making scoring opportunities available for themselves. A bit upishly, as you would have said a while ago, but nevertheless, it's a good shot. And the score at the end of that over is 33 for the loss of 3 wickets. It will be Leacock again from the southern end. Had a very successful first over. Springer from the southern end. Dre Springer, that is. As he comes in, bowls to Ramnath, and he's driving this one nicely, well timed, straight to the man at mid-off, and there's no run. I think one thing about the Trinidad and Tobago team, though, I think they're a positive team in terms of watching them from the last game. They will play their shots whenever they see the opportunity to. It's just a matter of curbing that instincts and choosing the right deliveries to hit. It's a 3D game. And it's a matter of batting as long as possible. Another shortish delivery there. Ramnath trying to play this one perhaps a little bit squarer. Perhaps rushed onto him a little bit. I think Springer looks to be a kind of a skiddy bowler. It's not the express pace. He just gets the ball to skid onto the batsman. And the bounce that is currently in this wicket, he'll be a handful moving forward.
Yes, and he looks very deceptive. He doesn't come in very quickly, but gets that ball to come through at a good pace. So as you mentioned, the last delivery seemed a little rush. He doesn't sprint in to the crease, as you would say, but he gets that delivery, that ball to just skid off the top, especially with the grass covering that we have on the pitch. From where we are seeing there, you could see some live grass around on that strip. As we said, we have had a lot of rain over the last few days, so that would help the conditions, and he's using it to the best of his ability at the moment.
Another short delivery again. Ram not going back, trying to pull this one again. Perhaps rushing onto him, as we mentioned before. Not in the direction in which he was actually looking for. So the pull shot or the hook shot so far seems to be a very difficult shot to play on this wicket, Alanson. And any tips you would offer the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen in terms of playing the pull shot, hook shot?
Well, you have to be very decisive in what you're doing. It's always a shot that I've noticed that some players, their hands are getting close to their body. It's a shot that you have to make sure your hands are well extended. So you have to be committed early, because if you decide to do it late, then you will not get the power that is required. So the arm acts as a pivot fulcrum that gives you that extra leverage to get the timing well.
So I guess it's picking up the length early.
Absolutely. So being very decisive with your footwork and picking up the length as early as possible. We saw some good pull shots in last week here at the same venue from the Windies captain, August. He took on the short ball. Everything that was short to him, he went at it. But he has played first-class cricket already, so a bit more experience than most of the other players.
Okay, that's as Springer again comes in, bowls to Ramdo. This delivery shortish. Ramdo just getting inside of the line there, well played. Could have easily tried to walk that on the leg side and perhaps strangling himself down the leg side. So in the end, he must say well played. Once again, good pace, good carry to the wicketkeeper there. So it's the end of another over. The score is 34 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, 34 for 3 at this point. It's almost an hour into the first morning. Obviously, Barbados would be the happier of the two teams. The Trinidadian batsmen, we have said it from the last partnership that they would definitely need to forge a partnership. Whether these two will be the ones to do it or some other pair, it is needed, and they really have to do so, because they really need to get a good score here in the first innings to avoid being under some serious pressure in the second innings. We saw the Barbados team at Cumberland posting a big score of 380. And it means that their batsmen will be full of confidence. So Trinidad needs to put them under some pressure by eking out a good first inning score here.
Is it safe to say that perhaps the conditions will favour the Barbadian team a bit more, considering the conditions at home, in terms of where they grew up, in terms of those wickets that they're used to playing on?
Yes, it will be safe to assume that at this point. They should be more au fait with the bunks.
As we see Roberts starting a new over, Ramnath just punching that one out to point. In the last over, we were speaking a bit about the short pitch bowling, as well as how to tackle it in terms of playing those cross-batted shots. Looking around the international scene now, Mr. Cruikshank, who would you say is a standout player against that type of bowling?
It's very hard to find one, actually, in my mind. Some of the Pakistanis do play it fairly well. I'll come back to that after this delivery.
As Roberts comes in, bowls, foolish length, and Ramnath is tight behind that one, plays it out to cover once again.
Yeah, some of the Pakistanis do play it quite well. What I've noticed is that the little wicket keeper, Rizwan, is very good on anything that is short. Pull, whether it is pulling off the front or back foot or hooking for the higher deliveries, he's very quick on that. But I don't think that anyone is, let's say, in a punting class.
I was just about to mention his name. You can't speak about the pull shot and the hook shot without mentioning Ricky Ponting. If we go quite a way back, I think we could speak about Richie Richardson as well.
Of course.
Yes. Looking at some old clips recently and Port wicket in that familiar hat. Wrong hat, as they call it.
Hat, yes.
And
absolutely.
just hooking those balls into the stands, not just going over the boundary, but in the stands, basically. So, I don't think Virat is that bad. Virat, AB de Villiers and these guys, he's no longer playing, but he was pretty good as well. I think the South Africans grew up on those other wickets, so they're very comfortable, and the Australians as well, in terms of playing those cross-batted shots. I also think our own Kyle Mayers.
He looks to take on the short ball,
and he's one person I see in the current West Indies setup who is very comfortable against the fast pitch bowling. And once again, perhaps because of his his experience in terms of growing up in Barbados, where the wickets there tend to favor fast bowling. As Roberts bowling to Ram, not a short delivery this time, and just trying to pull that one again. Maybe not in the position really, and that ball was perhaps a bit too high. He's a short guy. It was on the off stump as well, so it's very difficult for you to play that shot at that length and on that line. It's difficult.
Yes, and Roberts is quite tall. Not as quick as some of the bowlers we have seen so far. So that one, he may have been in the shot a little bit early and had to take some of it off because he may have hit it straight to mid-on if he had gone through with it.
As Roberts again on a shortish length, and I'm not going back and playing it up to the bowler. And that ends another over. A maiden over, that is. And the score remains on 34 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yes, and as we near the drinks break, what we are seeing here now, as you mentioned before, is that the sun, having been out now about an hour on the pitch, there's not as much lateral movement as we saw in the first few overs. That has essentially left for the most part. And what we are seeing there is that the bounce will remain, of course. As the pitch dries out, it will get more consistent, the bounce. And so the batsman would feel a little bit more secure in those horizontal bat shots, as we mentioned previously.
So it's Springer again from the southern end. He'll be bowling to Ramdu this time. His delivery is back and plays it defensively out to the man at cover. I think the length, the Barbadians don't want to get too carried away though in terms of the length that they're bowling at. Yes, we have seen the pitch has some bounce in it, but you don't want to be too short. You still want to hit the top of half at some point in time, and perhaps test the batsman a bit more on that particular length.
And credit in that on that note, credit must go to Lane, the opening bowler. As you said, he's a tall bowler, but he bowled quite full. He was getting the ball to swing away from the right-handers and maintain a full length. And so he seemed very threatening almost every delivery. Looked like taking a wicket.
Yes, and if you could go back to perhaps Port, watch some cricket from Port, you'll hear the commentator saying perhaps sometimes bowlers get carried away with the pace and bounce. But the good bowlers always find a good length on that particular pitch. If you could recall Courtney Ambrose with that wonderful spell some years ago.
7 for 1.
7 for 1, yes. So it's still important that you hit that good length. That is what you're going to get your wickets from. From time to time, you need to remind the batsman that, yes, you have it in you to present short deliveries as a challenge. But ultimately, a good length, good line and length, just not about the off stump moving away, is always somewhere to aim for.
Yes, and what you want to do as well, as you notice, the batsman who's on strike now, Ramdu, he's looking a bit more comfortable at the crease. And what you don't want, or what you'd want to try as a bowler, is to just make him think a little bit about what is coming down to him, so that the length isn't predictable.
Yes, that one down the leg side again. We've seen a couple of deliveries like that. Perhaps Springer aiming for the rib cage area, but the ball just seaming down the leg side. And Ramdo as well, moving inside of the line of those deliveries. As we mentioned before, he could easily get caught up in trying to walk those deliveries down to fine leg or square leg, and even getting a glove to one of those deliveries. So it's well played by Ramdo in the end, just being watchful on that particular length.
Yeah, as you were mentioning in the last over, it might be a good opportunity for them to go a little fuller. Still has the slips in place. That's come down now to 2 slips on a gully. At one point earlier, they had 4 slips on a gully. And I remember here in the previous match at one point, Lee once had 5 slips in place when they were taking wickets early in the first morning. So just a clear sign that, you know, a bit of the movement is diminishing, but still it's worthwhile to pitch the ball up.
Yes, I think those last 2 deliveries perhaps a better length, a more testing length there for Ramdo, just pitching on and about the off stump and moving away to be taken by the wicket keeper. So at the end of that over, Trinidad and Tobago, after being inserted by Barbados, are 34 for the loss of 3 wickets, as the players take some drinks at this point in time.
Yes, and when we come back, I'll pass over to Stanley Gunny Hines, and with him will also be Osnet Cater. We'll take a short break at this point.
Yeah, welcome back to the Arnos Vale playing field here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. One of us players gone. Trinidad and Tobago having been inserted back by the Barbadian skipper. And at the moment, after 1 hour's play, situation for the morning, first up to go was Ramlal. He was caught off the lane for 6. He was caught by Roberts off lane for 6. Next to go was Jakasa. He was caught Stevenson off Leacock for 1. Then the third dismissal for the morning was Kisunati was caught wicketkeeper Bolden off Springer for 8. Wickets fell at 7, 9, and 27. And bowling for Barbados, Johan Lane, 5 overs. 1 maiden, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 6, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 6. Leacock, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18. Dre Springer, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 2. And Jaden Roberts, 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. The not out batsmen are Kyle Ramdu on 16 and Ramnath on 1. 34 for 3 Trinidad and Tobago. A session before lunch as continuing from this the top end. It's outside the off stump, the batsman right on top of it, and that's Ramdu.
Yes.
Yes,
No,
and there's
Ramnath.
Ramnath is on 16, right?
Yeah.
Ramnath and 1. Ramnath and 1, Ram on 16. Right. And the bowler from this end? Roberts, yes. Jaden Roberts from this, the northern end, the top end. Yeah, Jaden Roberts from this, the top end. Fast medium bowler in from the outside the off stump, lifting, and he on top of it played it with a horizontal bat out to square cover point, and there is no run. 34 for 3 Trinidad and Tobago having been inserted to bat, and they're hoping that this pair will be able to sort of retrieve the position they have found themselves into to some pretty good, accurate Barbadian fast bowling, exploited the early conditions, and a tremendous amount of bounce out of the track as Roberts in delivers. Played a big shot outside the off stump. There's a appeal for caught behind, and he's gone.
Yes, it was a very poor shot, I would say. It's just after jinx break. It's not when you want to really lose a wicket. It's just a matter of starting over again. It was a foolish delivery outside the off stump. Given the lengths that the Barbadian bowlers have bowled so far, perhaps Ramnath's eyes lit up when he saw this delivery being a little bit full. But it was wide, and it threw the kitchen sink at it, as they would say. And edge goes to be taken by the wicketkeeper. So he goes for 1. The score is now 34 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yes, certainly a very loose shot, I would say, there on the part of Ramnath. Outside the off stump wide, and he threw his bat at it. There's a little bit of movement. Ball nicked, taken cleanly by wicketkeeper Bolden. Trinidad sink into even further trouble, and they're in a tremendous amount of problems here. 34 for 4 as a Barbadian medium fast bowlers, really creating all sorts of contortions here for the Trinidad and Tobago lineup. 34 for 4, and certainly they will need someone to steady or a partnership to try and extricate themselves from this position. But Barbados must be very, very happy and very proud of the decision they took to insert Trinidad and Tobago.
Very much so. They will be very pleased with their efforts so far. Whenever you send in the opposition to bat, it's important that you get it right, you get some early wickets, and at the same time, the scoring has not been anything of any great pace as such. So the Barbadian captain will be very happy so far with what has happened.
Yes, and he himself has taken 2 catches. That's the wicketkeeper, Mr. Bolden. Nima Bolden. As
Joshua Davis is the new player.
Joshua Davis showed some inclination that he wanted to bat long at Park Hill. He didn't really make any really big set of scores, but he really showed the inclination, defended well. Let's see how he's going to handle the situation. It's far different than Park Hill because they're in real problems. They're 34 for 4. as the Barbadian bowlers continue to deliver the goods for this captain, and certainly with the bunks. Apparently, the Trinidadian batsman so far has not shown any real propensity of wanting to stay there with his bunks that they're getting. Real good bunks. Not steepling bunks, but it's going across the chest area, and they're not really defending it well at all. As Roberts from this the top end, in, outside the off stump, and he allowed that one to go by. That is Joshua Davis, taken clean by bowler, and there is no run. But certainly they have done very well for their team. Exploited the condition, but except for, I will say, for this last delivery, whereby it was a real loose shot by Ramnath and gifted his wicket, I would say.
And as I would have mentioned before, perhaps the length, the bong so far, he has not had a lot of deliveries in that area to test his driving skills. So this one was full and his eyes lit up, basically, and unfortunate for him, took the outside edge.
Outside the off stump, and again, here it is. You see Davis playing at it. That took the outer portion of the bat, ended up at third slip all along the ground, and there is no addition to the total. 34 for 4. With the sort of edges and near balls dropping before the fielders, it is definitely encouraging the Barbadian fast bowlers.
Yes, they just have to continue doing what they've been doing so far in terms of the lines and the length. The pitch itself is helpful, especially seeing that they are tall or fast. They're tall bowlers.
In. Outside the off stump, and he walks into this one and defended it quite nicely. The end of a maiden wicket over there from Roberts. Trinidad and Tobago and all sorts of problems here. 34 for 4 here at the Arnos playing field against Barbados.
Yes, the pressure mounts for Trinidad and Tobago. After being insulted, it has not been easy going so far. The Barbadian bowlers have bowled a very good length, good lines. The wicket itself has a bit of bounce in it, something that perhaps the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen have not been used to in recent times. So it's going to be a very difficult proposition for them to not only see off these bowlers, but also find scoring opportunities as well.
Springer will continue from the southern end. And he'll be bowling to the left-handed Ramdu, who is on 1. And it's a matter, to me, for what I'm seeing, a matter of survival. Springer into Ramdu, on his legs, lifting, and he jumps on his feet and defended it out to short square. He gets he's up to 2, 35 for the loss of 6. He's 17, and 17, and the total up to 35 for the loss of 4. Trinidad and Tobago slow going, but it's all in the circumstances based on the way the Barbadians are bowling. They're not testing the driving skills. They're keeping it just thereabout, and with the bunks creating the problems. 3 slips, a gully go down as Springer from the southern end. Batsman held him up a little bit there. That's Davis. As we see Springer now sprints in. This one again lifting on his body, and he fended it out, not with any real degree of confidence, but fended it out on the onside, and the total remains 35 for 4. And we see his partner is calling him, that's Ramdu is calling him. What could he be saying to him, Osnet, with these deliveries? They're not vicious,
yes,
but they're creating some real problems for them.
I think I'm quite surprised as well that we don't have a short leg in, seeing that the bunks that we have been able to extract so far. I think a short leg would have been a very good option. So perhaps take out that man at square leg and bring him into a short leg position.
One on the leg stump again, and he turned him around, so to speak, and he was able to defend it out on the onside. The total remains 35 for 4. But they're doing what they're doing. It is working for them. 3 slips, a gully. There's no need as far as the skipper bowling is concerned towards having a short leg. And 4 men are back in the pavilion. And you're hoping before lunch as Springer in outside the off stump, and he pushes this one out, defending it quite nicely. 35 for the loss of 4. As Cruikshank was alluding to the fact that Barbados will be hoping to have 5 or 6 wickets down by lunchtime. And so far he has gotten part of his wish, 2/3 on his way.
I'm not sure the the Trinidadian fans and out there will be too happy with Mr. Cruikshank's predictions. But
maybe he has a crystal ball that we have to look into. As Springer in outside the off stump, and like you were given the benefit of the doubt, they are pulling away and allowing to go through to bowl and taking across his just the top of his pad, and there is no run. 35 for the loss of 4. Trinidad and Tobago. Maybe he knew a thing or two about what was going to transpire, but see a bit of a dark cloud to our left, hovering around. We'll just have to keep our eyes on it, so the ground is covered.
Signs of the ground staff as it going, so that's always an indication.
In outside the leg stump, got inside looking to pull it around and misses, taken cleanly by Bolden. It's the end of the over, 35 for 4. And the battle continues here at Arnos Vale.
Yes, a very good over there. Testing over there from Springer. He has looked well since he came into the bowling attack. He's been able to extract some bounce. He's a slippery customer, as we would say. Davis, being new to the wicket, it's always going to be a challenge to get used to the pace and bounce of the wicket. And we saw in that over, it presented some challenges to him. From a Trinidadian perspective, it's just a matter of building a partnership here. Ramdu have been there for a while. He's on 17. He'll be looking to convert that start into something substantial for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, as since the water break, we had the wicket of Ramnath. He was caught bowling the wicketkeeper of Roberts for 1. From 34 for 4, 35 for 4, three slips, a gully backward point, straightish cover mid off, whitish mid off, mid on, mid wicket. They're positioning him a bit straight, and whitish long leg. As the man here at the top end is Roberts. As I said, the dark cloud to our left is certainly becoming more pronounced. As Roberts from this the top end, another end in. Outside the off stump, picking up the line, taken cleanly by Bolden. The wicketkeeper, and there is no run. He shifted from over the wicket to round the wicket, and the line was picked up quite easily there by Ramdu.
Yes, Ramdu.
And the total remains on 35 for the loss of 4. But certainly to the left, there's no two ways about it. It's definitely getting darker. The crowd, the sun has been shut out because of the dark clouds. But the condition is still good. It's just a question if the rain would fall or not. As Roberts in on the body and trying to defend that one on the onside. There is no addition to the total, but certainly it has been Barbados this morning having won the toss. First thing to do right was to win the toss. Second thing is to insult the opposition, and third is to have them in the position they are at the moment. As Roberts from this the top end, look over the scoreboard, the area in the eastern side. Certainly it is definitely dark enough, but you can see Beckway in the southern background. This one outside the off stump lifting, and the guy, I will say, will guide that one down to gully, and there is no run. To the western side, we can look into Beckway itself. It is sunshine down in that area, and to the east, that is going up to the Calico area, going up to your area, isn't it? The dark clouds are coming this way. We hope we do not have the type of rain that we had yesterday.
Yes, yesterday was very rainy.
As Roberts in. What is that? One that's short, lifting on his body. He got under it and taken cleanly by Bolden, and there is no run. I have a suspicion that something may happen here with this weather, because you see the ground staff, they are moving towards the covers.
Yes, that's always a good indication as to what the weather is like, Gunny.
Yes, and they are well aware of their local condition. The ground staff is definitely moving towards the covers. And to the left, it is definitely getting dark. But in the background, on the southern side and Beckway, it is clear, crystal clear. Again, a lifter on his body, and he defended it out on the onside fairly comfortably in the end. he goes up to 18. It's 36 for the loss of 4. The end of that delivery there from Roberts lifting, and certainly
I think that's the second time in 2 overs you've seen that type of shot from Ramdu Gunny, which is why that kind of justifies my call for a short leg. In the previous over, he played a similar type delivery, straight to short, a deepish, where a deepish short leg would perhaps be. So maybe the captain could look into that as they move forward.
Roberts in, and Davis clips this one nicely off the leg, losing his line and clipped it beautifully. It's going to the boundary. Would it cross it? Yes, it does.
A good shot there by Davis. It was a delivery on the leg stump, and he just came forward and clipped it nicely.
Clipped it nicely through this true short square for 4. And he goes up now to 5, I think it is. Oh, he's just off the mark. Yeah, just off the mark, but he clipped it beautifully to the square leg for 4. It's now 39, 40 for the loss of 4. 40 for the loss of 4. As the ground staff in readiness, they are ready in the event of the umpire giving them the signal. But we are not too sure. Maybe I can hazard a guess it will blow over.
But based on what we've seen so far, in terms, even at the last game, the weather is very unpredictable these days, Gunny. At times it looks as if it's going to close the afternoon, and then we see the sunshine again. So it's a lot of hits and misses as it relates to the weather.
The effects of El Nino, La Nino.
It's a global warming.
In lifting on top of it and guide it out on the offside, and he gets another run. That's Ramdo. He goes up to 18. 19. He's up to 19. And
I think the ground staff is coming on, Gunny. And
certainly it is drizzling, not heavy as drizzling. And if you can look down in that area out there to the south, just around the Great Head Bay area, the rain is coming in from that general direction. You know, strange enough, a couple of years ago we saw rain coming from the Cane Garden area, which is really unusual, and came this way and caught the ground staff by surprise, because to the east, where the rain normally comes from, it was hot sun, and the rain just came from the Cane Garden area right across and caught everybody unaware. It was a regional game, I'll never forget it. And here you have the rain again coming in from the Great Head Bay area, the southern side, but Beckwith still bathed in sunshine, so it's maybe coming through the channel, so to speak, and as it's come through the channel, it's gone over that way towards the Calico area, Villa area, Indian Bay area. It seems to be a short, maybe passing over, but it has stopped play in this second round game between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados, being played at the Arnos Vale playing field. Rain has interrupted play. Trinidad and Tobago are under the cuff, so to speak. At the moment, they are 40, 41. Am I right? 41 for the loss of 4. Having lost the toss this morning and been inserted to bat by Barbados. Ramlal was caught Roberts off lane for 6. Jagasa was caught Stevenson off Leacock for 1. Kusunat caught wicketkeeper Bowling off Springer for 8. Ramnath caught Bowling wicketkeeper off Roberts for 1. Ramdo on 19, Davison 4, and 40 for the loss of 4. And clearly the morning belongs to Barbados.
Yes, Barbados were able to adapt to the conditions, the conditions better than the Trinidad and Tobago players. It's been a difficult morning for the batsmen. They've had quite a bit of lift on the pitch, and the Barbadian fast bowlers, being tall as they are, they were able to exploit the conditions and made life very difficult for the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen.
Well, we were thinking about a short thing here, but certainly the ground staff are nailing in those pegs. Maybe because we cannot see to the back of us, to the east of us fully. It may be falling a bit heavier in the mountains to come this way. But the situation here at the Arnos Vale playing field, where rain has stopped play just around 11:21, 11:22 thereabout. Barbados having won the toss and inserted Trinidad and Tobago. The Trinis are 40 for 4 at this particular point in time, with the not-out batsmen being Ramdo on 19 and Joshua on 4. So for the time being, we'll go back for the time being until whenever play resumes. Yeah, welcome back here at the Arnos Vale playing field. Yeah, it is now what 9 minutes before midday. The news from Arnos Vale here is that due to the rain that fell, the umpires have decided that an early lunch will be taken. So it's just about lunchtime now here at the Arnos Vale playing field. The game would restart at 12:30 p.m. 12:30 p.m. So at lunch, with an interruption for since around 11:22 thereabout, Trinidad and Tobago batting at the first stoppage. They are 41 for the loss of 4. 41 for the loss of 4. Jagosa made 1. Ramlal 6. Kishunat 8. Ramdo is not out. 19. Ramnat, he made 1. Joshua Davis 4 not out. Wickets fell at 7, 9, 27, 34. And bowling for Barbados, Joan Lake, 5 overs, 1 maiden. 5 overs, 3 maidens. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 6. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 6. Leacock, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18, 1 for 18. Springer, 4 overs, 4.1 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4. Jaden Roberts, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. So up to date here with Barbados. It has been Barbados this morning, having won the toss and it's out of the Trinidad and Tobago squad. Trinidad and Tobago at lunch, 40 for the loss of 4. Interruption. The play will restart. All viewers take note. Play will restart at 12:30 p.m. Some other adjustments will come towards later in the afternoon. Play will be extended, but we'll have to get those details from the match referee. So for the time being, until 12:30, when we resume the Trinidad and Tobago innings, Stanley Hines going back to you until then. Yes, welcome back to the Arnos Vale playing field. Sunny Arnos Vale playing field. Very much contrast as to when we stopped earlier where there was rain. And the umpires have done everything set up in such a way whereby it's an early lunch. Play will resume in a couple of minutes at 12:30. Play will go up until a quarter to 3, 2:45 p.m. The tea break is 2:45 p.m. to 3:05 p.m. and then from 3:05 p.m. up until 5:19. Those are the conditions remaining. It's a question of how many overs to bowl for the day. We have to get that information in a short while. Trinidad and Tobago will resume at 41 for the loss of 4. 41 for the loss of 4 against Barbados. And we can give you an update in relation to the other two games in the CWI Under-19 tournament being played right here in SVG. Jamaica at lunch at Cumberland versus the Windward Islands. They were 84 for 4. 84 for 4 versus the Windward Islands at Cumberland. And at Georgetown, Guyana, 50 for 4. 50 for 4 against the Leeward Islands at Park Hill. So what is very instructive here, all three games, the batting team have lost 4 wickets each. We get it? Well, we just get an update. Apparently, there was some late start at Cumberland. A little updated. Jamaica, 107 for 5. 107 for 5, Jamaica versus the Windward Islands at Cumberland. Trinidad and Tobago, 41 for 4. Here at Arnos Vale versus Barbados. And Guyana, 50 for 4 versus Leeward Islands at Park Hill. Play will resume in a jiffy. Everything seems set ready. The Trinidad and Tobago not out batsmen. They are going out to the crease. So I'll turn you over now to... Who is it going to start? Oh, both of us? Okay. Okay, so I will start here. And 50 for 4. The morning play definitely belongs to Guyana.
Yes, good afternoon to all our viewers and good afternoon to you, Gunny. Yes, the Barbados team really took advantage of the conditions. They prized out 4 of the Trinidad batsmen. And I would actually say that when the rain came, that the Trinidad and Tobago team would have been the more pleased with that interruption of the two teams. Because the momentum really was with Barbados, and it is likely, based on how they were going, that they may have gotten another wicket or two before lunch. So Trinidad will be well pleased to come back at this time, just after lunch, having lost only 4 wickets. The sun has been out on the pitch all of the lunchtime, so that should help to remove some of the moisture. And for their sake, they would want it to now help them to have some better batting conditions. And now we spoke about the short leg before lunch, and now we see they're starting with a short leg after lunch. Gunny, they're starting with a short leg after lunch.
So, it's Leacock. We'll continue this over when it was interrupted by rain in. Striking man the pad, but clearly going down leg. Nauto says the umpire. At Springer? Yes. Springer who's coming in from the southern end and he's bowling to, is it Davis? Am I right? Davis, correct. So his sun is out in all his glory at this time, just around 11:20. Short, sharp, heavy shower force the umpires and players off the field. By the time they were all ready to resume, it was so close to lunch, the umpire made a wise decision to have an early lunch and restart right about now at 12:30. 2 slipper gully, backward point as Springer in. This one outside the leg stump. And it didn't connect, trying to cut that one somewhere over mid-wicket. It bubbled in the air out over the head of the ceiling made off, ceiling made on, and there is no run. But certainly, he missed a short delivery there that really should have gone somewhere close to the rope. It's Springer from the southern end in to bowl to Davis. This one striking him on the pad again, clearly going down leg. There's no two ways about it. I know Cruikshank, you're in a far better position than we are. You are directly behind the storm. We are not. But certainly from my position, I clearly can see that it's heading towards leg. And the umpire did the correct thing, says not out. So Davis, he is on 4. Davis is on 4. And Springer. Continue from the southern end in. This one again short, lifting, and he defended it quite nicely out on the offside. But as you quite rightly said, Brother Cruikshank, with this sort of sun that had hit the surface there, whatever moisture was there, certainly a lot of it would have been oozed out, so to speak, and the pitch will be a little drier. The bounce will remain, but in terms of the lateral movement, it should be a little less, and the ball is not really scuffed up, so to speak. I don't think these youngsters know how to really scuff it up and get it swinging around all over the place. This one outside leg stump again, looking to flick it, missed. We wait on the umpire signal, leg by. Trying to work this one on the legs, and the umpire doing a nice little ska dance out there with his legs, lifting one and patting on it. So the leg by, 42 for 1. Trinidad has continued from their lunge position, 42 for the loss of 4. 42 for the loss of 4. They are continuing. So we'll see what happens here at the top end, because the fast bowler, he definitely is finished. So it's a question of who will be the new bowler up on this end. But it appears to be a spinner. Cruikshank.
It seems as if it is Leacock who will be taking up the bowling from this end. So a change of ends. He bowled from the southern end earlier in the piece, and now he's coming from the northern end. He'll be bowling to Davis. It's 42 for 4.
Quiet start after lunch, 5 deliveries, finishing the over from just before lunch as to what transpired with that rain. Let's hope that this rain has gone over and we'll have an uninterrupted day. Play should continue up until about 5:19 as Leacock from the northern end, swinging his arms right around his body, getting all warmed up, ready for his first delivery after lunch. In delivers, and the diminutive Davis defended quite nicely. High shoulder back to the bowler, and there is no run. 42 for the loss of 4. 42 for 4. At Cumberland and Jamaica, 107 for 5 against the Windward Islands, 107 for 5 against the Windward Islands. And at Cumberland, as at Park Hill, Ghana were 50 for the loss of 4 in that area. Leacock from the northern end, bright sunshine. Outside the off stump, he should be out caught. No, wow. Short lifter, it rushed onto him. Looking to caught that one some way. Seemed to have hit his batting glove or something of the sort, bubbled into the air, but it's far away from everybody. Unfortunate to be there still.
Yeah, and that one really rushed him. He was in no position at all to play a shot to that one. As soon as his bat was up, it was onto him. So being rushed here by the pace of Leacock, who we said from this morning, he bends his back occasionally and just gets one to come off the surface with a lot more venom.
Yes, that's quite true. Let's see what happens, how we're going to respond. In Leacock. Again, this one lifting, and he defended it. Not totally conclusive, but defended it and safely out on the onside, and he survives. 113 for 6, Jamaica. Latest update. 114 for 6, Jamaica against the Windward Islands at Cumberland. That's the latest. Here it's 42 for the loss of 4. Leacock with this pronounced running in. Outside the off stump, and he fishing that one, looking to push. I would not say drive, looking to push it through the offside. Missed, taken cleanly by wicketkeeper Bolden, and the total remains on 42 for 4. But certainly a false shot there by Davis. And if Barbados had all the luck before lunch, I'm certain the Trinidad management, we're hoping they would get some of the luck in this period between now and tea break at 2:45 p.m. this afternoon. Brilliant sunshine here at Arnos Vale in St. Vincent as Leacock in. This one outside the leg stump and lifted again. And he looked to hit that one. Miss taken cleanly by the keeper. Good take by the wicket keeper, Bolden, and there's no run in the umpire. Was they signaling to the bowler? That's Leacock. That's one for the over. But certainly, by the time the bat came across to the ball, it had already passed him.
Yeah, he was very late on that one, Gunny.
Extremely late. As this man from this end, Leacock, certainly he's getting a ball still to bounce fairly high at Davis in. This one on target, on line, defended well by Davis this time, showing him the full face of the vertical bat. Total remains 42 for 4, a maiden over.
Yes, that's a good over here by Leacock. His first one after the lunch and interval. He was just on around the off stump. Tried a couple of shorter deliveries. Had two that lifted quite sharply to the batsman. One was an out-and-out bouncer. But Davis, he seemed to be in some trouble for a few of those deliveries in that over. But the last one, he was right in behind it. So showing that he has some taste for the fight. Right in behind that last one, although he was rushed earlier in the over.
So it will be Springer will continue the Barbadian fast bowling attack. No spin has been seen as yet, but there's no need for a spinner. The fast bowlers are just digging it in and creating all sorts of problems here for the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. In. I got no ball. Call and signal by the umpire. Striving for pace. Dug it in, but clearly it's no ball. Signal by the umpire. Total goes up by 2. 1 for the no ball, Sundry, and 1 to the batsman. That's Ramdu. He's up to 20. He's up to 20. Total up to 44 now. 44 for the loss of 4. All the 4s, maybe a good number to play for the 3. They are wrong now. They made the draw. 444. As Springer in. This one driven to mid-off, and there is no run. Pitched up, and he drove it sweetly out on the offside. Feel it cleanly, and there is no run. 44 for 4. Barbados definitely in the ascendancy here at the Arnos playing field against Trinidad and Tobago. As the 2 slips go down again, waiting for Springer to deliver this next delivery. 2 slip, gully, backward point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, short leg in. This one into the boundary for 4. It was short. Lifting. What happens there? We're trying to figure out what happened. Did you see what happened there?
Yeah, he attempted the pull shot, but he didn't get it past the man at mid-on.
That was looking for the ball in the double-decker, to be very honest with you, with the vicious pull that he had there. Really was looking for it in the double-decker. But no run. In. Outside the off-stump, and he's caught. Outside the off-stump, fishing at it, took the edge, nice bounce, good catch, good catching height, and he's on his way. So Davis goes, caught at second slip of the bowling of Springer by Joshua Dawn. That's the century maker in the first game. Yes, he got a century at Cumberland. Caught Joshua Dawn of Springer for 5, and the total 44 for 4, and the total up to 44 for 5 now. 44 for 5, and really and truly we are coming down to that stage where we are deep into the lower order of the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. And your party was spoiled. You wanted 5 before lunch. But what happened right after lunch? An easy catch outside the off stump, lifted, he floated at it, got a nick, a good catching height, and Don made no mistake and has sent him back to Pavilion. 44 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago sink deeper into trouble here at Arnos.
Yeah, they're in desperate need of a partnership, Gunny. The not-out batsman who was there from coming out at number 4, it was Ramdu. He's now joined by James. And Ramdu, he has a lot of responsibility now on his shoulders. He's on 20 not out. He'll have to see how he can shepherd the lower middle order and the lower order now.
He needs someone to stand up with him. That is where the whole problem lies. While she is holding his own at one side, wickets are tumbling on the other side. So the question, who is prepared to put their hands up and be counted? 44 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago real problems here in this innings on a pitch this morning that certainly gave the fast bowlers a tremendous amount of assistance. And the journey continues here this afternoon. Another wicket has just fallen, 44 for 5. As we look at Springer in outside the leg stump and taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper. Wide outside the leg stump. Is in his exuberance looking for pace rather than direction as he's been doing in this spell. But the keeper the skipper, that's Bolden, had a good stop. And the total remains 44 for 5. 44 for 5. Springer into his 6th over. In. Bowls. Again, see right across. Full face of the bat. You can see that pronounced movement. That back leg going across to the off stump, and he fended it square on, but full face of the bat. And maybe that will give him some confidence in terms of facing this Barbadian bowling attack. Really potent bowling attack here on a pitch that has given assistance. And what is important for a fast bowler generally is bunks, and they are really getting it. In, delivers, again, right on top of it again, but a no ball. Call and signal by umpire. Another run to the total, 45 for 5, but I think he's really striving extremely hard, looking for more bunks out of this track. And he has infringed for the 2nd time in this over, but certainly there's no need to infringe because the bunks is there for you to exploit it.
Yeah, that wicket that he took, I believe Davis, he's a shorter batsman, and he was really defeated by bounce more so than the movement on that delivery that went to slip. And what James is doing, he's trying to get back and across to cover that line.
Springer in. This one pitched up this time, and he's showing him the full face of the bat. Pushes this one out on the offside to mid-off, and there is no run. 45 for 5. They are never another very tight and successful over for Barbados.
Yeah, so the Barbados team, they have taken a breakthrough very quickly after lunch. This is something that they would have wanted to continue what they were doing before lunch when the rain interrupted their progress, halted their progress. They were well into the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup. And at this point, at 45 for 5, they're really looking down the barrel of the Trinidad and Tobago team. They really need to have a partnership here. And somebody needs to stay with Ramdu, who has looked quite settled after his early start. He was a bit aggressive at the beginning, but now he looks to be playing the ball on its merit. And they will need to stay. Somebody needs to stay with him to see how much they can forge out of the last 5 batsmen.
What is instructive is that the bowlers are not really giving the batsmen any room to play any big shots. They're keeping it thereabout. As Leacock in, that one lifted, and defender pushed out on the outside by Ramdu. He is on 20. James yet to score 45 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago really and truly under tremendous pressure. And the important thing as far as they're concerned is to try bat as long as possible, but they need to try and see how best they can walk these lifters around towards getting runs in the scorecard. In comes Leacock in. Again, that one lifted, and James just not interested. He stood there on his haunches, lifted, he pushed it out to the left of square cover points. And certainly, if he was really alert, he would have gone for that single, a comfortable single. But maybe he was sleeping, and there was no run, 45 for 5. And every run in this situation counts.
And this is something we have seen from Ramdu. Out of the 20 runs, he has done this about 6 or 7 times. Dropped the ball in the offside and run for a single. And that was a long single that really should have been taken by both batsmen.
In. Outside the off stump and driven beautifully down the ground. I believe it. Does it have enough to reach? It does. A really lovely off drive. Pitched up this time, and Ramdu drove it sweetly to the offside, and it just rolled over the rope for a 4. Lovely shot there by Ramdu. And he goes up to 24. It's 49 for the loss of 5. 49 for the loss of 5. Certainly a pleasant shot. A little change from this backward movement, just defending, and he pitched up. Certainly, he gave it the treatment it deserved.
Yes, I think on that occasion, he just let out a little bit of the frustration from missing the single, the last ball. He was saying, well, if you're not going to run, then I have to make my own runs.
Leacock in, outside the leg stump, and he has gone straight to his hands. Outside the leg stump, lifted, and we see Ramdu lifted that one. And certainly, the fielder down there should have made a better effort in an attempt to haul in the catch. It seemed to have struck his hand and went over the rope full for a maximum. So, as you said, Cruikshank maybe recognizing that they're not running the singles, maybe looking for some boundaries, but fortunate for him, he's gotten away and he's parried over onto the rope for a maximum 6. He's up to 35. Trinidad and Tobago 55 for the loss of 5. Leacock in. This one driven again beautifully through the offside. I think it has enough to reach the rope. It does. A very, very expensive over thus far. Pitched up outside the off stump, and you see Ramdu, without any shadow of a doubt, playing shots. The last 3 shots, playing shots. 4-6-4, 14 in the over. As they go up to 59 for the loss of 5. Certainly a splurt of scoring within the last 3 shots from Ramdu. He goes up to 39, 59 for the loss of 5. And certainly these scoring shots would ease the pressure a little bit as far as Trinidad and Tobago is concerned. I'm certain that they're hoping that he would stay there for much longer and see what he can do and to extricate themselves from this perilous position. In goes Leacock, a bouncer over his head, and he allowed that one to go by, taken cleanly by the keeper. A very expensive over, exciting over there. And Trinidad and Tobago in that over, probably the best thing that's happened to them for the entire day.
Yes, and that drop catch by, it looks like the bowler who was down the bowling from the other end, which is Springer. He was the one at fine leg who let that one through his hands for 6. I think that when the single was declined a couple of deliveries before, when he struck that one down the ground, the blood started to flow a little bit because I think he was a little upset that you could see the reaction that he was upset that his non-striker didn't take the single. And then he went with that same energy for the rest of the over. So they would be glad for that sport of boundaries. It helps them to get their momentum going, their scoreboard ticking over. But they really need to stay with him because he seems like to be the only batsman who will be putting some pressure on the opposition.
Springer from the southern end delivers and defended by James. The break. 59 for 5, pitched up, and he pushed that one out on the offside, half stopped by the keeper, tidied up by the man at cover, that mid-off, and there's no other wide mid-off. Springer from the southern end races in. Good line, good length, and right on top of it, squares him up again, but with a lot of confidence. James defend well. I show him the broad face of that TNT bat. Something that is what they really needed to support Ramdu at the other end. He's on 39. He played 3 shots. Could have been out, but he got a 6, and then he followed up with a spanking off drive for a boundary. In this one, another short lifting one, and James for the first time essaying an aggressive shot, and he got a single. Yes, he got a single. He's off the mark with one. It's 60 for the loss of 5. The left-handed Ramdu comes into strike to this good line and length bowling we are seeing here from Springer. Field changes over. 2 slip gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, silly mid-on, short square, and long leg. Springer in, bungs in. This one, short lift outside the leg stump, and Ramdu looking to continue to play shots, and taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run.
Well,
6.
Ramdu mustn't get carried away now, Gunny. This one, he seems now that he just is intent now to just continue to play shots, but he needs to remember that he is only 5 wickets down, so he needs to be there for the benefit of his team.
Springer in, outside the off stump, and he pushes this one in the gap between backward point and cover point. He collects a single. He goes up now to 40. He's on 40, 61 for the loss of 5. But from what we saw at Park Hill, Cruikshank, they have a fairly long tail. I think that's why he's probably batting the way he's doing. I think that's probably what happened.
So you said he doesn't have much confidence in what he's
Well,
doing?
we don't know. That is an assumption.
Okay.
But from what we saw at Park Hill, the lower and the tail didn't suggest permanence. So maybe that is the reason why he's doing it. And but so far we have seen of James. James is defending well. And James back and forces it not far away on the onside, and it's the end of the over, 61 for 5. But once he's selective and be careful with his shot selection, he can continue. But if he's going to play a couple foul shots, you need to watch it, because the Trinidad and Tobago squad needs him to bat there for as long as possible towards extricating himself to, I would say at this stage, even 150, they will be very comfortable with that based on where they are.
Yeah, they'll be very happy with that at 60 for 5. What we are seeing from him, so far he has scored about 2/3 of the runs for the team. So that really underlines his importance in this particular innings. So he really needs to see how deep he can take it for the benefit of his team. The Barbadian team would have other ideas. They will continue with Leacock, who will be looking to dismiss him, I'm sure, and to get into the tail.
So we're going to see Leacock continuing from this another end. Leacock from the top end. We have one slip now with those spate of shots. The Barbadian captain, Bolden, has given way to the shot selection so far from Ramdu. As Leacock in, this one outside the leg stump, and I didn't think he really meant to play any shot with it. Allow it to go by past him, and there is no run. But I to be honest with you, I don't think he should have moved that second slip.
No,
yes,
he
it's
shouldn't.
just 60.
It's 60, yeah, 61 for 5.
Yeah,
They're still well in the game. They're more than on top
they're more than on top
at this point. And if they get him dismissed, I'm sure if he edges through the slip card now, that he'll be very disappointed.
The thing with it, he's out there. He has to make the decision. He has made the decision, but certainly I would not have done that. I left the 2 slip and allow him to continue to bowl the way he was bowling all morning and into the afternoon. And forget about the square leg. Maybe yes, keep the long leg and have the 2 slips. But they are there, and he's supposed to be knowing what he's doing. In runs Leacock. Outside the off stump, driven sweetly through the offside. Would it reach the boundary? It just crosses the rope. Back of a length outside the off stump, and here is Ramdu striking it to the right of mid off and to the left of cover, and it had enough in it to cross the boundary. He is up to 44, 65 for the loss of 5, 65 for 5. Pleasant shot indeed.
Yes, and it didn't even seem as if he got all of it. It seemed as if he wanted to get it a little firmer than that, but it was well placed. It was over the man at mid-off and races away to the boundary on that side. 39. So he seems to be taking a liking to the bowling of Leacock.
In goes Leacock. Outside the off stump, and he played at that one wide outside the off stump, and he should have allowed it to go by, but he floated at it, mistaken cleanly by wicketkeeper Bolden. There is no run. A naughty attempt at a shot there.
Very naughty, and I guess that shot also makes a case for the slip. That should be there.
Precisely, and if he's going to play those shots, the second slip would certainly be a welcome position rather than square leg, because he's not looking to bounce him out or anything of the sort. In he comes, Leacock in. This one is a short lift, and Ramdu stylishly on the back foot, defending quite nicely, and there is no run. So it's 65 for the loss of 5 Trinidad and Tobago. Last wicket fell when the total was 44, partnership of 21, of which James has only gotten 1. But the most important thing, he is there. That is the most important thing, showing support for Ramdu, who is taking the attack to the Barbadian fast bowlers. In goes Leacock. A short of a length, listening, going for a sharp single. Let's see what is going to happen. Oh, the fielder did not pick up. James was found sleeping there again. As Ramdu looking to farm the strike, he was fairly successful in so doing, allowing James to probably have just one delivery left in the over score. Yeah. One delivery left in the over, as it goes up now to 66. All the sixes. We had the fours around lunchtime, now we having the sixes. 66 for 5. We'll probably one me out, 665. 66 for 5, the way things are going. But I'm certain Trinidadians will not really and truly like that to happen for the to be at 66 for 6. They'd rather stay where they are for him to defend this delivery here from Leacock. From this to another end. Brilliant sunshine in. Oh my goodness, that one lifted and they're going for a sharp single. As I said to you, James looking to have a pretty good defense. He is up to 2, giving support to Ramd, who is on 40. Yes, 40, he is on 40. 67 for 2 as the field changeover.
Yes, what we noticed is that after that single that was declined 2 overs ago, that they had a conversation, and since then, James has been now responding to the call, and he's actually looking to get some singles himself, because that is the way to go. It's less risky, and you need to still keep the scoreboard ticking. And so it is good that they're looking to drop the ball and to run on the offside.
Yes, well, they have scored so far, run a minute. Yeah, 27 and about 28 thereabout minutes. So they, through the efforts of Ramdu. So they are really trying to keep it going. But the same thing, is that a changeable at the southern end there, Anki? Yes, a much taller individual. That's Lane. Lane, am I right? You're on Lane from, he had 1 for 6 from 5 overs or something like that just before lunch? Yes. As Lane comes in from the sun and replaces Springer outside the off stump, and here you see full face of the bat. There is James right on top of it in the approved fashion. Back to the bowler, and there is no run. So Joan Lane, 1 for 6 from 5 overs, 3 made and 1 for 6 before lunch into his 6th over, maybe his last one, because he should be having some rest, I think, from the playing conditions. I think I'm right. As Lane from the southern end, brilliant sunshine in. This one lifted, and my goodness, he didn't handle it as nice, as well as he should have. Lifted him and defended it with a lot of bottom hand, and it fell just before to the right of short leg, and he got away with it. And that, as I said before, maybe the Trinidadians are looking for a little bit of luck to ensure that James in particular survives and give as much support as possible to Ramdu. Score remains 67 for 5. Lane still getting the ball to bounce on this track here in. This one striking him. Lifted, he defended it well out on the offside, and there is no run. 67 for 6. 67 for 5. 67 for 5. I don't know why I keep saying 6. 67 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago. As the 2 slips go down. Backward point, gully, mid off, mid on, short leg, short square, long leg. This one outside the off stump, and he defended quite nicely. On top of it, looking more and more comfortable and more confident. Once he's in defense, he gets another single. He's up to 3. 68 for the loss of 5. 68 for the loss of 5. And we've seen a sort of a regard action since lunch. And I think it's you who said quite right there, Osnet. Trinidadians were very happy that the rain came and eased a lot of the pressure out and allowed the sun to bake the pitch a bit more, so I'll be able to make batting a little more comfortable. But they still having the bounce. The only thing about it is the number of overs that has been bowled, so the ball has gotten a little softer. But they're still getting the bounce. That's the important thing with it. Now the left-handed Ramdu was on 40. More than half the runs scored by his team. He's on 40. Left-hander facing the tall man from the southern end lane. Lifting again to the right of backward point, and there is no addition to the total. 68 for 5. as they continue to try and build and build and build. I think what should be in sight here for Ramdu, once he gets support, is to back himself and say to himself, look, I would love to get a century here, because there's little or no support, but whatever support will come, if I can stay here until the number 11 arrives, I should be closer to 100. Lane in. Outside the off stump, and he floated at that one, looking to play an expansive cover drive, mistaken cleaning by Boland. The end of the over, 68 for 5. Maybe he heard what I said, and he just tried to prove me wrong.
That quite often happens. Some people refer to it as the commentator's course. Not too sure if there's a commentator's course, as Osnet Cato joins me in the commentary. Osnet, what do you make so far of the action after the luncheon interval?
Yeah, let me hand over to Osnet now. Osnet, you go ahead. Good afternoon to you. I hope you enjoyed your lunch as we did last week at Park.
One and all, wonderful lunch, Connie. It's been an intriguing session so far. Barbados will be happy that they would have gotten another wicket, but what we have seen is that the Trinidad scoring rate has increased gradually, thanks to Ramdu and his positive intent. And I think James will be looking to just stay there as long as possible and continue to build this partnership. As another single gets walked out to deep mid-wicket, and they get James moves on to 4. I think that's what we have seen so far as well, Alonso, in terms of the singles, most singles being taken in this partnership after lunch.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, we saw one being refused by James earlier, and I think that he was reprimanded by his partner out there, and from then on they have looked to rotate the strike as much as possible.
And I think what this single does as well, it's a right and left arm combination, so the bowler has to adjust his line, seeing that it's two different. And as we see, another quick single again, very good batting by Ramdu.
Yes, that's good cricket. That's very good cricket there from both batsmen.
I think Ramdu's stroke play since lunch has actually spreaded the field a bit. The field at mid-off there, all the way up in the day, he was a bit closer, and now he's hanging back on the edge of the circle because of those off drives we've seen from Ramdu. So that gives him the opportunity to just play it a little bit softer and get in an easy single.
Absolutely.
As once again, you see James getting behind that one from Leacock. So Leacock basically switched ends. He bowled well this morning from the southern end, and we're seeing him now from the northern end. Has not been as impressive. Perhaps the ball getting a little old, the wicket flattening out a bit. Haven't seen that steep bounce we saw earlier, him extracting from the surface from his southern end. As James again, another quick single. Should be close. Yeah. And he's out. Just as we were praising the run in between the wickets a while ago, we're now seeing a delivery back of a length, James going back, pushing it out to cover, and a very good piece of fielding there by the man at cover. I'm not sure who it is at this point in time. And it was a direct hit. And as we know, direct hits are always close, Alanson.
Yeah, I think that when you look at that it was a close single, but when you look at that, I think Ramdu would have to blame himself. He seemed a bit late to start and seemed to hesitate just a little bit at the beginning of that run. His batting partner, James, ran on the shot almost, and so he could have trusted him to just run through at that point in time. But it was always a tight single. It might be debatable whether or not it was worth the risk in a red ball encounter along that version of cricket, especially when see the back of who has been your top scorer so far for the innings. In fact, he has scored about 2/3 of the run tally for the Trinidad and Tobago team. So unfortunate dismissal there, but a good innings from Ramdu. He played very well, and he was actually now starting to exert a little bit of pressure back onto the Barbados team. He saw that the field was spread just a little bit for the last couple of overs, and it's unfortunate for Trinidad and Tobago that he's dismissed now at such a pivotal time.
Yes, a big wicket indeed for Barbados. Ramdu, he went for 41 from 48 deliveries. So as we were saying, his scoring, his strike rate has been rather impressive. he was able to put away some bad deliveries from the Barbadian bowlers. And I'm sure James would be very disappointed as well. It's not easy when you're just involved in a run out, especially if a set batsman in the form of Ramdo. I think the new batsman is Rambaran, short left-hander. He'll be facing up to Leacock, and his first delivery is full, just pushing it out to mid-on. So it's been all action since lunch, Alonso. We've seen runs, we've also seen wickets as well, and it makes for good, compelling cricket.
Yes, I think Barbados will be extremely happy with the dismissal of Ramdo, especially getting him via the run-out route, because he was looking very comfortable to all the bowlers so far. And so they would think that would be a bonus for them.
As Rambaran is driving lovely through the cover, should be able to get some runs here. Yes, he gets 4. Lovely shot there from Rambaran. He's not a bad player. Saw a bit of him in his last game. That was a full delivery there from Leacock. And Rambaran came forward and drove it wonderfully well through the offside. And he picks up 4 to get off the mark. The score is 74 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Yes, it was a very well-timed shot. Struck very nicely. It was a neat drive. It wasn't the full expansive cover drive, but it was well placed and a very good shot there by Ramdaran. So early in his innings to get his tally going.
It's always good to just get that one out of the middle early in the innings. It gives you confidence. It shows that your feet are moving in the right direction. So that was a good shot there from Rambaran. James has been there a while. He's on 4 from 16 deliveries. He has to put that run out of his mind, Alonso, and focus on the task at hand. Just a matter of forming partnerships now with these remaining players and try and get Trinidad and Tobago up to a respectable total. As we have Lane, the tall fast bowler. He'll be starting proceedings again from the southern end. Johan Lane into his 7th over, 1 for 7 so far. So Lane bowls, and James is back and across, plays it out to the man at mid-off. James hasn't looked bad so far, Malan, so he has played well, he has gotten into line.
Yes, well, we saw a few months ago here in the VPL competition a player by the name of Joshua James, and I'm wondering if there's some relation. It's something that we'll have to investigate, because his mannerisms seem quite similar to that tall all-rounder.
As he's looking to punch this one through the covers. Didn't really time it as well as he would like. Once again, the bounce there from Lane. He has been able to extract that bounce all morning, and it has made life uncomfortable for the Trinidad and Tobago players. So we have a man at short leg, square leg, mid-on, mid-off, 2 slips, a gully, and a man at point. So Barbados is looking to exert the pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago players here, as Lane just plays that one backward of square. Should come through for a single. He moves his personal tally up to 5, and the score moves on to 75 for 6.
At this stage, the Trinidad and Tobago side, they will be thinking what would be the best approach from here, and how much they should try to get from 75 for 6. They would have had a lot of their hopes on Ramdu, who was just run out. But now these two need to not be despondent and remind themselves that they're, of course, capable of putting a partnership together to get their side as many runs as possible in this 4th innings.
It's always important to get a very good 4th innings score. It sets up the game. And Trinidad and Tobago obviously will be looking to get in somewhere in the region of 175, 200. Alonso, is that too much to ask, or as a realistic target at this point in time?
Well, it may not necessarily. I think it's a bit of a distance away, but the way that they play over the next hour or two would tell whether or not they can achieve it. If these two are still batting close to T or thereabouts, then they will be in with a good chance of getting close to that score, which from where they were at about 40 for 4, they would take that.
As Rambaran again is driving this one out to cover. Good confident start by Rambaran. All the deliveries so far hit in the middle of his bat. So he seemed to be comfortable. As the sun comes out in all its glory. Very good weather for cricket. And there's a slight breeze blowing across the ground. As we can see. A lot more sunshine than we had earlier this morning. And a shortish delivery trying to pull that one, rushed onto him there, Rambaran. Perhaps a shot he has not played well so far. And well bowled there by Lane, testing him with a short delivery because so far he has looked good on the front foot. And that was very good thinking there in terms of trying to see how he would play a shorter length delivery. And as it turns out, was not played in the best way. But for Trinidad and Tobago, thankfully, Rambaran is still there.
Yeah, just a word on Lane's bowling. He has been very accurate throughout both of his spells. And he has posed a lot of trouble to all the batsmen who have faced him. And he looks a good prospect, very tall bowler. Gets a lot of lift. In the early overs when the ball was new, he was getting some swing as well. And he was looking for wickets in his early spell. He was pitching the ball up and looking to bowl at the stumps. And that is good from the young man.
Yes, very impressive indeed. As we see. Roberts, yes, Jaden Roberts. He'll be coming from the northern end. Bowled a reasonable spell before lunch. Not the quickest, not as much pace as Lane, but he has bowled well for his captain as James is pulling this one. Not with a great degree of force, but just trying to walk that one away behind square. But the fielder there is well positioned and there's no run. So Roberts, as we mentioned before, 4 overs, 1 for 11. He has not been as expressive as the other fast bowlers, but he has done a job for his captain.
Yes, and he took a very important wicket earlier as well.
Another short delivery again, rising, lifting delivery. I think we've seen that throughout the day, and I believe we'll see that throughout the game if our predictions are correct in terms of the nature of this wicket, offering a bit of bounce for the bowlers. As you can see, the Barbadian fast bowlers, they're pretty tall, so they're able to extract that extra bounce, making the lives of the batsmen very uncomfortable. A short delivery. Oh, and it's dropped. I'm wondering there if there was a glove involved there, Alonso, but the reaction of the fielders says it all.
Yes, it seemed to be that way from their reaction. It stayed in the air for a very long time, and the man had shot like probably his weight was back a little bit, as he saw the pull shot being attempted. He was probably thinking about evasive action, and then when it popped up, it took a little while for him to make that forward movement to get towards the ball.
Yes, the short leg is pretty deep. It's a deeper short leg, I must say. It's not in the traditional short leg mode, and it's square. As you said, that was a simple catch in the end because it stayed in the air a very long time as James is playing a pull shot really, walking down the track to the fast ball and trying to pull that one away. A bit frustrated, I think. Just been a very good over so far by Roberts. Just testing him on that nagging length with the bounce that he's getting. He's making his life very uncomfortable as we see a few of the Bajans just having a word with James. A friendly word, maybe asking him how was lunch.
Yeah, they're probably saying, good batting from you so far, and more of the same.
Once again, he's down the wicket and just swinging aimlessly. That ball was too short. The umpire perhaps giving him the warning. That's 1 for the over. So James needs to settle down here. The peppering of the short stuff perhaps getting to him, but for the Trinidad and Tobago team's sake, he needs to settle again.
Yeah, he looks right now like he's flustered. He's definitely flustered. He has advanced for 2 consecutive deliveries, and when they were short, he didn't just take evasive action, but looked to try to pull them out of the front foot, which basically most likely would have gone straight up in the air. So he needs to settle himself. Remember that the team is really banking on him here to help them out of this situation.
That's a better shot there. Just staying in line and walking it down to leg. Either coming back for a second, could be close. Oh, a wayward throw there by the fielder. thought that was closer than the fielder perhaps anticipated. 2 runs to James. He moves on to 7. The score is 77 for 6. End of a interesting over, Alonso.
Yeah, you would say it was an eventful over because quite a lot of action there, even though there was not a lot of runs. 2 eyes, you saw James advancing on the wicket. He's having a chat now with his non-striker Rambaran. Well, his batting partner Rambaran, who will be on strike for this over. And I think something might be it might be along the lines of, just let's settle, let's calm down, let's regroup and see how best we can dig ourselves out of the situation. As you said, there's a lot of chopping from the Barbados team. They know where they are in terms of the position of the game. And they're seeing if they could get under the collar a little bit of James, and they seem to have succeeded for a few deliveries the last over.
Lean again, and Rambaran is forward. It's very comfortable on that length, I must say. The end of the last over, Lane would have tested him with a short delivery, and he didn't play it all that well, so I'm assuming at some point in his over, Lane will test him mid of the pitch again.
I believe so. He seems very comfortable on the front foot. He's a short batsman, but when he comes forward, he looks very compact. Bat and pad close together, high right elbow in his case, being a left-hander. So, he seems very comfortable there, so move away from his comfort zone.
Yes, as we were mentioning, that delivery a little bit shorter, and played it well in the end. Delivery on the line of the off stump. So we have a man at square leg, we have a man at short leg, a deepish man at short leg. He's pretty deep there, not in too close. A man at long on, long off. We have 2 slips, a gully, a man at point, and a man at fine leg. So nothing in terms of the field suggests that he will be persisting to any great extent in terms of the shot. Oh, and that's a good catch, yes. So I was just about to say the field doesn't dictate that he bowls the short length, but that was a short delivery again, Alonso. Similar to the one in the last over. He bowled one in the previous for the previous delivery, but I was on the off stump. But this one was over his shoulder, which is where you want to be as a fast bowler. And he cramped him for room there. And Rambaran, as we were saying, looks good on the front foot, but really was troubled there by the bounce of Lane.
And what I would say there as well is that if you go back to the previous over that Lane bowled, it's almost an identical delivery. He tried to pull, just kind of flopped at it, and it fell short of that same fielder. So maybe they thought that it wasn't necessary for them to put back the square leg, because it doesn't seem as if he's going to be dismissed from the shot, that he's going to get it very far from the square. So they chose to keep him in this circle, so to speak, and it paid dividends for them. So another wicket for the Barbadians.
Yes, so 77 for 7. So we have another triple there. We've been dealing with triples all day. So the new batsman is Singh, who is no more with the bat really, but this would be a challenge for him as well in terms of facing up to Lane. Was bowled all morning. He's in his 8th over, 2 for 8. So not only has he picked up wickets, Alonso, but he has been very economical as well.
Yes, and I have been singing his praises. He hasn't bowled defensively. He has bowled attackingly, yet with enough control to still be miserly, and that is commendable at this age.
Another shortish delivery and uncomfortable there, Singh. It's a difficult delivery to get forced up, one in your rib cage area there, and Singh recycling the shot that perhaps he should have played. So it's clear that it's going to be a test of the temperament of the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen moving forward. The top order has struggled, and I'm sure the lower order will face the same issues that the top order has faced all morning. That's a wayward delivery there. Perhaps aiming for Yorker type delivery. Just not lining up as he should. And they should come through for a bye. So Singh gets away from the strike. And it's now 78 for 7.
Yeah, that one was a full delivery. May have slipped out of his hand, as you said. Having given the lower order batsman the shorter delivery, he was probably trying to do the 1-2 card trick by giving Yorker to follow up, seeing that he would be expecting probably something short again. But seemed to have slipped out of his hands there, and they were able to complete a bye.
So it will be James, the eventful James so far, must say. The face up to lane and that's delivery. He's just back and across and just playing that one up to the fielder there at mid-off. That should end that particular over. At the end of 28 overs, the score, Trinidad and Tobago, after being insulted by Barbados this morning to bat, they are 78 for the loss of 7.
Now, you asked me a question a couple of overs ago, wasn't it? You asked me whether they would get to 170 or 175, 200. At this stage, it is looking more doubtful for them because if they keep losing wickets, although James is still there, if they keep losing wickets, then it's going to be an arduous task. And from this position, based on the way that they seamers are tormenting the lower order, I would say that they would be pleased and they would grab eagerly with two hands anything about 140 or even 150, based on where they are now and how the lower order is shaping up to the seamers.
Yes, and indeed, that total even 130, 140 looks a long distance away.
It does.
Alanson, considering what we have seen so far. And I think a key wicket there, as you mentioned before, was Ramdu. Ramdu really could have been a difference between 120 and 160, 170. But Singh is in. Vasant Singh, the leg spinner as well. He's in. He'll be trying to build a partnership here with James. As Roberts again comes in bowls. And Singh is back and across and plays this one up in front of him. The pull shot, back to the pull shot a bit, Alan. So we have not seen any pull shot being played in anger, any proper pull shot as such all day. We have seen attempts made by even James at this point in time, but still, it seemed to be a very difficult shot to play on this particular wicket against these type of bowlers.
But before I pass that judgment, I'll wait and see how the Barbadians go, because they should be more proficient at that shot.
As this one, Singh there, quite unorthodox in terms of getting out of the way of that one. Perhaps that one didn't bounce as much as he expected. It was a shortish delivery. Singh is a very short man as well, but it just didn't come up as much as he would have liked. And once again, the Barbadian close fielders just saying hello to Mr. Singh.
Looking at the field, Ozan, do you think that they should make a few adjustments, seeing that they're bowling with Singh on strike and the way he's shaping? They currently have a leg gully, a short leg, and as I'm speaking here now, they're going to put in another slip. I think they could be a little bit more aggressive in the field placing, considering their position and the way that that Singh is shaping to Roberts.
Yes, definitely, and that's a very good delivery there, a lot of lift and bounce, and just good carry there too, that we have seen all day. I think the man at mid-wicket is not necessary there at this point in time. We could move the mid-wicket and bring him into a third slip area.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Just to put some more pressure on the batsman. The 78 for 7, so the situation demands that kind of thing. And it's caught, yes. So that man just moving into second slip there, Alan, so you made mention of it. He just took him out of the covers and put him at second slip. And there it was, a shortish delivery and Singh perhaps opening up to some extent and taking the outside edge and a very good catch there. Comfortable catch there by the man at second slip. So Trinidad and Tobago lose their 8th wicket. It's now 78 for 8.
Yes, we mentioned in the over that they had just put in the second slip. So the captain will be pleased that moving in the second slip that it has brought him some success. But I still think that they could have a few more in the slip cordon and closer to the bat because, well, I will have to wait and see what the approach of the new batsman would be. But definitely Singh was not looking to play any shots. He was looking to defend. He was looking to try to survive. And with that mindset, then you could be a bit more attacking as a fielding team.
Yes, the new batsman is Ricardo Chase. Just adding to that as well, I think based on the length that we have seen so far from Roberts to these lower order players, I think having a couple more players in the slip corner won't hurt because they're not going to drive. It's not a drivable length as such, and the bounce in the wicket itself is not going to allow those sort of shots. So having a packed slip-up card definitely is a case. So Chase, the new player, coming in at number 10. Another short delivery on this one, just hitting the gloves, went for the pull shot. Should be able to come up for a second, yes, they will. It's a long way out there on the long leg boundary. So Chase is off the mark. Not in the most comfortable fashion, but 2 runs added to the total. It's 80 for the loss of 8.
So Chase seems to have a slight, from what we can tell from his first delivery, he seems to have a slightly different approach to what we saw from Singh. He is going to try to see how many runs he can get while he's there, it seems. Singh was trying his best to survive, to support James, but wasn't able to do so in the end.
So Chase perhaps would go down fighting, as they would say. Fight fire with fire. Let's see how he goes. Another short delivery again, and an attempted hook shot there, but misses it completely. And that's the end of the over. At the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago are 80 for the loss of 8. Chase now coming to the crease. He's on 2. James, he's on 7 from 26 deliveries. Alonso.
Yes, and speaking of before we started this morning, I was saying that based on Trinidad's batting performance at Park Hill, although Park Hill is probably the most difficult of the 3 wickets to bat on, based on their performance last week at Park Hill, that they would struggle having been insulted this morning against the Barbadian seam attack. We know that this pitch would be the pitch that would take bounce. There was a bit of moisture, so there was some sieve movement, and the Barbadian bowlers bowled extremely well this morning. And the opening bowler, who is still bowling now, coming back for his second spell, Lane, he has been the pick of the bowlers in terms of his control.
Short delivery is trying to hook this one. James should be caught. Yes, it is caught. Well caught there by the man at short leg. So another short delivery proving to be too much for the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. There it was James, who have been anxious all afternoon to play that pull stroke, but not succeeding at this point in time. And another wicket for Lane. He gets his third, and the score is now 80 for the loss of 9.
Yes, and that's what I've been saying. They have bowled well. They have put the Trinidadians under pressure, and the batsman who was looking to put some pressure back on the Barbadian team, he was run out. And I think that they'll be looking back at that moment and wondering, boy, why did we made that mistake, whether it's a mistake in terms of calling or selecting that single at that point in time, who knows, but was very good feeling with the direct hit that was effected by the fielder. At 80 for 9, they're really, really in some deep trouble. They would want to see if they could at least get to 100. Still 20 runs away, and the way that Lane is bowling, 20 runs looks like 200 runs.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the game is wrapped up in this particular over. Given what we've seen so far from Chase, he seemed prepared to play his shots, and I'm sure Lane is not going to pitch anything up in his half. He's going to continue with that length, that short length that we have seen so far that has caused a lot of problems for the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. And the new player is Agard, but he will not be on strike. The batsman would have crossed during that dismissal of James. Yes. So for the number 10 batsman and number 11 batsman in, we have 2 slips and a gully. And I'm sure this show Lane will be looking to wrap up this innings and top off what has been a very commendable performance by him this morning. This delivery just angling down the leg side, perhaps brushing the tie or something along that line, which led to a stifled appeal by the Barbadian fielders. The score remains on 80 for 9. As you mentioned, Alonso, perhaps 100 is a realistic target at this point in time. Just a psychological, thought of being over 100. Although it's not a huge total by any stretch of the imagination, but I think 100 would sound much better than 85 all out.
Yes, it would. It's not a huge psychological barrier, but at least for the team having 100 runs on the board, even if it's different from 99 by 1 run, there's just something that sounds a little different. But Lane, he's bowling a very good spell here, really trying different things. He's mixing his length up. He's bowling a very attacking and incisive spell.
It's flaying outside the off stump, a huge appeal, but there was no edge. Umpire deciding there was no edge there. So what we've seen from Chase is a lot of shots. All things being equal, he would have been on 16, 17 by now. But as it stands, he's on 2.
You can see that from the low order sometimes, you know.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of shots from him. How will he go out after this delivery? And a short delivery. He's connecting on this one. Should be able to get a boundary. Yes, he would. So I was just mentioning about the number of shots that he has played. But he has actually connected on this one and plays a very good pull shot in front of square and gets a boundary. So the score moves on to 84 for 9.
He was able to do something a while ago that none of his top order was able to do. So he has pulled the opening bowler well in front of square for 4 runs. And some of his top ball, albeit with a newer ball, struggled to even look like doing anything near to that this morning. So he will have a few words to say to them when he goes back into the hut.
The delivery just angling in there from Lane. And Chase trying to walk that one to the leg side, but just succeeding just padding it out to the man at short leg, and there's no run. So the end of the over, at the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago are 84 for 9. With Chase on 6. Agard is yet to score.
Yeah, and at this time I'll hand over to Stanley Gunny Hines, who will join us at Cato in the commentary.
Yes, at 84 for 9, Trinidad and Tobago, just as I suspected. They did not show any permanence at Park Hill in their 2 innings in relation to their lower order and tail. And the same thing has happened again here. They're just folding up against a different type of attack. Against Guyana, it was the spin. Against Barbados, now it's the seam. So their lower order definitely found wanting. As bowler is Roberts.
Yes.
Outside the leg stump and clipped nicely by Agard. They're going to have 1, and that's about it. The return comes in. He's off the mark with 1. It's 85 now for the loss of 9. As I heard you saying earlier, 100, 120. I rather suspect they're not going to reach there.
Something as Gunny, as you mentioned, you have to be optimistic.
From a Trinidadian standpoint.
From a Trinidadian standpoint. We know that we have a lot of Trinidadian viewers out there. They'll be hoping that I'm right.
Roberts in. He played at this one, full face of the bat, no run, 85 for the loss of 9, but certainly Trinidad and Tobago really and truly up against it. But the pitch consistently, once you hit it in, it's bouncing. You know, it's that type of surface. And I think what will be of interest here is the same individual here, God, who is batting. He bowled very, very well at Park Hill. As we look at Roberts from this to top end, passes umpire in. It's short lifting, and that one seemed to have struck him on the helmet. Short lifter, and staying in line and hooking, missed, and he was struck in the helmet. As we await to see what happens, he's going to have a little chat with his partner.
I think the
umpires are calling for the physio, because that is the check in these at times here for concussion.
Yes.
And certainly it was a ball that was on his body. He didn't really move. He just stood there and flayed the bat at it, missed, and it crashed into his helmet. We heard it from here, bang. And he has survived that delivery. 85 for 9, the physios are going out. And there's a slight delay here in relation to the innings. So we'll see how it goes. Maybe you can look to the scorecard since Trinidad and Tobago resuming at 40, what for lunch? 40 for 4 at lunch. Since lunch, they have lost Ramdu, who was run out by 41. He hit, 5 fours and a 6, 48 balls. Davis, he was caught off the bowling of Springer. We caught Joshua Don of Springer at slip for 4. Orlando James, the fast bowler, is caught Brown of Lane for 7. Rambaran, he was caught Perryman of Roberts for 4. Of Lane for 4. And Singh, he was caught off the bowling of Roberts, caught Perryman of Roberts without scoring. The wickets fell at 44, 70, 77, 78, 80. And the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago, for Barbados thus far, Joan Lane, what we gone up now to 9 overs, 1, 2, 3, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1, 2, 3, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 13, 3 for 13 from 9 overs. Leacock, 8 overs, 1 maiden. We'll have to get the score to carry on the total forward in the column here. Springer, we'll have to get the score to get this rectified, but certainly there needs to be a continuation. How many runs is off these bowlers here? Springer, how far has he gone? We have it all sorted out here now. So it's Lane, 9 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 12. Leacock, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 44. Roberts, 6.3 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 16. And Springer, 2 wickets for 9 runs. The test has been done. And Chase will continue. He's on 6. Agard is on 1. 85 for the loss of 9. Trinidad and Tobago. As the bowler from the top end here, that's Roberts, he will continue to bowl to Chase. So we'll wait to see what happens after this, that blow on the helmet. As Roberts will continue to bowl to Chase. He was on 6. The wickets fell at 7, 9, 27, 34, 44, 78, 77, 80, 78, and 80. Partnership for this final wicket is just 5. As Roberts in. Again, a short lifting delivery, and he's looking to pull again. It's very similar situation, but that one went over his shoulder rather than crashing into helmet for a second time. And it's through to the wicketkeeper Bolden. And certainly Chase must be a bit more careful, because these balls, they are bouncing, and he is in no position whatsoever to play these pull or hook shots, and he can only get themselves into trouble. As Roberts in. This one pitched up and driven sweetly down the ground. They're going to have 1. They're going to come for 2nd. And I think that's all that they would have. So Chase goes up now to 8. 87 for the loss of 9. But Roberts tried to bowl, maybe attempting to bowl a Yorker for the 1-2 trick, having struck him in the helmet. And he went too close, ended up at the half volley, and was pushed down on the offside by Chase for 2. He got 2. He is up to 8. 87 for the loss of 9. The Australians boogie number 89. The Englishman is 13. As we look at Roberts, wrung the wicket from this to northern end in bright sunshine here at Arnos Vale. This one, he hooks this one, he wrung the wicket on his body, and he pulls this one away. It's going close to the boundary. It reaches now 4 runs. The angle has been changed from over the wicket to wrung the wicket. It's on his body. He got inside and he pulled it quite nicely to the boundary for a 4. 91 for 9. And Chase goes up to 12, but certainly fortune favors the brave.
Yes, I think we have seen that Chase is prepared to play his shots, even though at times he may not be connecting as well as he would have liked. And a good end to the over for him there. Just pulling that one over deep square leg. There was no man back. So perhaps that is something that the Barbadian might think about in the next over. If he's going to be bowling that shot, that length, then perhaps you need a deep square leg.
Well, the thing about it, he got 3 short deliveries in that over. 1 struck his helmet, 1 went over his right shoulder, and the third one went to the fence for 4. Those are the end result of the short deliveries, or the bouncing deliveries. Let me put it that way. 91 for 9. The field has been spread. Interestingly enough, the field has been spread. We see men in the country areas. As lane will continue from the southern end, there's a deep fine leg, there's a deep square leg, there's a wide and deepish mid wicket, there's a short leg, there's 2 slips, there's a leg gully, a cover point, and a mid off. A very, very interesting field place in here for Agard, the left-hander. He's more known for his left arm fast medium. So now let us, no, he's a right-hander. So lane to bowl to the right-handed A-guard. From the southern end, in. This one on the leg stump, and he clips it away. Easy single, and he refused it.
Yeah, a poor judgment there on the part of A-guard. It was a delivery, just walked out to mid-wicket. The man there was deep. If they had actually set out from the offset, they would have had a very easy single there.
And they may have gotten 1.5 if they're running fast.
Yes.
It's so deep, and Agard says no. Maybe he has the propensity to be a better batter than Chase. In. Again, he defends this one now, and this one is going much faster, and he's gone for a single. Maybe he was sleeping.
It's actually in the same direction as the first one, Gunny.
It's a repeat.
And this time around, they take a single. But well played there. A rising delivery on around his rib cage.
Yeah, but son, it was a repeat, wasn't it? Similar
Yes.
ball, similar shot, and he ran this time rather than the previous.
I think for Trinidad and Tobago sake, they'll be happy to have Chase on strike.
92 for 9. As lane from the southern end in, short and looking to pull that one again. The important thing here with that's one over the shoulder. The important thing as far as Chase is concerned, once the shot lifts or bounces, just around middle and off, he's staying one spot and flaying the bat horizontally to hit. When the ball's on the leg stump, he stays the same spot and hits it. So I think he's floating with danger, to be very honest with you. He's in no position really to execute a proper pull shot. Gulane, this one wide outside the leg stump and taken cleanly by bowling, and there is no run. But, you know, sometimes we look at on our televisions and we watch some coaches just sit there and they're not taking no notes. There's nothing in front of them to try to sit to the player or players, look X, Y, and Z. And that is something that is seriously absent as far as I see with the West Indian coach, Mr. Phil Simmons. He does absolutely nothing. Sits there with he and Mr. Estwick. I know you're a Barbadian. It's not insularity, but it's the reality of life. Sits there, does nothing. In. This one driven out to wideish mid-off, and there is no run. But certainly you expect the coach to be seen there with a little notepad, taking a little note as to A or B or C. So whenever, whether it's between during the luncheon interval, the tea interval, close of play, team meeting, whatever, and speak to the player one-on-one, you know, and try to assist him. He's a young man. I believe they are receptive to learning. This one, again, similar ball, similar shot, out to mid-off, and there is no run. The end of the over, 92 for the loss of 9. Osnet, I sure have had quite a few words with you when you're a schoolboy playing cricket, and it's helped your batting tremendously.
Yes, Gunny, we can all relate to your stone words at times. Nevertheless, they were in the interest of your development, and I'm sure that if you had the opportunity, you'll do it again. A very good over there. As we said, Chase is prepared to play his shots. The length there is important for Lane. He seemed to want to persist with that shorter length, and he actually has a deep square leg in that particular over. So in my opinion, that was a better feel in terms of trying to attack Chase with those short deliveries, but at the same time, you have protection in the deep in the event that he actually hits it that well.
Those turnovers made you a better player because you drove fear into bowlers when they realized you were in form. I can remember that innings at North Union 168. I'll never forget it. You slammed the ball all over the place. I distinctly remember it.
Yeah, those were the days where my eyesight was very good, Mr. Hines.
But you stop eating the carrots and the callaloo. Waiting, we're having spinach rolls in. Short lifting outside the off stump, and they got allow it to go by, and there is no run. See, the problem as you grow older, you tend to have a choice of food, and you stop eating things that give you that very strong eyesight, very quick and good reflexes. And you live in an area where all this stuff are there, all the greens are there.
Very much so, Mr. Hines.
You have to utilize it. As we see in lifting outside the leg stump there from, is it Roberts?
Yes, Roberts.
And taken clean by the keeper. And Egan making no attempt to play a shot. It certainly was a wayward delivery. And certainly he has lost his line. There's no two ways about it.
I think it's important for Trinidad to bat as long as possible. It's to frustrate the Barbadians to some extent. Try and get some momentum going into their bowling innings.
So Roberts, the bowl to Agard, fast bowler to fast bowler. Outside the off stump, good common sense, allow that one to go by, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. 92 for the loss of 9. Would he be able to get 100 or not?
Yes, I think as long as Chase is there, I think they have the potential to score a little bit over 100. I see Agard being prepared to just bat as long as possible.
Roberts in. But that was a very good one this time. The fourth delivering it over right across his breakfast table, and he had to get out of the way. It's a very good bounce there by Roberts. And still at this stage here, with the sun baking down on the pitch, that pronounced bounce is still there. And it'll be interesting when Mr. James come to bowl for Trinidad. And Agard, let's see what they will get out of this pitch, because certainly the Barbadian fast medium bowls are getting things out of this pitch. Roberts in, again, short lifting, up right on top of it, defender, and there is no run. So Agard probably may say to himself, my turn will be at you in a while from now.
Yes, he has looked well. He has played sensibly so far, leaving deliveries that he doesn't have to play at. And those that are on the line of his body, he has played them very well.
Roberts coming back over the wicket now to Agard. Races in from the northern end. Back he goes, and he's... What type of shot is that?
Just as we were praising him, Gunny, for getting in line and knowing where his off stump is, we see a very awkward shot there from Agard, just backing away to leg, trying to perhaps hit him over extra cover for 6. But limited connection in that case. And at the end of the over, it's 92 for 9.
Yes, a sort of a horizontal tennis shot. Am I right in saying that?
Yes.
Wow.
A shot hard to describe, really and truly, but very surprising they're coming from Agard, who has shown the propensity to just get in line and play the deliveries on their merit.
Well, 93 for 9, 93 for 9 as 92 for the loss. I'm giving them one too many. 92 for 9 after that maiden over there from Roberts. A lot of short deliveries, and Agard was equal to the task, except for the final delivery where he played one of these nondescript shots. The forward defensive to from
Believe your bowler is Springer
to Leacock to chase, pushes out on the offside, and there's no addition to the total 92 for the loss of 9.
Chase here would be trying to get as much runs as possible.
I think he's showing that he wants to get some runs to get on with it. That's what I'm seeing here from him. In this one, a short lifted delivery, looking to pull that one, missed, taken cleanly, and he's taking off his helmet and he's repositioning the helmet on his head, maybe from sweat or something of the sort. And he's not been out there for 2 hours, but he may be sweating profusely.
He has played a lot of shots.
Has
And
not
perhaps
connect.
would make up for the 2 hours that we're speaking about.
As is Lane in. This one outside the off some guided. They're going for a sharp single.
League
And he misfields, and but he quickly recovers. And Chase goes up by 1-13. It's a 93 for the loss of 9. 93 for the loss of 9. TNT here in the CWI under 19 tournament match round 2 here at the Arnos playing field in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Wonderful sunshine at this moment as the youngsters continue to battle and to show their wares to all and sundry in relation to upward mobility. This one outside the off stump, and Agard backing away and pushes it out full face to the back to the ball, and there is no run. 93 for 9. 93 for 9. We'll give you an update in relation to the other games in a while from our competent scorer and venue coordinator. She looks at me as Lane in outside the off time. He hits this one well. It's one of these horizontal shots, flat batted, so to speak, and it went over mid-off from that horizontal shot rather than the onside over his head, and they got 2 runs, so he goes up now to 4. 95 for the loss of 9. He's playing these shots here. Have you ever played a shot looking like that?
Some interesting shot selection here from Agard. Effective for the time being.
Forward defensive, full face of the bat. They're going for a comfortable single, and he gets it. He's up now to 5. 96, something right? 96 for the loss of 9. You get an update? Jamaica 159 for 6 versus the Windwards at Cumberland, and Guyana against the Leeward Islands at Park Hill. We'll get the update very shortly. 73. Wow, Guyana all out for 73 versus the Leeward Islands at Park Hill. I do not think it's a 73-run pitch from what we saw. It is not. So something may have gone wrong there. I don't know if it's the moisture from the overnight rain yesterday. So we really don't know the condition. The most we can report to you is that they are all out for 73. Guyana 73 against the Leeward Islands. Low scoring. But we'll await to find out what happened during the rest of the afternoon to find out if it's really the pitch or they didn't apply themselves properly. We're not sure. Anyway, from this, the top end comes in to bowl. I hear it goes again. This.
It's a unique shot. It's a shot that is unique to him, Agard. It's hard to describe. It's him backing away to a short of a length delivery, trying to slap it over perhaps mid-off extra cover region, but just not making any contact that he actually is looking for.
But the thing about it, he's hitting it with a horizontal bat, hitting the tail of the bat, and ended up on the offside rather than the onside. As you say, the shot is unique to him. 96 for 9 in. Short lifting, and he jumps up on it and defends it quite nicely. He's defending fairly well, you know. To be very honest, it's just these attacking shots creating a little bit of a problem. But he's defending fairly well.
I think for Trinidad's sake, perhaps he needs to leave the attacking shots to Chase, who seem to be more comfortable in terms of those attacking stroke play. But I guess Agard just want a piece of Roberts.
Roberts from the top end in. Outside the off stump, and he comes on the front foot not very comfortably and just defended it quite nicely, and there is no one. I believe Roberts is definitely tiring. To be honest with you, he is into his what over?
He's into his ninth over.
9th over. I think he's tiring, to be honest with you. That one did not have the sort of venom.
It was attempted slow ball as well, trying to change it up a bit.
So let's see what happens now. As the Barbados trying to finish off the Trinidad and Tobago innings. Roberts in. And he drives this one past the ball. He's going to get runs. Probably 2, 1. Well.
I think perhaps they should have gotten to the gunny.
Well, apparently, we were looking at the ball and not at the batsman, because Agard was going back and he was sent back by Chase. They got a single. He goes up now to what, 6?
Perhaps Chase is not a big fan of the uncertainty surrounding Agard's stroke play at this time, so maybe he wants to get as much as a strike as possible, which I don't think is a bad thing for Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, okay, let's see how it goes. In goes Roberts. This was a bungs outside the leg stump and over his head it flew, not taken cleanly but effectively by Boland, and there's no run. 97 for the loss of 9. One thing for sure, they're not going to fall to the lowest total in round 2 thus far, because Guyana only made 73 from the report against the Leeward Islands at Park Hill. And Jamaica 159 for 60 last we heard against the Windward Islands at the Cumberland playing field on the northwestern side of the country. As Roberts into bowl to Chase. Chase clips this one out to extra cover. No run, still 97 for 9. 97? 97 for 9 at the end of that over. And this last wicket pace certainly is frustrating the Barbadian fast bowling attack.
Yes, I mentioned that it's important that they do that, but as long as possible. It may not end up being a sizable total, but at least you have some sort of momentum going into your bowling effort. You would know that you would have frustrated the opening batsmen. I'm sure the two Bajan opening batsmen right now are just hoping that the wicket falls very soon, because as an opener, you're trying to channel your thoughts and get your mind set on the target ahead in terms of negotiating the opening bowlers of Trinidad and Tobago. So the longer this partnership goes on, I think the more frustrated the Barbadian fielders and team overall would feel.
Well, I rather suspect the 100, to make 100 against 97 is a big difference psychologically. So I believe they're probably playing for the three figure outside the off stump, lifting, and there's no run. To get to be dismissed for 100 and 101 is different than being dismissed for 98, 97. I believe probably that's what they're playing for. And at the same time, Agard is having a good session there, he's warming up for his turn to bowl.
Yes, I think this batting effort will also translate into his bowling, in terms of giving him some confidence, seeing what the wicket is doing, knowing what lengths he should be bowling. So it's good that he's still here as long as possible.
In. And again, he slaps that one out to whitish mid-on. Stands there in his peculiar way, stands there and I would say slap that one out to whitish mid-on. No run, but certainly is his unique style.
Yes.
And he's been very effective thus far. He doesn't have any big set of runs, but he's creating real problems for the Barbadian bowlers who just do not know exactly where to bowl for him, the way he's playing these shots. In he comes from the southern end, bowl outside the off stump, and he guides that one out to backward point, and there is no run. Lovely sunshine here at the Arnos Vale playing field in St. Vincent. The flags are fluttering in the breeze. We have the St. Vincent and the Grenadines flag, the Barbados flag, the Windward's flag, and the Trinidad and Tobago flag. The Barbados flag is also there as well. Is it Roberts? Or is it Leacock outside the off stump. Again, it's a very strange looking.
I think what you're seeing from Agard so far is a block 2. Fire at the next one kind of combination. So if we are correct in our predictions, this delivery we will see him back away, trying to slap it over extra cover. Let's see how it goes.
He didn't play at the last delivery. He wanted to play defensive. He wanted to attack, and he was somewhere in between and the ball had gone. But he has survived. This is the important thing. He has survived and continues to frustrate the Barbadian team. 97 for 9. In to bowl. Forward defensive, and here he goes on his hunches. Right on his 2 knees. Bend down, showing him you're not going to see these stumps. You're not going to hit these stumps. Defend and defend well. I'm defending here for Trinidad and Tobago. The red, white, and black flag of TNT. Gets up on his hunches, and here he's going to stand up to face the music again from the southern end. And he's really, this is real frustration. In back he goes, you're absolutely right, and he slaps that one out to whitish mid on, and that's that. Is he out?
No, he's not. It fell short of the.
Yeah, I saw the fielders moving, so I really thought he may have caught it low, but then he's not out. He stands there horizontally and slaps it again to wide long on, and the total remained 97 for 7. That's a welcome back. After this over here, Osnet, you'll take a little break and have some water to moisten the throat and allow my good friend to continue commentary on that end.
There's another interesting over there, Gunny. We saw, I guess we could say the best and worst of Agard in that over in terms of his good defensive stroke play, and then at times rather wild and careless batting. But nevertheless, as you mentioned, he's still there. He's here building a partnership with Chase. And I'm sure Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping that this partnership continues for as long as possible and take the forcing in total over 100.
Well, there's a change in. Thank you very much, Osna. There's a change in the bowling attack from this end. The bowler seems to be a spinner. First spinner we've seen in the game. Stevenson on the stand. Am I right? Stevenson is the bowler. Devon Stevenson, and interesting enough, they're frustrated. The Barbados bowling attack that they have to remove one of their seamers, and in comes the spinner.
Yeah, it's the first time you're seeing spin for the day.
Okay. In, flighted, and he forces this one out to long on, and a single to Chase. He's up now to
14.
14, he's up to 14. And it's 98 for 9. Let's see how our good friend Mr. Agard is going to play the spin.
Yes, it will be interesting to see what options he chooses.
Well, it'll be very interesting. Let's see how he goes. One thing I am certain is that he has frustrated the Barbadian team. That is for sure. Left arm over. Down the track he goes and he forces it. Full face of the bat, down the track. A good shot. They'll not play any wild shots. They vertical, straight down the line, back in conventional style, back to the bowler. Stevenson in, down the track he goes and he clips this one to shortish mid-on, and there is no run. He's looking to use his feet and dance and soca music out there. And let's see how well he will continue to listen to the chutney songs of coming out of Barbados in Stevenson. Into bowl to our good friend Agard. Forward defensive. He looks like a number 3 batter today.
Yes, he's getting more and more confident. And hopefully I don't put the Mickey out on him, as they would say.
Yeah, Stevenson in. There he goes back and forces it out. Certainly, definitely look like a number 3 batsman against the slow bowler. He's in absolutely no trouble whatsoever. He's full of confidence. Stevenson from this northern end. Flighted, and he drives this one up to short extra cover. The end of a good over, and well played, I should say, from Agard. Osnet, after this comment, you will hand over to Mr. Cruikshank, but certainly well played by Agard.
Yes, I'm certain that as long as Agard continue to be in the crease, we'll be entertained. Chase as well is willing to play his shots. So we should have an interesting next half an hour or so. And hopefully for Trinidad and Tobago's sake, this partnership continues to flourish. From a Barbadian perspective, I think they will be looking to wrap up this innings as quickly as possible. As our good friend Mr. Cruikshank joins Mr. Hines.
Yes, as they've been continuing to try to dismiss them, and they have failed thus far. The last wicket fell, the total was 80. And they are now 98 for the loss of 9 in. Forward defensive and chase defense, and there is no run. Leacock has come back from the southern end. Certainly, I am pretty certain he would have been saying to himself, I wouldn't get another ball here because they're down to number 11. But he has to come back in the attack to try to effect the final breakthrough. Leacock in from the southern end, outside the off stump, and allow this one to go through, and there is no run. 98 for 9, and with the pitch being still what it is, maybe the ball has gone a little softer from the number of overs. Well, how many overs has gone the Yankee? About 40? How many? 37.1. I wasn't too far out. I was saying something in the region of about 40. They're not putting in that big effort. In forward defense stands tall. and delivers full face to the bat, out to cover, and there is no run. And what next can the Barbadians do towards effecting this breakthrough, Cruikshank? What can they do?
Yeah, good afternoon, viewers. Good afternoon to all viewers. I think that they need to be a bit more patient in terms of the line and length. I think that the ploy of Eager moving around the crease has kind of thrown them off a little bit.
In Leacock, forward defenses, and turns this one on the onside, down to long leg. Another frustrating single to it's the chase. He's up now to 15. 99, all the nines. We were having these numbers. We had the threes, we had the fours, we had the sevens. Now we have the nines. I think I'm going to play these triple numbers a lot, dot and 3D a little later. One of them is going to fall. One of them, I don't know which one. In comes Leacock Bowles. My good friend, allowed that one to go by. And everybody here is having a good laugh, a good smile. As he allowed that one to go by, he went and bended knees. I remember that tune from Jackie Opel, down on your bended knees he went. He was in no danger, it's just a bit of some entertainment, I should say. And had there been a big crowd here, everybody would have been enjoying themselves the way he is entertaining who all are here. Now Leacock is coming wrong the wicket. They're trying every single thing in the book to try and dismiss Agard. Let's see what happens here with this one. In. And again he allows this one. No, he didn't deliver. Because we saw, yes, he delivered that ball. Yes, he did deliver it. I thought he actually withheld it. Because I see our good friend Agard actually swayed back, like the coconut tree swaying in the background there. At the end of the over, 99 for 9, Trinidad and Tobago, last wicket pair, frustrating the Barbadian bowling attack.
Yes, and what we see from Agard is that he's a bit of a character. He's enjoying his batting. Of course, when you bat at number 11, a lot of times you don't get much of an opportunity to bat, so he's making sure that he makes the best use of his time out there in the middle. And he's enjoying it, putting a little more flourish on his leave alone shots and all of that. Reminded me almost of Cody Walsh. He used to leave alone and then put the bat under his armpit.
Stevenson in. Forward defensive goes chase, and there is no run. 99 for 9. And it's a partnership of 19, but 19 frustrating runs that has taken up the better part of a half an hour, so thereabout. In. This one, he swings this one into the cow corner area, 1, and that's just a single there. He goes up to 16, and the 3-figure mark has finally been reached. Trinidad and Tobago, 100 for 9. 100 for 9. And they've been clapping, the fellas are clapping. Back goes our good friend there and just stabs it out on the offside. Recognizes they have reached 100, and maybe if we continue to frustrate him, look for 200. That's a long, long, long way off. Stevenson in to Agard. How to describe that? Ball seemed to have struck him on his pad, and he was there hopping and dancing around. As Stevenson one more left arm over in. Back he goes and forces it out to short mid-on, and there is no run. 100 for 9. We'll get how long the 100 took from. Oh, we have so many ladies. Incidentally, we have 4 ladies scoring. There's no male in between. There's no in between here at all. Strictly ladies. Andrew Mason, Barbados, good afternoon. Yeah, I know you'll do very well if you were here doing comments with all these lovely, lovely, lovely Vincents and lasses around us. 100 for 9 and beautiful smiles. Look at the smiles on their faces. Cruikshank.
Yes, good over there by Stevenson. You see, he's trying a few different things to get the wicket. He tossed up a couple, then over trying to tempt Ada. But he can't, I mean, none of it. He said, well, I don't get the opportunity to bat this long very often, and I'm making sure that I'm not the one who's going to be out. If you want to dismiss somebody, then you have to try to chase at the guy. And was also growing in stature. He's looking quite competent now in defense, both on front and back foot against spin and pace. So they might be saying to themselves, well, the runs are out here. The pitch is not as You know, it's a little bit flatter than it was this morning, so better conditions to bat in. And they might be thinking, well, we are in the best position now to make runs better than even our top order.
Well, there's a change in bowling. They have forced the captain of Barbados to effect a double change where the next spinner is coming to the attack. His name is Nathan Seals. Nathan Seals. Sealy. Nathan Sealy. Yes, Nathan Sealy from the southern end. Let's see, is an off spinner, leg spinner, left arm orthodox. Let's see what happens. It seems to be a left arm orthodox with a slip and a, well, it's basically two slips. I won't call it a gully. Now he's shifted back to a gully position. Slip, gully. Sealy to bowl. And this one here to Agard. He clips this one out to the mid wicket area. He gets another single. He rolls on to 17. 17, he's on 17, and our good friend Agard is on 6. As Sealy into Agard, and Agard forces it out down to long on. Comfortable and competently played by him. He's up to another one to 702 for the loss of 9, a partnership of 22. But it's taken up quite a long time, I can tell you that. As Sealy from the southern end, left arm over in forward defensive, full face of the bat, goes chase. Total remains 102 for 7. As Sealy from the southern end, flighted, and he pushes this one out to short extra cover, no run, 102 for 9. Trinidad and Tobago here in this game against Barbados. As Sealy in forward defensive again in the approved fashion, back to the bowler, no run, 102 for 9. As they continue to hold up the Barbadian bowling attack and giving their team a glimmer of hope towards getting whatever over 100 in forward defensive, similar ball, similar defense, out to extra cover, no run. But certainly this is sheer frustration. There's no two ways about it.
Well, they would have been expecting to wrap up, as you said, in the last game when you were commentating in Parkhill. The tail from Trinidad didn't really show any sign of confidence. But I think the number 10 and 11 have decided where we're going to stand up today and show that our tail has a bit of a sting in it. So they are really doing that now. They're keeping the Barbados team out in the sun just for a little bit longer. And they will be thinking to themselves, well, we can stay out here and see how much we can get, and we could probably reach it to see that.
Have you ever been playing any cricket match and in this kind of position where you have the number 10 and 11 really frustrating you?
No.
Wow.
I haven't played a lot of cricket.
Well, it doesn't matter whether you play 2 matches, goat match, curry match, whatever match you played.
Well, you see, the lower you go, then it's more unlikely that the number 10 and 11 will be frustrated.
Well, you see, the problem with these goat matches and so on is that the number 10 and 11 wants to go and enjoy with the goodies that are outside, so they're not prepared to bat long. As Stevenson in, Backy stands up and forces it out, especially when you have all these lovely dasheen and yam and potato, etc. on this this big leaf up in the country. Osnat knows about it. Lovely, lovely blue food.
And the banana leaf.
Yes, on the banana leaf, the blue food. That is how I termed it. Really strengthening food. Flighted. And he clips this one out on the leg slide on the body. That's Agard, just chase. It goes up now to 20. Is Agard up to 8? 103, 103 for 9, 103 for 9. Agard. He looks so compact with that shot, I found it difficult to determine which one is which one. Back he goes and forces it out too long off, and he gets another single. That's Agard. That's chase this time. Yeah, that's chase. 104 for 9, and they're slowly edging up this total. Who knows where they will end up? We're not sure.
So they're looking quite comfortable right now.
Stevenson in. Forward defensive goes our good friend Agard, and is kicking his left foot into the air. Continues to say, hey, I'm not going to give you my wicket. You have to try and get me out. I'm defending the turf of Trinidad and Tobago. As Stevenson in. Back he goes and forces it out to short extra cover, and there is no run. And you can see the Barbadians seemingly have the body language, seem to have lost it. There's a 6-3 field, slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, 2 extra covers in. Forward defensive in the approved fashion, a very high elbow, the end of another over, as the Barbadians will have to come again and for the next over to try to dismiss this deal. The partnership have so far added 24. And this is big runs in a total of 104 Crookshank.
Yes, and you could see, as you mentioned, the body language of the Barbadian feelers, the shoulders are lying, even though they are just 104 for 9. So just that frustration of having the last pair so long, it's getting to them, and they're looking quite comfortable.
Very comfortable. Very, very comfortable. As Sealy will continue from the southern end, and they'll be looking to try to see if they can make the second highest partnership of this innings. Sealy in, forward defensive, and there's no run. Chase defends and defends well. The highest partnership for the total is 26. There were 44 for 5, then 70 for 6 between Ramdu and Davis. This one driven firmly down the ground. 1. If they run hard, they can get 2. The return comes in. It's a good return, but 2 more runs there to Chase. He's up to 22. 106. 106 for the loss of 9. That was a good shot.
Very good shot. Number 3 opening batsman, we're proud of that.
Sealy in, forward defensive he goes, back to the bowler, no run, 106 for the loss of 9. As this last wicket partnership continues to frustrate the Barbados bowling team. Sealy in, back he goes and forces it out to long off, and there is no run, 106 for 9. Certainly, we've seen them, both batsmen, number 9 and 10, really playing shots. They may not be getting boundaries, but they are really playing good shots off the middle of the bat. Forward defensive, it goes. A slight appeal from the wicketkeeper. Certainly, there was bat pad, and no addition to the total, no damage done. As Sealy in, forward defensive it goes, the end of yet another over, yet another period of frustration, 106 for 9. They need 1 more runs to be the second highest partnership for the innings. That's how important it is.
And what we are seeing from these two batsmen now, Tony, is that the way that they're shaping, you're wondering to yourself now if they should have been at 10 and 11. Because the way that some of the ones who came before them shaped, whether it was against spin or pace, they really didn't suggest a lot of confidence. So I'm wondering if that might be something that the management could look into for the game that they will have remaining, or even the second innings of this game.
Well, it's quite true. The thing about it, at number 10 and 11, what they're doing here with no new ball around or a harder ball around, they're surviving. So if they have to go at the top, you never know what is going to happen. But...
Well, not at the top, maybe 9, promotion by 1 or 2.
Maybe, yes, I can see that. Maybe a promotion. But the Trinidad management, they will know the players. So maybe that's why they're having them at 10 and 11. So if you think you're going to walk through the batting lineup, no, we have to open batsman at 10 and 11 for outside. And there's an appeal. Nato says the umpire, flighty delivery there from Stevenson. For one moment, I really thought he was bowled, but he has survived once more. 106 for 9. Stevenson's bowl to Agard. Agard pushes this one out, back to the bowler, no run, 106 for 9. And certainly, this Trinidad number 10 and 11 is sending a lesson to the rest of the team. If we can stay so long, why didn't you all stay as long as we have done thus far? Flighted, Agard forces it out to Whitish. Mid-on, and there is no run. 106 for 9, Trinidad and Tobago. As they continue to really frustrate the Barbadian team. Back he goes and out to extra cover, no run. It's not easy to be bowling a number 10 and 11 and there's not even a sign of a chance. They're just hanging in there, hanging in there, hanging in there. As Stevenson in, forward defensive are going and the ball is hitting the middle of the bat. Showing you the maker's name and say, hey, dare you to pass this bat. Tremendous determination here by these two from TNT. As Stevenson in. Again, that one. The end of the over. Maybe you can describe it, Mr. Stevenson.
You see that level shot from him before. From Hagar. It goes right down to his knees on both legs and goes as if he's praying and leaves the ball alone. Very interesting shot there. As you said, if you had a crowd here, I'm sure everybody would be boasting out with laughter.
You better believe it. But he has the important thing and the serious thing about it, he has survived.
Yes, he's doing his job for his team.
And I do not think he's doing the Barbadian opening pair any good. Because they have becoming frustrated and who knows, they may very get an early wicket or two based on what is happening here now. But they're frustrating. It's very much like the last game in Park Hill where we saw Rampasal and you remember that partnership? It was Rampasal and Thorn who actually tilted the game to Guyana in a similar type partnership. The only difference is that Thorn were hitting sixes. This time driven out, hitting the toe end of the bat and it bubbles out on the onside. No run, 106 for 9. Sealy now with a silly mid off, slip, silly mid off, backward point. Sealy in. Back he goes and forces this one out to shortish, a whitish mid wicket, and there is no run, 106 for 9. As Sealy from the southern end. Forward defensive. Again out on the onside, no addition to the total. This is probably about the second or third maiden over, am I right? The 2 maiden overs already. As Sealy in, chases forward defensive, looking for non-existent single. Not out, it bubbles out to cover. 106 for 9. Eating up a lot of time here. If you have the time, what time they went to the crease? One is scorers. As in, forward defensive again, no additional total, 106 for 9. So what time they actually started to bat? Could some of you just give me an indication? Chase 127, Chase went in. Forward defensive and there is no run. So one went in at 127, the other one went in at 141. Quick maths will tell me it's 58 minutes for Chase and Mr. Agard will be in for 44 minutes. Based on the time from one of our scores. And you competent female, I'm happy to be walking around the female people, you know. Very sharp. One has been batted for 58 minutes, the other for 44 minutes, and honestly, Cruikshank, this is sheer frustration for number 10 and 11.
Yeah, to that point now where the batting team, the fielding team will be totally frustrated with what is happening. But what they have to remind themselves of is that they are in a good position.
In the driving seat. They're still in the driving seat.
They have been held up a little bit here. They should not shrug their shoulders and still keep a positive outlook. I think they have gone a little bit defensive.
So one of the fast bowlers is coming back. Who is this? Lane, how many overs has he gone?
10.
Oh, 10 because you are allowed 6 and stop. But wait, according to the regulations, they shouldn't be allowed to bowl. Huh? It's Lane.
So it's his third spell.
It's his third spell. You're allowed to bowl 6 overs and then stop for an hour. That is the conditions I know, which is in black and white. So I don't understand
When he would
this.
have bowled 6 this morning and then they went to lunch. 5, right? Went to lunch.
And then how many bowled in the second spell? 2 5-over spells? Oh, all right, okay. That's okay. It was 6 and you have to take an hour break. But it's interesting. 5 overs, you're off, and then another, stay off for a while, and then another 5 overs. Interesting. Lane, from the top end, in. And clips away quite nicely there by our good friend, Mr. Agard. And he goes up now to what, 9? 107 for 9. And this is the second highest partnership of the innings. Previous one was one of 26. Let me see. No, this is probably the highest. This is the highest partnership. Yes, it is the highest partnership. 1 at 7, 2 at 9, 3 at 27, 4 at 34, 5 at 44, 6 at 70, 26. So that's 5th 6-wicket partnership. And after that was 3 and 2 and 1. So this is the highest partnership, and certainly it also indicates that the longest and the highest. Because certainly what is happening here, maybe they're showing the other batsmen, the other fellow teammates, how to bat on this pitch. In the approved fashion, he allowed this one to go by, and he looks very much like a Courtney Walsh. Outside the offs, and the bat flying into the air and pointing to the sky, and 93 balls to, that's Agard. 93 balls for the partnership. It's a good test of their faith, my brother. Good test of patience in relation to batting for so long. It's not number 5 and 4 batting, it's number 10 and 11 in forward defensive, and defense is quite nicely out to gully, and there is no run. And I am enjoying it, I'll be very honest with you, because I'm seeing the frustration there on the Barbadian team. And the Trinidad and Tobago, maybe somebody may have given them a lunch of some cascadoo from Trinidad or some spinach callaloo from Trinidad. They're really putting up a tremendous fight here for this last wicket. Outside the off stump, beaten, taken clean by the keeper at the end of the over, 107 for the loss of 9. As I'll hand over to you, Krokshang, and then Osnet will take it up to T.
Was made by the captain. He brought back the opening bowler, who has been picking up their bowlers. That's Parrot, Lane, Johan Lane. And it was something that was predictable. They were looking too comfortable against the left-arm spinners. They were looking totally unthreatened. And if you have a bowling pair that is bowling at number 10 and 11, they're looking unthreatened, then you really have to do something different. I think that the captain was forced to bring back his opening bowler.
Yes, I think it's a win for Trinidad and Tobago in terms of forcing the captain to actually bring back their opening bowlers. I think the opening bowler himself perhaps would have thought to himself half an hour ago, by now he should have been in the pavilion, feet up, relaxing, drinking some water. But nevertheless, he has to go and try and finish off the innings there for his team as a spinner again. And it's... I see Agard indicating to the umpire that perhaps it hits the inside edge. Not often we see that. But as we're going to have Seeley, yes, we'll continue from the southern end. A short delivery there, not bounces as much, and Agard in his familiar style, just leaving that one to go by to be taken by the wicketkeeper. So the scoring has somewhat slowed down in the last couple of overs, Alanson. But nevertheless, the fact that the partnership is still going is all that matters for Trinidad and Tobago at this point in time.
And what we have noticed as well is that they have not really lofted any deliveries against the spinners, so I'm not too sure why they deep set field. They have been playing quite defensively. Yeah, I'm not too sure I agree with the long on and the deep in place. As they are getting closer and closer to the team, they will be thinking about it and they will get more defensive. So I think that should bring them in. If they start to attack and go over the top, then you make the concession.
Yes, that's a very good point there, Alanson. We haven't seen any attacking instincts as such against the spinners from Agard. We saw it from him against the seamers, where he was trying to back away and hit the ball through the offside. But so far against the spinners, he has just been prepared to come forward and just play the ball on its merit. So as you mentioned, the field at long on and deep mid-wicket, perhaps those can come in quite a bit and maybe get another man closer to the bat and put some pressure on Agard.
Yes, because they are going to defend. You know, that they've been defending quite often on the front foot to the left, the left orthodox bowler. That's CD. And there's really no one around. There's just one fielder there, and of course, they got slip. But I think they could do it both at city point and short there. Since they're defending off the front foot, they're going to want to just pop off the back or glove or bat and pad and off a chance. So that's an opportunity. And you have to think to yourself, how am I going to take this wicket against these two? Where is it looking likely for me to dismiss them with my spin? And I think that is one of the options that we are running on at the moment.
So earlier we were praising the captain for his proactiveness. But in the last half an hour or so, this partnership has perhaps led him to being a bit more conservative. Although not justifiably so, in terms of the scoring rate. The scoring rate in the last few overs has not been that great to really warrant the deep set feel that we have seen. So Lane will be trying to finish off this innings as he comes in, and it's a flay outside the off stump there by Chase. Perhaps losing his concentration a little bit there.
Might be a very long innings for him. Concentration waning just a little bit. He's a soldier, he's just a few minutes away from tea. And I'm sure that the team will be very congratulatory towards both of them if we can make it to the tea break.
Yes, I think the tea break would be vital here in terms of if Trinidad and Tobago is able to make it towards tea, then that would be another psychological boost in terms of their confidence. Right? Barbados, on the other hand, will be trying to wrap it up as quickly as possible. So what we have so far, we have one slip, we have a man at point, man at cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on. We have a man back on the pole. We actually have two men back on the pole. We have a man at long leg and we have a man at deep square leg. So it tells me that at some point in this over, perhaps Lane will try and get Chase to pull in that direction.
Well, the ball is a bit polar now. It's not getting as much lift as it was with the newer ball. So I think that Chase, what he showed earlier in his innings, that he really tried to take on the short ball if he gets it. And I think that will be his ploy again to see how many runs he can add to the play for Trinidad. Really and truly, I would think that I don't mind deep square leg with the fast bowler because that is clearly something that they have as a plan, but I think that they should have a few more in the slip squad and try to go around the top of off stump on a regular basis.
That's a nice short delivery there. Yes, a good short delivery there. We were just speaking about that length, and this delivery was a good delivery, nipped back quite a bit. Chase really was in no position there to play that pull shot or attempted pull shot in that situation, and the ball perhaps hitting his glove and goal should be taken by the wicketkeeper. So it's the end of the innings. Trinidad and Tobago, after being insulted by Barbados this morning at the Arnos playing field, they are all out for 107. Last batsman going there was Chase. He went for 20. Agard was not out on 9. And Jeremy Lane ending up with figures of 4 for 14.
Yes, excellent spell by Lane. He really wasn't becoming bowlers. He bowled very disciplined and with a lot of nose both with the new ball and the old ball. And that was very important. What we saw from him really led his team to this position. And he's, I think, the one who they would thank for having dismissed Trinidad for just over 100 runs.
Just go through the batting card and then I'll have Osnet go through the bowlers. This morning, Justin Jagasa, he was caught. Stevenson bowled Leacock for 1. Nick Ramlal, he was caught. Roberts bowled Lane for 6. Kisundat, he was caught bowling by the keeper. He was bowled by Springer for 8. Kyle Ramdu, who was the real linchpin of the innings, he was run out for 41 or 48 deliveries. Rajiv Ram, he was dismissed for 1 of the bowling of Roberts. Davis, he was dismissed by Springer for 4. Olanzo James, he was dismissed by Lane for 4. A short lifting delivery he tried to pull. He was top edge. And Vasan Singh, he was dismissed for duck of the bowling of Roberts. And they saw the last wicket just fall in Lane, taking that wicket of Chase, who made 20 off of 54. Very defiant partnership there between numbers 10 and 11, Chase and Agard.
Yes, in terms of the bowling, we saw Johan Lane, very impressive, 11.4 overs, 4 minus 4 for 14. So he gave nothing away, and he was very penetrative with his line and length. Jaden Leacock, he bowled 11 overs, 2 minus 1 for 49, a bit expensive. Dre Springer, 7 overs, 2 for 9. He bowled well. Roberts, 9 overs, 3 minus 2 for 23. Stevenson, 4 overs for 4. Nathan Seeley, 4 overs for 4 as well. So the two spinners were tried in the end. They're trying to break the partnership. They were economical, but in the end, it was Lane who was actually the man to wrap up the innings. So once again, this morning Barbados won the toss. They elected to bowl first, and Trinidad and Tobago batting effort was a disappointing one. They were dismissed for 107, and we're waiting word in terms of whether we'll take tea at this time, but we'll take a short break at this time, and we'll return with you in a moment.
Welcome back to the Arnosville playing field where we have our match here. The Barbados on the 19 team versus the Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 team. It's the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars on the 19 competition, and with me in the commentary box is Stanley Gunny Hines. Good afternoon to you, Gunny.
Good afternoon to the rookie.
Yes, and the Trinidad and Tobago team, they were bundled out for only 107. They actually extended from 81 for 9 to 107 thanks to a last wicket partnership between Chase and Agard. So they have those two to credit for those little extra runs. But they will need to make some quick inroads into the Barbados team as we're about to get on the way here.
Hello.
So Agard, he's about to bowl. He's bowling left arm seam.
Yes, that matters. No, go ahead. I will listen to what.
And he'll be bowling to Perryman. So good first delivery there from Agard. He's bowling to Perryman, a robustly built batsman, left-handed batsman. Agard will be feeling quite confident after his partnership, the last wicket partnership with his teammate Chase. Let's see how he goes. Now there are 3 slips at gully, point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-on. And he's getting some nice away movement there with the new ball. At Arnosville here, the wind blows from left to right as you're watching on your screen.
Wrong.
And that would aid his away swing as a left-arm bowler. And to continue the field, there is a long leg and a man at mid-on, mid-off as well. So it's a 7-2 field with an offside bias. This one is full, swinging away. He leaves it alone. Left alone there by Perman. And you could hear the Trinidad and Tobago boys cheering him on as he bowls. Saw some character from him at the crease. A bit of showmanship from him when he was batting. Let's see what he can do now with the ball. This one is full, swinging away, and it's caught. That's a magnificent catch by the keeper. That one was swinging away, and there was Perryman. He was leaving on the ball alone outside the off stump. And this one, it was full enough to tempt him into the drive. And he was driving at it, and the way movement, finding the outside edge, and a wonderful catch by the wicket keeper there. An excellent catch, and that's the back of Perryman. And the Trinidad have started with an early wicket. It's actually none for one. So when he's doing that, has already taken a wicket in this over. This one again, oh, nice, lovely swing delivery. But well played there by Don. He watched it onto the bat, played it late, didn't get his front foot across to get it into the way of the swing and delivery. And at the end of the first over, it's 2 for 1. Chase. Chase. So Chase to Brown. This one is short, he looks to cut it, but comes off the bottom edge of the bat straight to the man at point. No run is conceded. Encouragement coming all around from the Trinidad fielders as they look to make a good start here. They have only scored 107, but they have already picked up one of the top order batsmen for the Barbados team and would want to continue to make inroads into the side. This time he's full onto the pads. Almost an overthrow there, but all is well that ends well for Trinidad. They are very vociferous on the field, very buoyant, very pleased with that early wicket. It will help them, having only made 107, that they have taken that wicket so early in the piece. Chase will be looking to back up his teammate Agard by bowling a very good first over here to keep the pressure on the Barbadians. So here he is into Brown. This one is punching on the outside. Gets a single, just in the gap between cover and extra cover. A well-judged single. So now he's off the mark, so he joins Joshua Dawn in having come off the mark. Achilles Brown stood tall on the back foot and punched that for a single in the covers. So Chase to Brown. So that one is actually done. Plays it defensively to the man at short mid wicket. There's no run. And Chase is a little bit short in terms of his length at the moment. He's not a swing bowler as we saw from Agard at the other end, so he will not be as full as Agard. But I think that he could still be a little bit fuller with the new ball while there is some assistance. He has 2 slips and a gully waiting. This time he's outside the off stump in that channel. Left alone by Joshua Dawn. And there's no run. And Gunny, what do you think now as they have made their start here in this innings, the Barbadians, they have lost an early wicket. What do you think the approach will be from these two? So here he is again into Joshua Dawn. Leaves it alone outside the off stump. We saw a lot of deliveries from the Barbadian opening bowlers in that corridor, but Joshua Dawn is prepared to let them go outside the off stump, leaving that one on length. And that's the end of the second over. The score is now 3 for 1. So a sedate start by the Barbadians in response to 107 from the Trinidad and Tobago team. So in this over, it will be Agard to continue. He'll be bowling to Achilles Brown. It's a 6-3 field this time, not a 7-2 field as they had previously. So 2 slips and a gully. Fine leg, square leg. Man at short mid wicket, a mid off, extra cover, and the man at backward point. Not a full swinging delivery, and that's an appeal for leg before. Had a lot of movement on it. May have missed the leg stump. Lots of swing here on offer for Agard. Lovely swinging delivery there. Yeah, he is now into Brown, who defends this one. Comes down on it a little bit hurriedly. Punches it to mid-off. He's trying to play a bit late, knowing that the swing is there. So had to come down on that one a little bit hurriedly. But he reminds me a lot of who we saw last week here. Nathan Edwards, another left-arm swing bowler. That time for the Leeward Islands under 19. Edwards just a little bit quicker, but moves the ball as well in both directions. Yeah, he seems to be a skiddy bowler. He just kisses the surface as he comes into bowl to the Brown. This one is fuller, driven by Brown. But again, he has to delay his shot a little bit, waiting for the swing. And the goal. So here he is again to bowl to Achilles Brown. Comes up now. First wayward delivery from him, just a bit down the leg side. So missing his line and his length there. So let's see if he can replicate that as he comes into bowl to Brown. Hurried into defense, there's Achilles Brown, but so far he's looking to play him quite late and he's not getting that big stride across and in front of the stump, so he's keeping his pads out of the way so far of that in-swinger. Ooh, and this one was full, swinging in again, but seemed to be beating the leg stump this time. But another testing delivery here from Agard to Brown. You see the call from the umpire, it's a leg by. Takes the screw up to 4 for 1 in the midst of the third over. Yes, and as you mentioned, Gunny, at the end of the third over, 4 for 1. The spin attack for the Trinidad and Tobago team, I think the matchup with those spinners against the Barbadian batsmen will be a key matchup in this fixture. Here is Chase, he's bowling to Joshua Dawn. Played gently to the man at short mid-wicket, no run conceded. So Brown on strike. This one, there's a lifting one down the leg side. He played at it, but pulled his bat inside the line as it passed him. This one is punched off the back foot. Nice looking shot there by Achilles Brown. Of course, so chase to Brown. This one is short, very short, lifting, rising up off the pitch, getting some bounce there with the hard new ball. And wafting shot there at it by Brown. The length has excited the Trinidad and Tobago fieldsmen. Chopping along there with that length, bowled by Chase. Little conversation between Joshua Dawn and the striker Brown. Just saying, don't get carried away. Don't give it away. Let's stick in here and soak up some of this pressure. Let's see how he responds now to this delivery. Chase comes in again on the off stump, covers up nicely, does Brown to the man at extra cover. No run is taken. This time he's more on the midland leg line, turned to the man at short square leg. And the run conceded. So at the end of 4 overs, the score is 4-1. So good pressure being built here by the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, Gunny. So here's Agard, he's bowling to Joshua Dawn. Wide outside the off stump, left alone to be taken by the wicket keeper. And it seems as if both Agard and Chase, they have brought some good confidence from their batting performance. They're looking quite confident in their bowling so far in this innings. Agard, again, he comes in to bowl to Dawn. Tucks it nicely down to the man at Longland. Gets a single. Looks quite organized, just does Joshua Dawn. Century maker in the last game. Waits and watches the ball carefully. Absolutely. For a batsman, there's no better tonic for confidence than runs. Same so for the bowler with wickets. And trying to get some wickets here for his team to continue taking some wickets would be Agard as he comes in now to Brown. This one is swinging and full, but started a little too straight, so it went down the leg side. Would have been a very difficult delivery to manage if he had pitched it around the off stump or probably around middle stump. So the 2 slips and the gully go down the keeper. As Agard comes in again, he's bowling to Brown. Nice full delivery. Brown covers it up, plays it back down to the man at mid-off. Nice high elbow in defense. Score remains on 4. Actually, no, it's 5-1. 5-1 in the 5th over. Agard again. Bowling to Brown. Attacking those stumps, asking the batsman to get into positions to defend. Not that ball hit those pads, because he'll be up with an appeal for sure. So the Barbarian team, they'll be looking to whether this opening boss, and again, they will know that the spin poses a big threat for them. Chase again to Brown. This one is short. Oh man, that one strikes the umpire square, and he has saved 4 runs. That was fiercely pulled away. And that was heading to the boundary. In fact, the umpire square, like he didn't have time to move there, Gunny. Almost decapitated him. Yes, it is one of those things that, our sport that we love so much, cricket, gets a little criticism for, in terms of moving quickly to change things. Sometimes it can take a very long time to get things that seem like, should be common sense. Stops and intro up again. So at the end of 5 overs, it's 5-1. Chase will continue bowling to Joshua Don. This one he's forward, plays it nicely out to the man at extra cover. Flows into that defensive shot. Has a high backlift. There are 2 slips and a gully. So the field remains the same. Man at forward square. Man at a shortish mid-on, or maybe a straightish mid-wicket.
Oh my God.
And there's a mid-off, there's an extra cover, backward point. And the man at long leg. So here again is Chase, bowling to Don. This one is driven nicely down the ground. Oh my, and that would have been close with a direct hit. I think he thought that he got a bit more onto that shot, but the man at mid-off, he came around very quickly. Picked up nicely with one motion. It seemed as if, from my vantage point, it may have been very close with a direct hit.
Yes, I believe a direct hit would have sent him straight back to the pavilion, had he definitely hit, but he missed. And I surprised. Scores coming out of the other games. Jamaica recovering strongly, 246 for 7. From 113 for 6, they are now 246 for 7 against the Windies. And Leeward Islands against Guyana. Guyana 73. Guyana fighting back 51 for 4. Leeward Islands.
There's Chase bowling to Brown. Brown defends out to the man at gully. The run is conceded.
So we had 14 wickets on Parkhead already, and the day's still young. So who knows where it will end. And if things continues the way like that, it may very well end early. On day 3, at this early stage.
Yes, it seems as if the Park Hill games will definitely produce results based on the way they have been going so far in the competition.
Yeah, it appears so. And I believe the spinners are the one who are going to create the real problems there.
Chase into Brown. This time he tucks it onto the onside. A quick single, safely through in the end. So another run added to the total. 7 for 1 in the 6th over. Keeping the run rate quite tight, the Trinidad and Tobago team. But they want to pick up a few more wickets. As Chase comes into Brown. Actually, this one is to Joshua Dawn, so it's a dot delivery to Dawn. Actually, it's a no ball. No ball called by the standing umpire there. Seem to have overstepped on that occasion, Chase. The delivery itself was a good delivery, but he overstepped. Infringed on the front line, so called a no ball. This time he comes in again to Joshua Dawn. And it's dropped.
Oh my God.
Dropped by the man there, short, mid wicket. There was Dawn turning that one off the pads, uppishly. And the fielder there, he was diving to his left,
That's
but he dropped
Ramlal.
it. Yes, Ramlal.
Then the ball actually slowed up on him and he played a bit too early and he lobbed it to the man at widest mid-on, and he should have taken it. Ball in both hands, he really should have held on to that one. And how big a price would he pay? We are not too sure.
Yes, only time will tell, because as we have been saying, Dawn is the century maker from the last game. You don't want to drop people who, well, it seems as if when they get in, they will go big.
He showed that he has the capability of getting hundreds, and an opportunity presented itself. You do not allow these things to go by. Supposed to be able to take them and put them back in the pavilion and bring a new man in, which will shake the confidence of the Barbados batting lineup. But be that as it may, he has been let off, and there's a question of good luck to him as he continues to forward the Barbadian cause.
So at this time it is 8 for 1 after 6 overs. 2 opening bowlers still operating. So to continue his spell will be Agard. He'll be bowling to Achilles Brown. Field remains the same, has remained unchanged basically from the first over also. Here's Agard into Brown. This one is fully driving, but it doesn't make good contact. In fact, the contact is sufficiently skewed for him just to trickle it out to the man's. They had extra cover and get a single. So it didn't go out to him with any pace, so he was able to get through for the single. It's now 9 for 1 in the 7th over. Brings Joshua Dawn back onto strike. This one is full. Not a good delivery there by Agard. Struggling to make sure that he doesn't go on the pitch. And in his follow through, tries to pull off. But that was well played as well by Dawn, who seems to be quite good in defense. Seems to have a good defense. And if you want to make hundreds, you have to have a good defense to keep out the good ones.
Sure, certainly. And he has done that thus far. And would he make the Trinidad and then pay for that drop catch?
Only time will tell as Agard comes in again to Dawn. Floated outside the off stump, probably a tempter to see if he will have a drive at it. But he leaves it alone. Content to remain at the wicket without taking much risk for the time being is Dawn. Agard, a slimly built man, young man, slight in stature, but very athletic. And this one is outside the off stump, left alone by Dawn. Good delivery in the channel. Batsman electing not to play.
Yeah, I would say that he's not a very big man, but he's quite athletic and he approaches the crease very quickly in his run-up and runs through the crease nicely. And so he's able to get it through at a reasonable pace. This one now is outside the off stump again. And left alone there by Don. This one just a little too wide to tempt him. He may have thought about it at one point, but just electing to leave it outside the off stump. This one is almost a replica of the last two deliveries, left alone outside the off stump. And that's the end of the 7th over. This time it's 9-1. Barbados on the 19, 9-1 here at the Arnos playing field.
Yeah, another tidy over there from Agard, keeping the ball consistently and just on outside the off stump. And the last 3 deliveries, he didn't have to play at any of them, but at least he picked up the line quite nicely. And the score is really a pedestrian piece here this afternoon of the Trinidad and Tobago opening bowlers in Agard and Chase try to make things tight for the Barbadians, who do enjoy batting this type of bowling, which is fast medium bowling as against slow bowling. But the Trinidad and Tobago bowling attackers really can keeping things tight.
Absolutely, Gunny. And after this over, we'll have a switch in commentary. Osnet K2 will replace me and the mic. Continuing the bowling for the Trinidad and Tobago team is Chase. He's in now. Bows to Brown. Punches it in the offside. They run on the single. Slight misfield by the man at point. And they come safely through for the run in the end. I believe that man at point is Ramdu, number 46 on his back. I think that's also Darren Bravo's number. So I don't know if he's also a left-handed batsman. I don't know if he wants to emulate Darren Bravo in some way.
Not a good person to emulate in terms of production.
Here's Chase again into Joshua Dawn. Plays it with a nice straight back to the bowler. No run conceded.
What you actually seen is a repeat of the way the tail end is for Trinidad and Tobago batted. Very slow, very methodical, not looking for the big shots, just decide to hang in there and stay and stay and stay. So as it continues, it will be a situation whereby we're not too sure who's going to make the first real break in terms of trying to either score runs a little faster or another wicket tumble.
This one is short and wide outside the off stump by Chase. Left alone there by Joshua Dawn.
So it's really the waiting game. Both sides, there's a cat and mouse type of situation. Barbados waiting for the loose deliveries and the Trinidad and Tobago not really giving them, keeping it on a consistent line, just on or outside the off stump, forcing it to think. But I think we're not seeing the ball bouncing as much as we saw. It is still bouncing, but not as much as we saw when the Barbados were bowling.
Pulls out of that one, does Dawn. Bowler was coming in, it didn't seem as if he was ready, so he just pulled away to square leg. And Chase has to go back to his mark. He's about to come in now. He's bowling to Joshua Dawn. This one is down the leg side. It's turned down to the man at long leg. They will get a single. Let's wait to see what the signal is from the umpire. It's actually a no ball. So another no ball by Chase. He has bowled, I think, one so far. He bowled one in his last over. Maybe it's a case that he's striding a little bit too much. So the crease overstriding, looking for a bit more pace than he has. He's not an out-and-out quick bowler. So probably he should just stick to his strength, on and around off stump and keep the discipline going.
And again, he loses his run-up. So clearly some issues here for Chase. In this his 4th over. As he comes in again now to bowl to Joshua Dawn. Again, he loses his run-up. So he's struggling here a little bit here, Gunny, with his run-up.
Yes, definitely struggling, in his run-up, and he's looking to remark his run-up to see if he will be able to get it right. He's rather suspect he's getting a bit tired.
Probably after that long partnership that he had.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's getting a bit tired, but Agard looks fresh from this end. He's keeping the ball thereabout.
Oh, that's a lovely delivery outside the off stump. Beating Brown outside the off stump there was that one. Nice delivery. Had some away movement on it. Good length. Good bowling there on that occasion by Chase.
Yes, asking questions of Don and this one. He played at it mistakenly by wicketkeeper Kissenart as they continue to strive for another wicket. But in the meantime, the thing is a two-prong attack. Whilst the seamers can kind of hold things tight for the time being, for how long I'm not too sure, before the spinner is introduced, to see exactly how they respond to the spin bowling.
This one, he covers up on off stump, goes out to the man who at gully who comes around to feel it at point. And there's no run that is conceded. Score remains on 11 for 1.
12.
12 for 1. So rather long over with some extras in it and some aborted run. But here comes Chase again. Brown covers up. This is good running by the Barbados team. He just tapped it into the offside. He was running on the shot. Didn't hit it too hard to the fielder. And that's good running. At the end of over number 8, it is now 13 for 1. The Trinidad and Tobago team. I also hand over the commentary to Osnet Kato with you, Gunny.
Yes, 8 tidy overs thus far. Not real threatening as the Barbadian seam bowlers did as for this morning, but certainly they are keeping the ball thereabout and forcing the Barbadian batsman to defend, and they're getting the odd single here, the odd single there, keeping the scoreboard moving, not real quickly, but enough to rotate the strike. And as for the Trinidad and Tobago skipper in Kissenart, is Kissenart the skipper? Ramnath, the skipper, to think about what to do. Should I continue with the bowling partnership? I'd rather suspect him. I see Brown be removed and Agard will bowl his full 6. Welcome back again, Osnet.
Yes, good afternoon once again to our viewers. It's been a rather slow start, but a safe start, especially after losing a wicket so early. Barbados have been able to just recuperate, trying to see off the opening balls from Agard especially. I know that he's someone who the Trinidadians depend on a lot. So they'll be looking to continue with this partnership. As he starts a new over, that one just pushed across the right-hander. A lot of his delivery so far has been, he's been trying to get it to come back into the right-hander, perhaps looking for that LBW bold dismissal. But just now and then you will see him pushing it across. A couple of deliveries a bit too wide, but that one was actually in the corridor of uncertainty, as we call it. And the batsman there Brown actually letting that one go by it to be taken by the wicketkeeper. I think for Trinidad it's important that they try and just keep it as tight as possible. The wicket is not offering as much assistance to their fast bowlers as we saw earlier for the Barbadian fast bowlers. Perhaps because the Barbadian fast bowlers were a bit taller and the wicket was a bit fresher this morning, so they were able to extract a bit more bounce. We have not really seen that from the Trinidadian fast bowlers, albeit they appear to be different types of bowlers in a sense. We had a tall figure of Lane this morning. Agard is more a skiddy type bowler who depend a lot on swinging the ball back into the right-handers as well as moving it away from the left-handers. As his deliveries walk down to point, slight misfield there, and they come through for a single. The total moves on to 14 for 1. Brong, he's on 6. Dawn, he's on 5. It's not been the fastest of scoring rate so far. But as I said to you before, the main aim of the Barbadian batsman at this point in time is seeing off the new ball, and hopefully, for their sake, things will get better as time goes on. As we see, Agard runs in. A foolish delivery this time, and Dawn is walking this one behind square. Should be able to come back for a second. He does. So it's a delivery there once again. Agard perhaps pushing for that magic delivery. That typical left armer's dismissal where it's pitched on and about the off stump and swings back. But that one perhaps starting a little bit too straight, gave Dawn the opportunity to just walk it behind square. And he adds 2 to his total. He now moves on to 7. And the total is 16 for the loss of 1 wicket. As Agard leaves us here at the northern end and bowls for this delivery. Dawn is forward, pushes it up back to the bowler. There's no run. I think that drop catch of Dawn would prove to be a very key moment in the match here for Trinidad and Tobago. As my co-commentators would have mentioned before, he's a centurion from the last round. So getting his wicket would have been a prized wicket so early in the innings. So the fact that he's out there still would definitely play on the minds of the Trinidad and Tobago feelers as that over comes to an end. At the end of the 9th over, it's 16 for 1.
Yes, another steady over there from Agard. Not any express pace by any stretch of the imagination, as the pitch has certainly eased. And that pronounced bounce that we saw from the Barbadians is not present at the moment. Or is it a question whereby the bowlers are not really putting it in? But at the same time, what we saw from the Trinidad and Tobago number 10 and 11, they are actually hung in there as a pitch. To me, it has eased, and they frustrated the Barbadian bowling attack. And this is just symptomatic now. Now that they are bowling, they realize, hey, the pitch is not that bad. If number 10 and 11 go hold us up for so long, why can't we stay here and bat for the rest of the afternoon? But they will be harboring their thoughts while they're Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack. They will be thinking otherwise. We need to get a couple of wickets.
Yes, the new bowler is Orlando James, right and medium fast, coming in from the southern end. A good delivery to start, just on about the off stump. Once again, we're not seeing the type of bounce and carry as we would have seen earlier from the Barbadian fast bowler. But it's just a matter for James to just find a good length and try and make it as difficult as possible for the Barbadian batsmen.
You know, gone are the days. I'll make a point to you, Asnet, after this delivery.
As James comes in, bowls, a foolish delivery. He's driving out
Shots.
beautifully for 4. That's Brong. I believe it was a full toss. And he came forward and stroked it through extra cover for 4. So he gets his first boundary, moves on to 10. It's now 20 for 1.
Yeah, asking to be hit, and he put it away quite nicely to the left of mid-off to the boundary for 4. Fine shot there by Brong. As he said, thank you very much. I've been very patient with the opening attack, and now he has James, who served up a delivery that ought to be put away the way and he did it in true style.
Yes, that was a disappointing delivery there from James. As I said before, it's important that he finds the right line and length to bowl, especially on this wicket. He's not going to get the type of bounce that we would have seen from the Barbadian fast bowlers earlier. So he has to know his limitations, know what he's all about in terms of how he's trying to get the batsman out on this particular wicket.
Yeah, in days of yesteryear, you will have found that the fast bowlers, right, the left-hand fast bowlers will bowl from the southern end with that breeze going across, and the right-hand fast bowler from this end. Within recent times, I've found that the left-hand bowler is bowling from this end and the right-hand at the other end. So it's contrasting thinking.
But I think having Agard start from this end, his primary delivery is to take it away from the left-hander.
Yeah,
Get
but
it back into the right-hander. So with the wind direction, as you can see, moving from left to right from where we are, I think that would have aided his weapon, as we said before.
yeah, but in days gone by, the wind was blowing the same way. And you had fast bowlers, the left-arm fast bowlers over those years, bowling from the southern end and created a lot of problems. And the right-hander from this end to get the in-swing. And, you know, it's just the way people are thinking about situations because they're doing the opposite thing that the way we used to do it.
As this delivery is walked down to a square leg region by Brown. So delivery on about the leg stump. And he just walks it nicely. Keeps the scoreboard ticking over. As the score moves on to 21 for the loss of 1.
Yes, I remember a game here against India, Windward Islands, Bishan Singh Bedi. He bowled from this end, the southern end, and Venkat bowled from this end. Yes, and those are international renowned spin bowlers. This was my favorite end, this end here. And they try to use the breeze as much as possible. But what you find happening, I keep saying, is that they tend to bowl it the opposite way today. And it's not today in this game. Over the past couple of years, I have made that observation. And I asked questions. Apparently, some of the other captains are unable to answer in any efficacious manner.
Okay, that's the end of that 10th over. At the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago, they are 21 for 1. Dawn on 7, and Brong is on 11.
And how crucial that catch with Dawn could be for Trinidad and Tobago. Easy catch, should have been taken, didn't. And we'll see how it goes as he settles in. He looks like a compact player. So there'll be a little bit of a bowling change here. Is it going to be Singh who is be bowling from this to another end?
It appears to be Rambaran.
Rambaram. I think these are the interesting times. It's just 4 o'clock in the afternoon here at Arnos. It's very interesting to see how the Barbadian batsmen will handle him as well as Singh and the others.
Yes, it's Rambaran, the left arm orthodox spinner, coming around the wicket. A flight delivery here, and Brong is coming forward and pushes it up to cover, and there's no run. So it's an important part of the game here, as you mentioned, Gunny. The seamers, apart from that one wicket that Agard was able to get, they never really looked totally threatening to the Barbadian batsmen. And it's important now that the spinners come in and at least try and add some penetration to the attack. Trinidad and Tobago team looking a bit flat. They just need to just G themselves up, as they would say, and give themselves that final push for the afternoon. As we see Rambaran, a good line so far, just outside the off stump. He has a slip and a gully, which is good to see. He has a man at short mid-wicket, point, cover, mid-on, mid-off. There's a man on the sweep, backward square, deep backward square. As a full toss is just played through mid-on, yes, and he should get 4. So that was a juicy full toss there by Rambaran, not what his captain is looking for at this point in time. And once again, Brown takes full advantage of that type of delivery, and he pushes it through mid-on and gets another boundary. So the score moves on to 25 for the loss of 1. We're in the 11th over.
Yes, loose delivery there and made full use of it. That's Brown, and another boundary, and Barbados. The pressure's eased somewhat with those 2 boundaries from Brown as Rambaram continues from the northern end.
This delivery is driving there, Brown. Getting a bit confident now. We've seen a few more shots coming out.
Well, he's oozing with confidence after striking those 2 boundaries. So, you know, he's growing in confidence. And so too is Dawn, having been given a life. And it's a question of how Trinidad will be able to effect a breakthrough.
This delivery there, just finishing up with a good one, just outside the off stump. Brown just watches that one go by to be taken by the wicket keeper. At the end of the 11th over, it's 25 for 1.
Yes, and the Barbadian batsmen have settled in quite nicely. regardless of what is happening around them, and they're keeping their heads. They are looking very compact, and it's a question of skipper Ramnath trying to effect that breakthrough. And I think the acid test would come, if there's any acid test, will be from Vishan Singh. We know he bowled excellently at Park Hill. I'd be interested to see when he comes in the attack what is going to happen.
Yes, so the new bowler here, Vishan Singh, as you mentioned before, is a very good leg spinner. Have a googly in him as well. And he will need all these variations if he's to provide a breakthrough for his captain this afternoon. So he has a slip, a gully, mid-off, mid-on, man at cover, point, a short mid-wicket, and a man at 45 on the leg side. Perhaps for top edge sweep as he comes in, bowling to Dawn. Ball just pitching and turning away. So a bit of turn there. That'll be encouraging to Singh. I think with the wicket flattening out, drying out a bit, should offer some turn for the spinners. And obviously the bunks that we have seen already, the spinners would be looking forward to that type of bunks as well. Good start so far by Singh. Both deliveries on target. That's important. Whenever you start a new spell, it's good to get some, especially as a leg spinner, it's good to get some on the right line, on the right length. Gives you confidence moving forward. Another delivery there, peeling off the outside edge. Pass a diving gully. Not too sure if it passed him in the air, but it was a foul shot there by Dawn, yes.
Yes, he drove at that one, and it peeled off the edge, and it flew to the left of the man at gully, all along the ground, but certainly was a foul shot.
As you mentioned, the introduction of spin would be a key part of this this afternoon's proceedings. The Barbadians perhaps a bit more comfortable against pace over the years. That is not to say that they're not adept against spin, but it's going to be a challenge facing the Trinidad and Tobago spinners. So the sun is out in all its glory. Had a few showers earlier, didn't last too long. I think we had a break about 15 to 20 minutes. So as Dawn is driving this one beautifully, should get close to the boundary. I think they'll come back for 3. A bit of mix up there, but they make it comfortably in the end. A nice looking shot there, not trying to hit it too hard there. Just coming on the front foot and driving it through extra cover. 3 more added to the total. That's Brown. So he moves on to 18. Dawn, he's still on 8. And the score moves on to 29 for the loss of 1.
Certainly a fine shot there by Dawn.
This one is cut, but straight to the man at point. Perhaps will be a little bit disappointed there. Dawn, with number 5 sporting on his back. Davy short and wide. Just needed to get it to the right or the left of that man at point, and he would have had himself some runs. This one again, a little bit shorter, a little bit flatter. Going back on the back foot and just punching it out to the man at point. So reasonably over there from Singh, his first. And at the end of the 12th, it's 29 for 1.
Yes, for a right arm leggy, I thought it was a pretty good start. Hitting the spot thereabout. And equal to the tasks is Brown, more so, and then Dawn. It's a question now of, as the ball gets a bit older, you'll get more purchase out of this track. I'm interested to see how they're going to play him out. But certainly, I rather suspect we'll see Agar for a long spell from the bottom end once he does not go for too many. As Trinidad, Singh.
Yes.
As Trinidad look to effect another breakthrough.
Yes, so it's Rambaran again from this northern end. Bowled a couple full tosses so far. Captain will be looking for better over from him this time, as this one is squeezed out to point. There's no run. That's Brown. who started slowly, but is slowly getting into his groove, as we would say. He's on 18 from 41. He's the opening batsman, so he'll want to bat as long as possible. As he punches this one through the covers, should be able to come back for 2. So 2 more added to the total is 31. Brown's personal tally goes up to 20. I think the challenge here for Trinidad and Tobago captain is knowing how much to attack. He doesn't have a large score on the board, so he has to be very careful that he doesn't set a field that is too defensive or a field that is too attacking and allowing the easy scoring of runs. So it's a mind game to play here as a captain in this situation. As we see Rambaran again. A flatter delivery this time. Not much tone. Perhaps not flighting it as much as he would like. A more defensive line we're seeing here from Rambaran. As he comes in again, bows to Brown. This delivery is driving straight to the man at cover. And there's no run. One thing about Rambaran as well, he rushes through his overs. So I'm sure that would help to increase the over rate for the fielding team. This delivery again is forward there, Brown, and plays it up to the man at cover. Good end to the over. So at the end of it is 31 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago batting first made 107. In reply, Barbados are 31 for 1.
Yes, another steady over there from Rambaram from the northern end. And Brown is looking fairly confident, very competent against what Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack has offered thus far. And it's a question now of who will be more patient in terms of getting more runs, though not as quickly as they really want to, losing their wickets. So it's a question now of, as you quite rightly say with the Trinidad and Tobago captain, half attack, half defense. He cannot go either way beyond it because he doesn't have any big total to defend, just 107. Singh will continue from the southern end with his right arm leg spin googlies.
So we're seeing a bit more attacking intensity from the captain. We now have a slip, a gully.
He needs wicket.
And we have a man that's sealing it off. So a bit more intent there in terms of attacking these two right-handers. I think he might be more confident doing that for Singh, who is more of his premier spinner, than Rambaran. And in the last over, we saw a bit of spin from Singh. Hopefully be able to extract some tone and bounce here and effect a breakthrough for his captain, who desperately need another breakthrough very soon. Another good delivery there, Singh. A nice flight. Yes, a very good action. Very good control. You know, the leg spinning is a difficult art, they will tell you. None better perfected it than the late Shane Warne, as you know. Went to the great beyond recently. Very sad news. We had a few Australians losing their lives in the last couple of months. Andrew Simons as well. As we see Singh in the middle of a good over. Another good delivery there. It's on and about the off stump, turning away. Don there just, no, Brown. Don, yes, Don. Both right-handers, similar build. So it's difficult at times to distinguish between them. But Don has the number 5 on his back. And Brown has number 3. So Singh, he'll be looking to finish off this over well. This delivery is rather short. Don goes back and punches it to cover. A very good over, main one. And at the end of it, it's 31 for 1.
Yes, an update from two of the games. Jamaica dismissed for 265 from 112, I think it was, for 6. They ended up in 265. And Windies will soon be batting. They're just out. And Guyana, we know out earlier for 73. The Leeward Islands 81 for 4. That is up at Park Hill. Yes, another testing over there from Singh. A flight in the leg break and googlies, and Don equal to the task. As it's really a good battle on with the leggy. And I'm very impressed with him because of his control. You're not getting these wayward deliveries, long hops and so on. He's keeping it there about, and you're forcing him to play.
This will be Rambaran to start the new over. He'll be looking to follow up that good over from Singh. It's just as important to keep bowling partnerships going, similar to batting as well. Don't want a good over from one end and leaking coming at the other end. Just to add to the point in terms of his control there, Singh, I find his level of control is immaculate, which is not something you'll always see with leg spinners. Looking at the current senior setup, Hayden Walsh Jr., he doesn't have the type of control that I think is really needed to exert constant pressure on the batsmen. From time to time, we see these full tosses and short deliveries. So it's good to see someone at this level having that type of control. And hopefully, with the correct guidance, he'll be able to make the transition from the under-19 level to perhaps the senior level.
Well, you have to go to the regional cricket first, basically. But certainly he has good control.
Delivery dragged down a bit there. I think perhaps Rambaran was looking for his quicker delivery, which is something that he has in his armory and he uses very well. But on that occasion, just dragging it down a bit, batsman there is able to push it out to cover. That's Brown. And he gets another single. So he moves on to 21. Down there on 8. 8 from 35 deliveries. Has been slow going for him. He was given a life. And as we mentioned before, Rambaran just rushing through his overs, basically. So at the end of another over, one coming from it, it's 32 for 1. Barbados responding to Trinidad and Tobago, 107 all out.
Quiet period of play here this afternoon, just about 4:15. Quiet period of play as Trinidad and Tobago bowlers looking to have a breakthrough for their country, whilst they are being denied by the partnership here of Brown and Dawn. And it's a question of who is going to win the battle at the end of the day. But certainly it is a good battle that we are witnessing here at the Arnos playing field in the Cricket West Indies Under-19 tournament here at the Arnos playing field between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago.
Oh my goodness, that's a very good delivery there. Brown driving at it. And it's going between the man at 4 slip and gully. It went quickly. I think the man at 4 slip there is Joshua Davis. Went to his right. I think in the last game, we were discussing that no slip catch is easy. No slip catch is easy. That one flew off the outside edge. Perhaps a better effort needed in that situation. As we mentioned before, Singh very accurate, creating an opportunity there, but just not taken. 2 more to the total. Singh again comes in, bowls. Good loop, good line, good length. I think it's a matter of patience here, being patient as a spinner. Patience is needed as well for the Barbadian players. They're not being able to score as freely as they were in the last game, but they had a big total, 376 for 8 declared. They were able to score at a brisk pace as well. So this is something different for them in terms of the scoring rate. Scoring rate right now is about 2.22, all twos. So it's nothing to really write home about. But the key thing here for Barbados is preserving their wickets. As we see a beautiful drive, half stop there in the covers. And they come through for a single. One more added to the total. Brown moves on to 24. It's 35 for 1. I don't think Singh will be disappointed with these drives, Gunny. As a leg spinner, that's what you want as a leg spinner. The batsman coming on to the front foot and driving. Floated again, this time a bit too full. Don coming on the front foot there and punching that one out to a wideish mid-off. He gets another single. Total moves on to 36 for 1. Barbados responding to Trinidad first innings, total of 107. So they trail by 72 runs at this point in time. As Singh comes in again, another flighty delivery. Brong there just coming forward and pushing it out to short mid-wicket. There's no run. So at the end of the 16th over, it's 36 for 1.
Yes, and interestingly enough is that he found two outside edges, so to speak, all along the ground, no chance, and is of interest so that he continues to bowl his heart out for his country. And interestingly enough, the Barbadian batting pair, they're not really carrying the fight, so to speak. They are building blocks and ensuring that they blunt the Trinidad and Tobago spin bowling attack in Ram and Singh. So that is it for me for now, and I'll let you continue with Mr. Cruikshank.
So it's Rambaran to start a new over, sorry. Very accurate bowler. Doesn't turn the ball a lot, a bit flatter than Singh. His captain will be looking to him to do a job here for him in restricting his scoring, and hopefully that might lead to opportunities for breaking this partnership. Welcome back, Alanson. Not a bad plan, considering perhaps the wicket not offering as much to the Trinidadian bowlers as it did to the Barbadian fast bowlers. Different type of bowlers, so they have to work out what is best for them in this particular situation.
Absolutely. The wicket gave a little bit of help to those who hit the pitch hard. Trinidadian bowlers, a bit short and more speedy bowlers.
Yes, that's a good point in terms of the height of the bowlers. Perhaps the wicket is a hit the deck type of wicket. Trinidadian bowlers more kiss the surface in a sense, like Agard, for example. Once again, Rambaran over. He rushes through these overs, and at the end of the 17th over, it's 36 for 1.
Interesting points at this point. The Barbadian team, although they lost a very early wicket, they are, kicking off the runs going up to that close in score in the Trinidad and Tobago team of 107. They are currently 71 runs behind that. They would not be in too much of a hurry. They understand that what they will be trying to do is try to get as big a lead as possible in this first innings, put some more pressure on the Trinidad team. They would know that the Trinidad bowling attack most likely will be more potent in the second innings. So they wouldn't want to have too many runs to make if anything at all in the second innings.
Yes, that is what I was about to mention in terms of the Barbadian team is under really no sort of pressure to score fast or anything like that. All they have to do is bat as long as possible, ensure that they amass a sufficient lead, and put pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen in the second innings. Oh, and good delivery there once again. A flighty delivery. We have Brown coming forward there. Bit of turn. Goes past the outside edge and well taken there. A huge appeal, but umpire wasn't interested in that. Another good delivery there by Singh.
He's bowling very well, Singh. Nice flight. Little deception there. The batsman thought he would have reached it in his forward front, but beat him.
Well, Jaden, beautiful shot. Should get a boundary here. Brown was a flighty delivery, and Jaden beautifully through the offside all along the ground. The man at extra cover, they making a valiant attempt in terms of diving to his right. Can't make any contact. So 4 more to the total. Is now 40 for 1. Brown moves on to 28.
Yeah, that was a bit overpitched there by the leg spinner Singh. Had Brown in some trouble with a similarly nicely through extra cover for 4. By the time shot there
As Singh again comes up, bowls a better length, a bit shorter. Comes back and just pushes out to gully. There's no run. In looking at the field, though, if I'm thinking to myself, if Singh is going to continue with this line, this off-stump line, perhaps you need to strengthen the offside field. We have seen a man at deep square leg. We haven't seen any sweep shot attempted by the Barbadian players so far. So I'm thinking the cover area will be a more high traffic area, considering the length and the line that Singh is actually bowling at this point in time.
Absolutely, I'm in total agreement with that. One of the things that I will also probably try is to move that man, probably put him actually on the sweeper cover, but also it leaves the square leg open, encouraging them to play across the spin and against the spin. So it may give you a few more chances.
Yes, but as we mentioned before, so it's a difficult situation for the captain in terms of knowing how much to attack and how much to defend, because you don't want to attack too much and then you realize the Barbadian team is already in a lead. So a lot of decisions there to be made by the captain, Ramnath. Full toss this time and he's stroking down to mid-on. There's no run. That's definitely something the captain could look at in terms of the setting of the field. I think we're having a jinx break at this point in time. So at the end of the 18th over, we have Trinidad and Tobago. They are 40 for 1, responding to... We have Barbados 40 for 1, responding to Trinidad's 107 all out. Barbados this morning winning the toss, sending Trinidad and Tobago to bat. They were dismissed for 107. Barbados in their response 40 for 1. Brong he's on 28. Dawn he's there on 9. Final thoughts from you, Alanson? Well, not final thoughts, but thoughts from you.
Just before we go for the break,
I honestly can't remember the exact.
I would say yes, it's a fine balance between defense and attack for Trinidad skipper and the think tank. But I think that no, there's a very small window of attack for them because of the score. And I think that they're still within that window of attack. And I think that they should really go all out attacking in that window of attack. I'm saying that to say, before they go to me on 50 or 60, in terms of the score for the Barbados, I think we need to try to see how many wickets they can get. Not necessarily by looking for wickets, so to speak, by tempting the batsmen into stuff like that, into dishes, because you can leak out the runs that way. But just try to apply the pressure and keep your attacking fielders for as long as possible, so that if a mistake is made, that you are able to snap it. I think that is the approach that they should keep, maybe until the score starts to progress a bit more quickly. They must also look at the run rate. It's not very quick, so it's not as if
it's 2.2. Yeah.
Exactly. So they have this little small window of attack. When they become more attacking, if they start to expand, then they will have to pull back, obviously, because they have to score in the first half.
They don't want to just keep going along with the motions and then Barbados overhaul their total with the loss of maybe 1 or 2 wickets.
Very good point there, Alonso. So I think the key is that Singh is a very accurate bowler, as we have seen. Accurate leg spinner. His line is mostly on and about the off stump, spinning away, or perhaps a googly now and then slider going into the stump. We have not seen a lot of deliveries along the leg stump line from Singh. So what I'm thinking is that you want a situation where if he misses his length, which he has done a couple of times in terms of being too full, you don't want him to be totally punished in terms of a boundary being off his bowling. So I'm thinking another fielder on the offside, perhaps in the circle, or even put him deep extra cover, just to give Singh that cushion in terms of, yes, we're looking for you to bowl that particular line. If the batsman is able to negate the spin and get good connection, we don't want to give him 4, perhaps 1. Right? And we've seen him create an opportunity earlier in the over where the ball went through gully at a catchable height. So a lot to ponder there for the Trinidad and Tobago captain, Ramnath. The Barbadian camp, though, would be the happy of the two camps. They are able to just continue to bat and bat as long as possible. At the end of the day's play, they might want to be perhaps close to 100 or just over 100 for the loss of the same 1 or 2 wickets.
Yeah, they would feel a lot better if indeed the Barbadians, if they overhaul the score, the Trinidadians, that they would be well into their batting lineup. And this is the risk that they have to take at this point, at this stage of the game. I think that once they get to 60, 70, 80, thereabouts going onward, and if batsmen are in and looking confident, then they will start to score more quickly. And then at that time, you really have to pull back and get on the defensive.
Yes, so it's going to be Rambaran again. He'll be bowling from the northern end. So far, he has bowled 4. Oh. Hold on. Yes, he has bowled 4 overs for 12. So he starts a new over. Don is coming forward. Don has not been as fluent as perhaps he was in the last game. We did not really get to see the game live. But I get the impression that he was a bit more fluent in the last game, a bit more attacking as well. He has not been able to get at the bowling as much as he would like. But that is what cricket is all about. Sometimes, as a batsman, things will not always go your way. Just a matter of finding a way to get through that phase, and things will get better, hopefully.
Yeah, there are ebbs and flows to every game. And different nuances as you go through the game, and you have to understand that. And as you play more cricket and you gain that understanding, then that is really what separates great players and good players from ordinary players.
Yes. So Rambaran once again, he's bowling a tight line here. Good length, not giving the batsman a lot to work with. He's not flighting the ball as much as Singh has. It's Dawn again, trying to force that one through the offside. Picks out the man at cover. There's no run. So yes, he's on 9 from 46 deliveries, which is rather slow going. But it's important that he stays there and bats as long as possible for his captain.
Well, he wouldn't mind that. Last week in the game with the Windies and the Leewards, we saw their vice-captain Michael Graves coming out at number 3 in a situation that was not too dissimilar, except that the first innings total that they were replying to was a bit more than 100, of course. But he faced about 90 deliveries on the first day. And he was scoring at a strike rate of less than 10. But on the next day when he came back, he struck 7 fours. And made a half century. So because he was able to soak up that pressure all of the day before, he was able then to cash in on the next day. And it's 3-day cricket after all. So there is time once you play based on what is happening on at that very moment.
Very much so. As we start the 20th over, it's going to be Singh again. No visible change in the field. We have a man at slip, a man at gully, still mid-off, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. We have a man at deep backward square. As Singh comes in from the southern end. Bowls. Good delivery there once again. Brown coming forward and playing it up to the man at silly mid-off. There's no run. So I think what Brown is looking forward to is that fuller delivery, which he has really pounced on so far. Hitting it through extra cover for a couple of boundaries. That's a good delivery there, just tempting him. It's slower. Brown there just not falling into the trap of trying to hit that through the cover. Allows it to be taken by the wicketkeeper. It's a good contest here between bat and ball. Brown, he's willing to be positive whenever he needs be. And Singh, he's bowling with a good line, a good length. Men around the bat, so he has fielders in attacking positions, which is important because you want, whenever the batsman make a mistake, you have somebody in a position to take advantage of that mistake. So it's Singh again, another flighty delivery. He's driving it straight to the man at silly mid-off. I think that is Jagasa. He seemed to be the specialist there in terms of sealing it off. Not a position I would highly recommend for anybody, but somebody got to do it. I sing again, a flatter delivery this time, and played out just behind square. I think in the last game, Gunny and I was speaking about some fielders who did very well in that position. So Gus Lugie and even Phil Simmons, our coach now, he was very good in there. David Boone, yes, I was about to mention David Boone. Took some blinders in that position. If you go way back to, it was said Garfield so was also good in and around the bat. So it's a position that you have to get used to. As we see the end of the 20th over, it's still 40-1. Brong is on 28, Dawn is on 9.
Yeah, it is definitely a specialist position, short leg. Quite often they stuff in the player there with the least experience, or the youngest guy there sometimes. But it's a position that you can make your own if you do very well there, and it calls for very quick reflexes and good hands. And some persons have done exceptionally well in that position over the years, as you have mentioned.
So it's Rambaran once again. So the spinners going through their overs very quickly. So we should be able to get close to the allotted. If not, get all of the overs in. That is allotted for the day's play.
A lot of credit for that will go to Rambaran.
Yes, he's definitely rushing through his overs. He comes in again. A shorter delivery this time. He's cutting. Finding the gap there. Should get 2. It's Dawn. Still not timing it as well as he would like, Dawn. You can see him trying very hard to just break free from the shackles that he has been under so far. He moves on to 11 from 51 deliveries. Rambaran there just a little bit too short, allowing Dawn to go back and punch in that 1-2 extra cover for 2. Not a good looking shot again. Slight misfeel, but they would not take the risk of a second. It's a good looking punch. Well timed. The man at mid-off going around, not feeling it cleanly. And another single is added to the total. It's now 43-1. Barbados responding to Trinidad 107. Another short delivery, and this time he's cutting it. I believe that's Brong. Should get close to the boundary. They come back for a second. So just this over, Rambaran has been a little bit off. He has given the batsman a bit too much room, and they have taken full advantage of that room. 2 more is added to the total. It's now 45-1. Rambaran here, yes, he's trying to rush through his overs, but he also has to be mindful that he has a job to do in terms of keeping it as tight as possible.
I think that will be his primary job, to keep a little tab on the scoring, to ensure that the Barbadian batsmen have to work very hard to overhaul their total.
Another delivery on a bit wide of the off stump this time. Batsman there, Brong, just watching it go by, to be taken by the wicket keeper. Another delivery there coming forward, playing it out to cover. That's the end of the over number 21. Barbados are 45-1.
Yeah, so 45-1 here after 21 overs. A little bit of an attritional period of play between the two teams, but as we mentioned previously, the Barbadian team, they are in no hurry. Their job really and their mindset will be probably at the end of today to be as close as possible to the 107 score and having lost as few wickets as possible. And in their minds, these two who are there will be thinking that I want to be not out at the end of today's play.
Yes, very much so. As we see Singh starting a new over. Sun is still out. All right. A little bit of breeze blowing across the ground, which will be welcomed by the players. This delivery, he's cutting it. Piercing the gap. Once again, should get 2. That's Dawn. Will they come back for a third? No, they won't. Good feeling out there in the outfield. It's a bit short there. Dawn going back and just punching it to cover, not trying to hit it too hard. And he manages to get 2 more. So the score is 47 for 1. Don's personal tally moves on to 14. So Trinidad looking a bit flat. Looking a bit flat. He was a bit sprightly earlier when Agard removed the opening batsman. But from since this partnership has flourished, they have actually batted sensibly, given the situation, and they managed to take out that juice or that zest out of the Trinidadians very early.
Yes, and I'll get back to it after this delivery. Yes, one of the things that I've been thinking about is that I haven't really seen Singh employ his googly or his top spinner so far in the innings. I don't know if I've missed a delivery or two, but I think that once he possesses it, he should show them it at some point, because it will create some doubt knowing that all of them are not going in one direction. And some of those shots that they're looking to play through the offside, they might be wondering, is this the googly? And then it brings that doubt into the mind, and I have to be able to pick him.
Yes, good point. As we see Singh again coming in from the southern end. Another good delivery, beating him outside the off stump there. Don there perhaps would think to himself, he should have been forward to that delivery. The length was not that short. He went back. And another delivery goes past his outside edge.
Yeah, he should have been well forward there on that occasion.
The Singh will feel a little bit unlucky, I would say. He has created some small opportunities, nothing great, but he just has to be patient as Don is punching this one off the back foot. Again, straight to the man at cover. There's no run. It's the end of another over. It's the end of 22 overs. Trinidad and Tobago toiling on at 47 for 1 in response to Barbados toiling on to 47 for 1 in response to Trinidad and Tobago 107.
Yeah, and I'm just... That delivery that he went back on the back foot for, that he was looking to play there, that was the googly. Seemed to come off his inside edge onto his pad. So he has shown them the googly. And so now they have to be thinking, do I just go back onto the back foot when I see it slightly short and punch through the offside? It could be the googly, it could be coming into my middle and leg stump. Also, when it is flighted, if I'm not quite to the pitch, do I still drive with my bat face a little open and going in to out, knowing that it's the leg spinner? Or is it the googly? Can I be bowled between my bat and pad? So these are the things that you as a bowler want to create that doubt in the batsman's mind. And I'm glad that he actually employed the googly on that occasion. So let's see how he goes to them from here on.
So it's a new bowler, it's Ramlal. Slow left arm bowler as well. Bowls a bit of googlies and Chinaman, as we would say. A bit slow in the air. And the Barbadian batsman have to spend a little bit of time trying to understand what he's doing with the ball. In looking at him at the last game, in the first innings, he got 4 wickets. Right, so he's a wicket taker, but he can also leak a few runs as well. Gets the ball to bounce a bit. So it's just a matter of the Barbadian batsman just looking at the new bowler, seeing what he's offering.
Yeah, that was a good force delivery there. He seems to get some top spin on the ball, as you mentioned, that little bounce off the pitch. So that might be a trump card for them as they go forward in the innings.
Not a good delivery. 2 deliveries so far in the right area. As you could see, I believe the captain would realize also that he's likely to leak some runs at some point in time. So we're seeing the field a bit deeper. Not as much men around the bat as we saw with Singh in the previous over. Which could be a good or a bad thing. It depends on how you look at it.
Well, maybe he's also giving him a chance to settle sometimes after a couple of overs. If he sees that he's going well, then he may bring back those close fielders.
Slight misfield there by the man at slip. Allows the batsman to come through for a single. That's Brown. He moves on to 31. It's 48 for 1. But a good start so far by Ramlal.
Yes, a very good start. He has pitched them more or less where he has wanted to pitch them. I was in there for a while. He could have chipped onto that one.
Yes, perhaps in another format, you might see a bit more attacking intent against those type of deliveries. This one a bit short, but a good start so far. Just one coming off the over. At the end of the 23rd, it's 48 for 1.
Yeah, so a good over from Ramlal, his first over. Slender man has a little bit of height. He bowls with a high action, so he gets a little bit of bounce off the pitch. It will be interesting to see his variation if he has that wrong hand, which turns away from the right-hander, along with the one that turns in. So it'll be good to see if he has those and how he employs them, and how the Barbadian batsmen will be able to counteract what he's doing. But so far, Dawn and Brown, they are forging an excellent partnership. They keep one thing you realize with them, they chat almost after every over. So the both of them are on the same page. They know what the plan is, and they keep reinforcing that to each other, which is good from the young men.
Yes, and for Barbados' sake, they'll be hoping that they can carry the battle until the end of the day's play. Singh will have other thoughts, though, as he comes in from the southern end. Flight to delivery this time. Brown is coming forward and just pushing it up the pitch. You mentioned the last over chipping down the wicket, Alan. So we have not seen a lot of that in recent times, even at the senior level, in terms of batsmen willing to use their feet against the spinners. A lot of batsmen seem to just stick and play them from the crease, as we would say.
Yeah, it's a dying art, especially in our Caribbean batsmanship. Something that we used to see quite regularly some decades ago, but almost non-existent now. I think probably the last couple of players who always used to use their feet might be Marlon Samuels and Sawan.
Yes, I think I was just about to mention Marlon Samuel, as my good friend Shane Samuel would say, the icon.
Yes, that's his singing name now.
It's a good single there. This one just push forward to a short mid-off, and they set off right away. And so good communication, as you mentioned before. These two seem to have batted a lot together. They seem to understand each other's game very well. And the call in there was very good. Just pushed out to mid-off and just came to for an easy single in the end. Another flighted delivery. Well played. So as you mentioned before, the art of using your feet against the spinner seemed to be dying out here in the West Indies, as we mentioned before. Remember Marlon Samuels always willing to use his feet, which made him so successful, especially in T20 cricket against the Asian teams, which is so important. When you're coming up against Sri Lanka, Pakistan, you know you're going to meet a diet of spin. So you have to be prepared to use your feet and just be able to manipulate the spinners. And he did that very well in his time. Ramno saw one again, a Guyanese who would have grown up on these sort of wickets, always coming down the track. And of course, you know, BCL, he perhaps would have been one of the better players of spin bowling that we have seen. Was always willing to come down the track. And this one is hit officially there by Brown. Just dropping short of the man at cover, a bit deep there. And at the end of the 24th over, it's 50 for 1.
Yeah, and you would add to that, of course, Carl Hooper.
Yes.
They just call him Sir Carl.
Yes, Sir Carl, man. Sir Carl was very good as well against the spinners. The Guyanese again. So I think the fact that they grew up on certain types of wickets would have aided to their efficiency in terms of spin. So Ramla is about to start a new over. I will now hand over to my colleague, Mr. Hines.
Struggle that is ongoing between the spin and the Barbadian batsmen who are pinching the ball in, the ones and the twos here and there, and keep the scoreboard ticking. This one from Ramlal outside the off stump, taken cleanly by wicketkeeper Kisunat, and there is no one. 50 for one. The 50 came off 24 overs, just over 2 runs and over, and it's been really, really tight going here this afternoon. Ramlal left arm wrong. This one driven up to extra cover, no run. And the pattern continues. Trinidad and Tobago desperate for a breakthrough. And they have the 2 spinners involved. And Singh really, really bowling a good spell from the southern end. Ramlal in. Outside the off stump, he allowed it to go through, taken by Kitchenat, and there is no one. 50 for 2 with Brown on 30 and Down on 32 and Dawn 15. Yep. Outside the off stump, allowed to go through the keeper, and there's no. So Brown on 15, Dawn on 15. Brown on 32, Dawn on 15. The man out Perryman a long time ago caught Kitchener, the wicketkeeper of Agar, without scoring. Didn't trouble the scorers. As in forward defensive and beaten with a beautiful delivery there. Seemed to be the top spinner. Beautiful delivery there. And Brown played at it through to the keeper, and there's no run. Certainly a very good delivery there. One of the few that has gone past the bat this afternoon here in Ramlal. This one forces out to shot his mid wicket, and there is no run. The spin against the patient Barbadian batsman continues. 51 for 1, right? 50 for 1 after 25 overs. They're going at 2 and over, and certainly this is real tight, gripping cricket.
Yes, and you look at what is being done here now. I would think that they have now introduced both wrist spinners, the left arm wrist spinner, the right arm wrist spinner, and they're asking the Barbadian batsmen now to try to pick us from the arm, because both bowlers have the variation of the top spinner or the googlies, and so far what the Bajan batsmen have been doing is that they realize that they are not under any scoring pressure, so they are waiting patiently. I'm not too sure still if they are picking the bowlers, but what they're doing is that they're playing the lengths well, and they're waiting patiently for anything that they can score off that is over pitched or too short.
Yes, I agree that. Certainly it's they're waiting for anything loose to pounce on, because they're not getting many, if any. And certainly it's a test of their character as they continue to, as we say, plod along here. A single here, a 1 here, a 2 there. They're not too bothered. They're just ensuring that they do not get a breakthrough this afternoon. I think that is exactly what they set out to do. But certainly, it is a good battle between young people, under 19 cricketers here. Cricket West Indies under 19 tournament here at the Arnos playing field. Back Singh flighted another delivery, and pushes back there by Dawn. Is it Brong at this end here. Slip, gully, silly mid off, and they keep any pressure on there. And he's bowling an immaculate line and immaculate length. You know, like spinners trying to throw this loose delivery every now and then, but certainly you're not seeing that period from Singh. Another flighty delivery, push this one out to cover, no run. 50 for the loss of 1. And this is 26th over. It's really, really gripping cricket here at Aldersville between these youngsters out of the 2 Caribbean countries. As Singh to bowl to Brown, flighty delivery again. He defended this one out to seal him it off, and there's no run. Also, what has been tested is the Barbadian batsman patience, because if you become impatient, you can play shots and you may get out. But certainly, they are really holding, and their patience is being tested by these 2 bowlers. Flighted again, forward defensive, out to gully, and there is no run. Wow. Spin bowlers in action here at Arnesville, Port Trinidad and Tobago, as they continue in Singh and Ramlal to try and effect a breakthrough this afternoon for their team. They've only got 207, but they are really making the Barbadians fight for every run. Back he goes, and he cuts this one. It's going close to the boundaries. A shorter delivery, 1, coming for 2. And they are home 2 runs there to Brown. He goes up to 17. It's 52 for the loss of 1 wicket, 52 for 1. as Trinidad and Tobago Bowl is looking for success and being denied by the Barbadian pair in Brown and Don. Brown on 32, Don on 17. As we look at, what was it? 34. Outside the off them, driven out to cover, and there is no run. No run whatsoever there. Certainly another over that is tested the patience of Brown, and he got 2 in that over. 54 now for the loss of 1 into over number 27.
Yeah, so they're going at exactly 2 runs and over in the last few overs, each of them going for 2 runs. And that seems to be the tempo, and that has been the tempo for the last about half an hour to an hour or so, especially with both spinners in operation in tandem. And what we are seeing is that both batsmen are willing to wait. They're playing the waiting game. They are satisfied with getting 2 and 3 runs and over, or a single here and there. And if they continue with that mindset, then it should all go well for them for the rest of the day.
Ramlal into Brown, and he drives this one, pushes this one out to extra cover, and there's no run. The latest score of Cumberland, Jamaica 265. The Windward Islands 13 for 2. 13 for 2 against 265. As Ramlal into Brown. Brown driven this one out too long on mid-on. Should have stopped that. He misfielded and he allowed Brown to get away. That's Don got away. Don got away there. He's on 16. It's 53. Am I right, 53? Yeah. Yes, 53 for the loss of 1. A partnership of 53 because the Perryman was out, caught the wicketkeeper Kisunata off Agar without scoring. Score was, they didn't have anyone in the bowl at the time. Back goes and forces it on out, and they get another single. Good piece of half stop there by the Trinidad and Tobago fielder, and another single ensues. So that's Ramnath. That's Ramnath in. Oh, that one turned. That one definitely turned, and he squared him up, and he played it at the last minute, opening the face. Good technique, despite he was beaten initially. And he just jabbed it out onto the offside, fielding by the man at first slip. Back he goes, and he forces it out to a backward point. No run, 54 for the loss of 1 wicket. As this battle, spin against patient batsmen, continue as they have their own rules set out. Ramlal in. Looking to sweep this one nicely in the air over the man at short, square leg down to the boundary for 4. That's Brown. Don swept this one over his head for 4. The first boundary I've seen for a very, very, very long time. As the total races up. It races up basically from that boundary to 58. 58 for 1, 28 overs. As Don goes up to 19, I think it is. Huh? 20 down on 20. Brown on 34, and it's 58 for the loss of 1. As the battle continues, they're getting the runs here or there, but what they're doing is actually wearing down the spin of both Singh and Ramlal.
Yeah, and that was a very good shot from Don the last over. Well placed, that sweep shot for 4.
Singh in this one outside the off stump, allowed to go through there. That's Brown, and there is no run. 58 for 1, 58 for 1. The other games are moving ahead with a lot more speed, so to speak. Not that I know 100-meter sprint, but they're going on at a faster clip. As we say, 265 for Jamaica, 13 for 2 we heard from Cumberland. Flighty delivery, defended well, and there is 18 for 2, I think is the latest. As Singh goes back to his mark, 18 for 2 is the latest out of Cumberland. And they will get the Park Hill score in a short while. Leeward Islands continue to push on with their score. It's 117 for 4. That's the Leeward Islands replying to Guyana 73, and Leeward Islands 107 for 4. 117 for 4. Those scores are moving about at a faster clip than here. It's not a 2020 game, it's a 3-day match. Cricket West Indies under 19 tournament. Forward defensive, up to sealing it off, and I thought it was a no ball because just signaled to his umpire that 2 more balls are left in the over. That's a signal that they tend to make in these modern times. 3 men hemmed around the bat. Backward point cover mid off. Singh in. One striking him on the pad. There's an appeal, and a half-hearted appeal, and Singh put his hand on his head. Wondered how he didn't get through to here, but you'll have to keep trying and trying and trying. But this has been a very impressive spell from a leg spinner from the southern end, a right-arm leg. You definitely do not see leg spinners bowling this number of overs without a few more loose deliveries. You really hardly see that in cricket. In. Forward defensive, and he turns this one around, looking for a sharp single, not there. The end of yet another over as Singh continues to really impress. He's not getting wickets, but certainly keeping an immaculate length and line with good flight.
Yes, and he's troubling the batsmen too. They have not been dismissed by him yet, but he has troubled both batsmen. One of the things that you realize from him, he has 9 overs, none for 18.
This is some excellent figures for a right-arm leggy.
Yeah, one of the things that you're noticing from him is that he attacks the same line repeatedly. And so, there is that element of control that he has at a very young age, which means that he most likely has repeated his actions several times to get that control. So even though he's an under-19 bowler, means that he trains a lot and he bowls a lot.
Yes, he has been practicing his art, his craft for a number of overs, probably bowled 1 million overs already. In Trinidad, at practice. Back goes Brown and forces it on up. A single. Goes up to 35. A single there after bowling of Ramlal. One mild criticism of Rampal, I think, because he's so slow. He should be bowling it a bit quicker on these slow pitches here. But it's mild criticism. As back he goes and drives it one, opening the face down to backward point, and there is no run. Maybe a bit quicker will force them to play a little more hurriedly and create a foul shot.
Yeah, they have been playing him off the pitch because he's slow enough for them to go back and watch him off the pitch.
Same criticism I had him in the park. He's born a little too slow. Driven. That's better. Caught and bowl. Driving, that one that's flighted. Straight back to that's Ramlal, and is Brown out or Dawn? Dawn is out. Caught and bowl. Finally, Trinidad and Tobago have taken a wicket. The wicket of Dawn, he's gone for 21. Is he gone for 21, Hankia? Oh, they are just ensuring that we have it right. But certainly, rich reward for persistent bowling here from Ramlal and Singh. And it opens up the number 4 batsman who has to come and face the music to 2 bowlers who are on target.
Yes, and who knows, they could get on a roll here and take a few several wickets. And Dawn, he's walking. He will take about 10 years to come off the park as he's walking back.
Very slowly, as if he is attending a funeral.
Yeah. Seems that it was actually Brown who was dismissed and not
Brown was out.
Dawn. So Brown was the one who was doing most of the scoring. So that would put a bit more pressure on the Barbadian batsman as well. He was there from the beginning. And
so Brown goes. I will get everything right. The score is 50. 50 what is the score? 50. 59 for 2. The scorers are just getting it absolutely spot on. a good breakthrough there for Trinidad and Tobago. They've been toiling for a little while without getting the wicket, but it's flighted closer to the batsman. I think he was caught in no man's land. Caught and bowled. Caught in no man's land. He drove it to the left of Ramlal low, and he took a very good catch. And Broncos, you know, had they taken down earlier on, one never knows what would have happened with the one catch that was spilled. So the new man in is Bowden. That's the wicketkeeper, the skipper. Yeah, that's the wicketkeeper, Bowden. So Brown ended up at how many? 30 what? 30 what? .35 will get the boundaries and sixes if any. As Ramlal in outside the off stump, the left-hander taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. So Bowden is his name, or am I right with the pronunciation? B-O-D-E-N, Bowden. B-O-L-D-E-N. Bowden, right. Striking him on the pad, there's half-hearted appeal. Northouse says umpire, total remain 59 for 2.
Yeah, if that short leg was in place, they would have been with a chance on that occasion. That one was a bad pad.
During his innings. As Rana looking for more wickets here for his country, flighted. Ball then allowed this one to go by. The end of a successful over there by Ramlal, having taken the wicket of Brown, Cotton Bowl for 35. He had 3 fours, 59 for 2. The pair added 59 for the second wicket, but certainly a much needed breakthrough for TNT.
Yes, a very important wicket there for Ramlal. And the delivery that he bowled to get the wicket, it seemed to be the top spinner as well. As he closed the bat face, it seemed to turn away from him and skew off the front edge. And went back to the bowler, who took a fairly nicely judged catch. Bolden now is at the wicket. He has faced a few deliveries. That first one that he faced, the bat pad, there a little bit of inside edge onto the pad, and with a short leg, they may have been in business. We have been talking about the short leg for some time. It doesn't seem like it's a position that either of the two teams today want to employ quite readily.
Sing in. And he guides this one out to backward point. That's done, and there is no run. 59 for 2, responding to Trinidad and Tobago 107. Meager total 107. But they are making the Barbadians work hard for their runs in the form of the spin bowling. With a number of overs gone, somewhere close to 30 overs has already gone for the afternoon. They've really been racing through these overs. Forward defensive again he goes, and there's no run. Over number 31. This is the 30th over being bowled, 59 for 2. That is the pressure that they have applied. Scoring has basically dried up. It's pushing one here, single here, one here, 2 there, but certainly it has dried up. As Sing in, looking to sweep, that's one, connects towards long leg. We'll wait on the umpire's call. It did hit bat or pad. Yeah, it is a run. Yes, it is a run. He's up to 21. It is a run, and they bring Bolden, who's yet to score 60. 60 for the loss of 2. And how many overs they to bowl for the 43? They are not too far away, and with the spinners bowling the way they are going, I'm certain that they would get in these 43 overs before 6 o'clock. I'm almost certain of that. Because they're not going to change this bowling that easy. They've really been bowling fairly well. Sing to bowl then from the southern end, the right arm leggy. Back he goes and clips this one out to mid on. No run, 60 for 2. Fielded and the return to the bowler. But certainly a wonderful afternoon here. We're extremely grateful to the Lord for allowing play to continue uninterrupted as Sing to Bolden from the southern end. Bolden driving past cover. He's going to get at least 1. Should be 2 here. Coming back for the second one, but it has enough and it's gone to the boundary 4. He didn't appear to really hit that ball, but it just raced across the outfield towards the double-decker stand on the eastern side of the field. He's off the mark with 4, but certainly a fine shot indeed by Boland.
And I think that is the first bad ball that we have seen from Singh. That was a full toss, and he was able to drive that in the gap for 4.
Well,
so Singh now well into his spell before he gave one bad ball.
Well, it's accepted because he's into his 9th or 10th over. It's 10th over. Wow, he played at this one. We're not too sure if it took the edge of the bat or the pad. We'll wait on the umpire, but certainly it flew past first slip. And is it technically a chance? No, it's a bye. It seemed to have gone the other way.
Yeah, there was a googly.
Beat the batsman, they beat the wicketkeeper, everything, and went for 2 byes. But certainly a fine delivery there from Singh. It seemed to have been the googly.
Yeah,
and everybody was beaten, and they got 2 byes. Total up to 66 for the loss of 2. But certainly fine delivery there by Singh, and not negotiated well by Boland, nor the wicketkeeper. Everybody was beaten.
Both of them were expecting the leg spin.
Exactly. So, good test of patience for the batsman against this type of bowling, which is fairly rare in the Caribbean.
Yeah, and because of the rarity, especially not just wrist spinners, but wrist spinners who turn the ball both ways, then we have found that over the years, the ability to play that type of bowling has diminished.
Ramlal in. This one is driven up to mid-off, and he collects a single. That's Don. He's up to 22, I think it is. 23. He's up to 23. And bring Bolden, the skipper, on 4 to face the strike 68 for the loss of 2. And they really and truly have the Barbadian batsman hemmed in. But the important thing, and to the credit of the Bajan batsman, they have stuck in there and they have sucked it all in. Forward defensive goes, Bolden the left-hander, and fielded by the man at city mid-off, and there is no run. To the Barbadian eternal credit, they have stuck it out against this very tight leg spin bowling from both ends. Something I do not believe that they are accustomed to, where you have spinners on both ends like this. In. Bowling forward defensive and pushes this one out to short, straightish extra cover, and there is no addition to the total. 68 for the loss of 2. Trinidad and Tobago made just 107. Ramlal in. This one, he actually went back and was unsure as to which way that ball was turning, but eventually it was so slow he had enough time to just defend it out on the pitch itself, and there is no run. Ramlal, wicket taker in the over a while ago, in. This one swept along the carpet down to deep backward square, and Bolden gets 1 up to 5. It's another single to the Barbadian toast, 69 for the loss of 2. In local bingo games, they tend to say when 69 is called, you know what they tend to call it? A crookshank. As in bowls Ramlal, back goes Thorn, forces this one out to extra cover, and there is no run. Upside down number. That's what they tend to say at local bingo games. The upside down number, it doesn't matter how you turn them around, you have to end up with the same 69.
Same number.
Yes, at the end of the over, it's 69 for the loss of 2, as the spin bowling battle against the patient and watchful Barbadian batsmen in Don and Bolden.
Well, just to speak a little bit about the bowling of Ramlal. We were speaking a little bit earlier about the pace at which he is bowling, very slowly. But what we have noticed that when he bowls fuller, he looks a bit more threatening, and he has taken his wicket from the fuller delivery.
Yeah, but
because they are unable to read that, to go back on the back foot and
as to
wait.
which way he's going.
Right. So the fuller delivery now, he's a bit more threatening, and we saw that in the wicket that he got, and also in a couple of those, deliveries that were difficult for the batsmen to negotiate. So finally, it seems as if Singh is being taken out of the bowling, and Davis is replacing him.
Joshua Davis, the off spinner.
Yes, Davis replaces Singh.
Yes, Joshua Davis, the off spinner. And Singh figures scorer. I think he bowled about 9 or 10 overs there about on the trot. Huh? 10 overs, none for 23. I thought it was a very good spell indeed from him. As he's removed from the attack, probably his fingers are getting a little tired. But certainly really bowled a good spell and kept things tight for Barbados, replying to a small 107. Now Joshua Davis, the off spinner from the southern end. Back goes Bolden and pushes it out to extra cover. There is no run. As we look at Joshua Davis, flatter, different mindset now for the Barbadian batsman, an off spinner in.
This one.
There is no run. As Joshua Davis to bowl to Bolden, who is on 5. Back he goes and forces out to backward point, and there is no run. $68 for two, replying to or responding to 127 made by Trinidad and Tobago. Joshua Davis, the off spinner, in. Allow this one to go by outside the off stump. Fairly straight delivery. There's no turn whatsoever. It's faster, flatter, taken by the keeper. That's Kishunath, and there's no run. 68 for 2. They're just 37 runs away. 39 runs away, but they have to fight for every run. Trinidad bowls are right on target. Davis in, and Bolden pushes it out, fielded at extra cover, and there is no run. From the southern end is Joshua Davis, the off spinner, replacing Singh, who had 10 overs, none for 23, but really bowled well. Kept things in check, kept things tight as Bolden withdraws from the crease. Held up Joshua Davis, still holding him up. Now he's settling into his stance as Davis from the southern end in. Forward defensive. It's the end of another over. 68 for the loss of 2. I'll hand you over now to Osnat K2.
Mr. Hines. So it's a thrilling end to the afternoon. We've had a very good day's cricket so far. And I'm sure Trinidad and Tobago will be looking forward to ending the day on a high. There hasn't been a lot of positive so far. But they'll be hoping that they can actually perhaps get a couple more wickets this afternoon and put in the Barbadians under a bit more pressure. As Ramlal starting a new over, first delivery is stroked out to extra cover by Dawn, and he gets another single. The total moves on to 69 for the loss of 2 wickets. Alonso, you're in the captaincy position of Trinidad and Tobago. What would you be saying to your bowlers at this point in time? As we see a wonderful shot here, it's a shortish delivery. Should be able to get a boundary, yes he will. So it was a short delivery, and the captain there just going back on his back foot and punching it through cover for 4. Good shot. And the score moves on to 73 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Well, they kept the both wrist spinners on for a long time, and I think that they were hoping that they would take a few more wickets. But what they would be trying to do now is to close out the day with as close a rein on the Barbadians as possible, and that short delivery that was bowled a while ago wouldn't help. So the captain would be saying, that the fielders should try to keep the energy up. It's just probably about half an hour or so left in the day, And the bowler should ensure that they keep the pressure on in terms of their lines and lengths. They have not looked as penetrative as the Barbadian bowling attack, so the best way for them to take wickets will be to heap pressure on the batting team.
Yes. Ramlal, as we would have said before, slow left arm bowler. It's important for him to get his length right. I think whenever he gets his length right, he can be a handful to the batsman. But ever so often we see him dragging a lot of deliveries down, and it presents scoring opportunities for the batsmen. So in batting against a player like Ramlal, as a batsman, you always know that somewhere along the line you're going to get a delivery there you can actually score off. So it's something that he has to work on moving forward if he has to improve his game.
Yeah, he's a top order batsman too from what we saw. So depends on how he wants to look at his bowling, if he wants to look at himself as an all-rounder or a batsman who bowls. And that will determine the amount of time and effort that he puts into each of his disciplines.
Very much so. As the end of that over, and the score is 73 for 2. Bolden, he's on 9 from 20 deliveries. Don, he's been there quite a while. He's on 24 from 80. So Barbados 73 for 2 in response to Trinidad and Tobago's 107 all out earlier this morning.
It has been a very attritional day, only 170, 180 runs combined between both teams. And we are almost to the end of the day's play at this point. But I think Barbados will be pleased that they have only lost 2 wickets and they are nearing, just edging, as we would say, closer and closer in small steps to the total that was made by Trinidad and Tobago.
So we have a slight change in the field here against the right-hander. We have a man at leg slip, which is good to see. A bit more attacking intent at the end of the day here. It's always good to see. As Davis, good off spinner, gives the ball good air, turns it a bit as well. He'll be looking to get the breakthrough here for his captain. That's a good delivery there. Flighty delivery. Down there, perhaps trying to drive that one through the offside. The off spinner would not be disappointed with that. The ball turning into the right hander, it's always a risk trying to drive through the offside. So that's something Davis will be looking to present more of to Don, not only this afternoon or as long as he's there in the crease, at the crease.
Yes, and news coming to me is that Don is only 15 years old.
Interesting. As Davis comes in, a flighty delivery again, he's driving. At that age, what are you doing as a 15-year-old, Alanson? Playing any cricket of any great consequence?
Well, definitely not regional under 19 cricket.
Yes. So it's always good to see youngsters coming through. Hopefully he's able to continue to work on his game. I think in the past what we have seen is a lot of youngsters at this level, but the transition to first-class cricket and then ultimately international cricket seem to be a step up too far for some of them.
Well, I think what happens to some of them is that they don't play enough cricket in that little period. They would have been playing consistently at age group level, and then when they come out of under 19, they may not necessarily get into the first class setup. And for some of them, they would turn away from cricket and probably seek some other form of vocation, because they are now in a position where they have to provide for themselves or for their family members. And if they're not getting selected for the first class cricket, then they go over into that to some other job, and then that is where you can lose quite a few.
Good point. As we see the end of the over, it's 73 for 2. Dawn is on 24. Bolden is on 9. A good over there by Joshua Davis, a mid.
Yeah, since Davis has come on, he has bowled quite tight. He has kept the ball more or less just around the off stump for both the right and the left hander, making the adjustment as he bowls to each of them. And he has not really given away anything. He has kept it nice and tight. He's
actually bowled 2 innings so far. As we see Ramlal, He's into his 7th over, 1 for 15. The ball into the captain. A full toss, and he's hitting this one away. Will it go for 6? Yes, it does. A juicy full toss there. And the captain says, thank you very much, and deposits over long on for a massive 6.
Yeah, we were just about to say something about this. We saw one full toss in the whole spell for 10 overs from the other wrist spinner, which was Singh. And here now it's in his 7th over that you are seeing a full toss now from Ramlal. So it's commendable for young wrist spinners to have that control. But you definitely want to get that one behind him and regain his line and length.
It's a good delivery. I think there's the length. That last delivery just tells us the length that perhaps he needs to bowl. That's the length where he looks most threatening. Whether the delivery is going away from the left-hander or coming back in, it's a very good length. As he's sweeping this one fine. Good looking shot. Should be able to come back for a second here. Bowl then. Yes, he does. So he gets 2 more. And the score moves on to 81 for 2. Good shot there by Bolden.
Yeah, that one was badly lined down the leg side. He was able to sweep from high to low, get his bat over it and keep it along the ground. And able to pick up 2 easy runs in the end with no one behind. Well, one fielder behind square on the leg side.
So Ramlal. So leaking a little bit here, this over. He'll want to finish on a high. His delivery again, he's sweeping it. This time he might decide against the second. Yes, so the line there by Ramlal was not good for the left-hander. Gave him the opportunities there to sweep, and he did so successfully. Managed to get another single. So he's moved on to 18. He has looked very busy since he has come to the crease, Alanson.
Yes, and you typically see that from wicketkeeper batsmen. They usually like to get the score ticking along. They are not shy of the horizontal shot, and he has swept quite often to the spinner, something you didn't see from any of the right-handers.
Yes, bit of bounce and turn there by Ramlal. That delivery just pitching on about the off stump. There was Don going back on the back foot, but the bounce there just defeated him in that situation. Thankfully for him, there was no outside edge. He lives to fight another day. Another shortish delivery. This one turned quite a bit, but the length and the line it's a bit off. Perhaps he's getting a little bit tired now, Alansi. He has completed 7 overs.
Yeah, I think they may change him after this over. That last delivery that he bowled there was the top spinner, was the googly. Had some turn away from the right-hander. So he's showing that he has that variation, both of the wrist spinners for Trinidad. They would consider themselves to be a tad bit unlucky. They have bowled well, both wrist spinners, but haven't really reaped a lot of rewards. Although Ramlal has gotten the wicket off Brown, who was looking well set at the crease.
So it's 82 for 2. 35 overs gone. Barbados. Dawn on 24. Bolden, he's on 18. As we're going to see Joshua Davis, he'll be coming from his southern end. Be bowling to the captain, Bolden. Good delivery there, just on about the off, some turning away. Captain will be mindful that closer play is not too far away. We have a scheduled closer play of 5:34, which is like 10 minutes away. So he'll be willing to stay there as long as possible and ensure that he's here tomorrow morning to restart his innings. From Davis's point of view, though, he'll be willing to try and make him play as much as possible and perhaps create one more opportunity for Trinidad and Tobago this afternoon. As we have a slip, a gully, a man at silly mid-off, and Bolden is sweeping again. I'm not too sure if he got anything on that. It's going close to the boundary. It does now. And it's 4 byes. So there was no contact there with either the bat or the pad. It was a delivery aimed on the leg stump. Bolden went for the sweep shot. He seemed to be a fan of the sweep shot. And he missed everything. And the fielders there, Singh and Rambaran, just going to prevent that one from going into the boundary.
Yeah, that's a shot that he is looking to play quite often. It's a good shot to have in your armory if you are playing against spin bowling. It can disrupt their lengths a little bit if you are able to sweep, if you're able to use your feet, if you are able to get deep in the crease and make the length.
This one again is going back. It's edging this one. But it went down. Not necessarily a chance there for the fielders in the slip. And they pick up 2 runs. So 2 more added to the total. It was a shortish delivery there. Bolden went back trying to punch this one to the offside. Just managed to get an inside edge. It went down. And in between the man at slip and gully. And they get 2 more runs. So the total is now 88 for the loss of 2 wickets. Bolden races on to 20 from 28. So he has been batting at a very good strike rate so far. As we see Davis. Good flighty delivery again. Bolden is watchful. Comes forward and strokes it out to the man at silly mid-off. And there's no run. As we see Davis again comes in. It's delivery, a bit of bounce and turn. Well played there. It's watchful. And it's the end of another over. The end of it, Barbados are 88 for 2, responding to Trinidad 107 that they made earlier.
This is a good response so far. They are only 19 runs behind where the Trinidadians got to. And as we near the end of play on day 1, so definitely they will be the happier of the 2 sides by far at this point. And they would want to go in with these 2, not out. The captain, Bolden, and of course the number 3 batsman, Don, who is coming off of a century in the last game. Seems a very patient batsman, and not afraid to defend and for long periods of time if needed. And that's not something that you usually find in abundance with players at such a young age. So that's something that is good to see from the young man.
I think we're going to see Agard, the left arm seamer who started the bowling from this end. He'll be coming back for a second spell. I think it's a good move at the end of the day. Trying to see if he could actually get a breakthrough for the skipper at this point in time. As you alluded to, Ramlal perhaps was getting a little bit tired. His fingers were tired a bit. We saw quite a bit of short deliveries in that final over. So I think it's a good move overall to bring back Agard.
So it was a fairly slow delivery, pitched up. He defended it on the offside. No run is conceded.
In terms of Agard, he perhaps would not get the type of swing that we saw earlier in terms of his first and second overs, where he was able to bring it back into the right-handers, although the line at times was not the best. What perhaps he was trying to do is just keep a straight line, and hopefully with the angle, perhaps get one to come back between the bat and pad of Dawn, but he has looked very compact so far.
Yeah, he has been batting well, and one of the things that Agard may have in mind as well here is to bowl maybe some cutters to get the ball to angle in and then to go away from the left-hander off the pitch if it grips and hits the seam. But so far, it's coming in with the angle. And
Yes.
Don seems very content just to play the defensive role.
Well, he's not required to play any different than how he has been playing all along. So far, he has been very resilient and patient, and it's just a matter of seeing it through till the end of the day's play and coming back tomorrow from the start and hopefully building on a big score. Another delivery where he's just coming forward and pushes it out to the man at point. There's no run. I think we should be able to get in at least one more over after this. But the schedule close of play is 5:34. So it's now 5:30 according to my watch. Then again, you have to go based on what the umpires have on their times. As Agard again Comes in, delivery just angling in. Done to standing tall. Quite elegant. And pushes it up to cover. We still have a bit of sunshine here as we also see some shadows coming across the ground from the stands. Frank Thomas stand, Michael Filney stand. Still good visibility for the players, good conditions for cricket. Trinidad and Tobago perhaps trying to make a final push.
It has turned out to be a very good day weather-wise. Had an interruption just prior to the luncheon interval, which prompted an early lunch being taken. But since then, we have had glorious sunshine for the remainder of the day, and we are pleased with that, with this weather at this point in time. We had a lot of showers over the weekend, so it could have been a case where those may have continued, but thankfully the showers seem to have gone elsewhere and have allowed us to have this sunshine here at the Arnosville playing field, and I'm sure at the other venues as well.
Yes, as Davis coming in to bowl to the captain, I think perhaps Davis will want to rush through this over a bit, at least try and get another over in. Hopefully the Barbadian batsmen might slow him down. I think if it was Rambaran, we know for sure that they would have had perhaps 2 or 3 more overs because of the way he rushes through his overs.
Yes, absolutely. And, they might go for a chat between a few deliveries. Little things that you see from time to time in the game.
Another flighty delivery there by Davis. The captain was very good so far, very compact. He's on 20 from 31 deliveries. His scoring rate has actually been on the high side, comparatively speaking to other batsmen in this particular game. That was aided by a massive 60 last over deep, long on. As Davis again. He's driving up to mid-off, and there's no run. Word just coming in that after this over we'll have 5 more overs till the end of the day's play. So still a bit of time to negotiate there for the Barbadian batsmen. As we said before, it's just a matter of batting time here. They're under really no pressure to score quickly or anything of that sort. I believe this afternoon they will get a little bit closer to the Trinidad and Tobago score as we have an appeal there. Perhaps some bat involved there in that particular appeal. Umpire shakes his head.
Well, with 5 overs to go, they may get close to 100. They may not if they shut up shop and say, well, they're satisfied with where they are and they don't want to lose any more wickets.
Yes.
But I'm sure that they're pleased with where they are now, the Barbadian team.
Yes, the current scoring rate is 2.3. So all things being equal, 5 overs. As we see a drive through the offside, perhaps not timing it as well as he would have liked. Bowl then, but he should be able to come back for a second. No. Actually a bit of poor running there on the part of the Barbadian batsman there. It was a delivery that was hit out to deep cover Allanson, and all things being equal, should have had 2 there.
Yeah, should have had an easy 2. But when he was running, he already seemed to have made up his mind that he's only going to take a single.
Okay, so the end of that over, it's end of the over number 38, it's 89 for 2. Bolden, he's on 21. Dawn, he's on 24.
Yeah, so with 5 overs to go at this point, maybe a case where Davis will continue to the end and Agard will continue. Most likely Agard would bowl 3 more overs for the day, but it's left to be seen whether they will continue with Davis. The shadows are lengthening here quickly, so within the next few minutes or so, some of them will be pretty close to this square, but we should be able to get in the 5 overs.
I think Agard perhaps would prefer bowling to the left-handers from what we've seen in the last game. He tends to get his line spot on against the left-handers. The right-handers, he seemed to spray it around a bit, as we have seen today. But perhaps this late pause against the captain is a good opportunity for him to try and get a breakthrough for his team. As his delivery just on and about the off stump, moving away slightly. We said the movement that he had earlier will not be seen that at this late stage.
Yeah, the ball is much older now. If it had scuffed up on one side, he might have been able to get some reverse swing. But the pitch has a generous covering of grass on it, so it wouldn't scuff up as quickly as if the pitch were a dry one.
That's the Trinidad and Tobago team, not as sprightly as they were earlier, understandably. But at this late stage in the day, just need that extra encouragement just to put some more confidence in your bowler. You have a premier fast bowler, and I think more encouragement is needed out there. It's a good delivery there. That one pitching on about the off stump, but just moving away slightly. So he seemed to have a better line, as I mentioned earlier, against the left-handers. He seemed to be more confident, more comfortable bowling against the left-handers as opposed to the right-handers.
Yeah, every player, has their own preference. It shouldn't be a case where you're great against one and horrible against the other, but you will have your little preference of what of which one you prefer to deal with.
This one is push out to cover. There's no run. Score remains 89 for 2. Barbados responding to Trinidad's 107 made in the first innings. Another disappointing batting performance by Trinidad.
Yeah, that's 3 disappointing performances with the batting in a row now.
It's the end of the over. It's 89 for 2. Agar, they're finishing his 7th over, 1 for 7 so far. So he has been very economical. But from a captaincy point of view, something in the last column, a bigger figure in the last column would have been welcomed.
Yeah, well, the way he bowls, he seems to be a more threatening new ball bowler because he's not extremely quick, but he gets the ball to swing. And so he is very potent with the new ball, and that is when he's likely to get some wickets. And you saw coming to the end of his first spell that he was trying desperately to get some wickets, almost as if he knew, well, this is my opportunity to try to make some inroads. It will be interesting to see how they go tomorrow. And the seamers, we only saw the use of 2, which would be Chase and Agan. So it'll be interesting to see how they go tomorrow. Most likely, we will expect a diet of spin to the Barbadian batsmen. We have already seen 4 spinners being employed by the Trinidad team. An off spinner, a left arm orthodox spinner, a leg spinner, and a Chinaman. So they have 1 of each.
Yes, so that is what the Bajans will come to expect tomorrow, as this delivery is a good delivery outside the arsenal by Davis again. John just needs to refocus. Don't want to give it away at this stage after doing all the hard work, after facing 94 deliveries. You don't want to give it away this late in the day. But sometimes cricket can be a very cruel game.
Yeah, it might be tiring just a little bit in terms of mental fatigue.
It's a good line there by Davis.
We have to remember he has been on the field all day from ball 1 because essentially there were only a few deliveries that were faced by the opening batsman before he was dismissed.
Yes, good point. As Davis. Another good line, this one just perhaps steering it in the direction of his slip cordon, playing it down, soft hands, which is important. And you see the captain now just coming to have a word with him, realize that perhaps his concentration is not as good as it was earlier. So this is good from the captain. Perhaps the Trinidadian captain can bring another man close in. What do you think about that?
Yeah, they can, because at this moment they are clearly playing for the close. They're clearly playing for the close, so it's a good opportunity just to bring a few more feelers around the bat, take the ones who are in the deep up.
Yes, and the most obvious choice, I think, is that man up deep square leg. think he perhaps could come into a silly mid-off area or even a leg slip.
Yeah, he looks a full-on figure out there all by himself and nothing to do.
If a batsman is playing a sweep shot at this late venture in the day, then good luck to him.
Yeah, you wish him all the best.
But I think at this point in time, the main focus for these batsmen will be to bat out the day's play. So just having a few more feelers around them, perhaps a little bit of encouragement for the bowler, trying to get into the batsman mind at this late stage of the day's play. A flight to deliver by Davis. A good over there, good testing over. And at the end of it, the score is 89 for 2.
All right, so at this point, I'll hand over to Stanley Gunning Hines, who will take you through the next few overs until close of play with Osnet Cato.
Yes, thank you very much there, Alison. So it's 89 for 2. We are down to the final 3 overs remaining in the day's play. Agard probably will bowl 2, and the other 3 will come from the opposite end. Just 3 overs to go, but Singh now will be brought back. A very interesting change. They're looking for a breakthrough here tonight. Singh he bowled a very good first spell, 10 overs, no maidens. 10 overs, 2 maidens, none for 23. Now he's going to bowl 10-3. None for 23. 10-3, none for 23. Singh, the right arm leg break. Googly bowler in from the northern end. Back goes Golden, and that one certainly spun back into the left-handed. Certainly it spun back. Ball is getting a little older, so we'll get a little more purchase of the pitch itself, but it's slow. And as you quite rightly said, Osnet a while ago, he should be a little more attacking. I will certainly give up 10 extra runs for a wicket. Yeah, as Singh from the northern end, the leg spin googly bowler in. Flighted forward defensive. That one went right through him. Pushed that one, went right through him. The one that spun the opposite way. And Bolden survived. Bolden is on 21, am I right?
Yes,
And
21.
Down on 24.
Yes. If there was a bowler today perhaps who deserve a wicket, Gunny, you would have to say it's Singh.
Singh, definitely. Singh from this and northern end, right arm leg spin googly bowler outside the off stump, a little too far out, and Bolden read it well and allowed it to go to the wicketkeeper Kissunat, and the total remains 89 for 2. As Trinidad still pressing hard towards effecting another wicket tonight. As Singh in, looking to sweep. That one swept away quite nicely out to deep backward square. And he gets a single. That's Bolden. He's up to 22. It's 90 for the loss of 2. Barbados responding to Trinidad and Tobago's mega total of 107. As the field turns around for the right-handed Don, who is on 24. There's a slip, gully, silly mid-off, backward point cover, mid-off. Singh in. Allow this one to spin by outside the off stump, and there is no run outside the off and too far to attract a shot from Don, and the total remains 90 for the loss of 2. Singh in his 11th over to bowl to Don. Again, wide outside the off, some spinning by, not forcing him to play the end of another over. His 11th over, 11 overs, 3 maiden, none for 24, 90 for the loss of 2. Barbados responding to Trinidad and Tobago, 107. To close the play scores in the other matches, Cumberland, the Jamaicans got to 265, Windward Islands 69 for 2, and at Park Hill, Guyana 73, and the Leeward Islands 119 for 4. So a sort of a recovery there for the Leeward Islands. They were at one stage 51 for 4, but they've since moved on to 119 for 4. 2 overs remain in the day's play here at the Arnos playing field. As we're seeing that's Davis.
Yes,
Right
Davis.
arm off spinner
Joshua
from
Davis.
Joshua Davis from the southern end in. looking to play that one. That's bowled in. Allow it to go through to wicketkeeper Kishunat, and the total remain 90 for 2. Just 17 runs behind, 8 wickets intact. As Joshua Davis from the southern end, the right arm off spinner. In. Out too wide outside the off stump to attract a shot, and there is no run. But certainly I think the bowlers need to bowl the ball more on the stumps to attract a shot at this very late stage, because the batsmen definitely are on the defense. There's no two ways about it. They're trying for preservation of their wicket until tomorrow. Again, wide outside the off stump, and no damage done. But certainly they should try and make them play at every single delivery. I think that is the important thing, but allowing some of these balls that are outside the off stump too wide to attract a shot, and no pressure whatsoever on the Barbadians batsman. Davis should reset his radar on those stumps, wrong the wicket from the southern end to Bolden in. Bolden again allowing this one to go by outside the off stump. No pressure whatsoever on the batsman.
Yes, I think he needs to start his deliveries, perhaps on mid
On
or
the
off
stumps.
stumps, yeah.
Bang on the
And
stumps.
being the off spinner, you're just going to take it away from the right hander. Put a little bit more doubt in the batsman's mind.
Davis into bowling. That's right on target. This is where you should be bowling it, right on the spot. Make him play. It's important to make him play, because your chances has increased significantly in trying to effect a breakthrough. As Davis, the off spinner from the southern end, in. Looking to sweep that one, seem to have gone past the keeper. Is getting close to the boundary. I believe it will be buys. They're gone for one. They're coming for a second. Yes, it is buys. The one didn't turn, it went straight on. Badly lined outside the leg stump. 2 buys to the total is now 92. 92 for the loss of 2. Bolden remains on 22 and Dawn on 24. 2 more to the extras, and I believe we're into our final over for the day.
Yes, I'm rather disappointed from the context of the Trinidad and Tobago team. Didn't really make the batsmen play as much as they would like. At this stage of the innings, as a batsman, you having deliveries just outside the off stump, it's what you're coming to expect. And I think from Davis's point of view, you'll be very disappointed that he was not able to make the captain play as much as possible during that over.
He should have been made to play at 6 deliveries. He doesn't out him, fine, no problem. But don't allow him to allow the deliveries to go by.
So this
No
is the
pressure
last
whatsoever.
over.
This is definitely the last over the day's play. Singh in. Again, outside the off stump from Singh, as Don allowed this one to go through to the wicketkeeper. No run. 5 balls remaining. 92 for the loss of 2 Barbados, responding to 107 made by Trinidad and Tobago. Very disappointing total. As Singh, the leg spinner, in. Don is forward defensive. That is what he needs to be doing. Make him play. He played it and he dropped the right hand, and it fell short of the man that slipped. Pulled away any pressure to go to the full slip, and he edged it, but he survives. That's important. He has survived. As good delivery there from Singh in to Don. Don pushes this one out to mid off. The return comes in. My goodness, that was very,
was closer
very
than
close.
it looks, Gunny.
It definitely is closer than it appears, but certainly pushed it in. A suicidal run at this stage of the afternoon. Unfortunately, had that fielder hit those stumps direct, I had a serious suspicion that would have been the end of the day's play. He would have been back to the pavilion, but he missed by a quarter vanish.
I think that was Ramdu. He himself was run out earlier during the day, so I think that would have brought some satisfaction to him, knowing that he effected a run out as well.
Well, it's his second run out for in 3 innings. He got run out. Remember the needless run out at Park Hill? Yes, and he was going well at the time on 29. Singh in to Bolden. Bolden forward defensive. No run. 93 for the loss of 2 Barbados. 93 for 2. Another 2 balls remaining in the day's play. 2 balls remaining in the day's play. 93 for 2. Trinidad still looking in the form of Vincent Singh to look for another wicket tonight. Being denied by the skipper. That's Don. And Oh, that one outside the off stump, it went the other way, certainly beaten outside the off stump as Bolden was beaten. He himself was beaten.
I'm thinking, Gunny, with all the problems things seem to be causing, he definitely have a case of bringing in more fielders in this also.
That's exactly.
Also,
You don't need a backward square with last ball remaining. It doesn't make any sense. They're not looking to score boundaries. It's a matter of preservation of wicket. Sing in. Forward defensive, back to the bowler, the end of the over, the end of the day's play. That's the end of the day's play. Barbados replying to Trinidad and Tobago 107 and 93 for 2, with Bolden not out 22, Don not out 25, batsmen out. Perryman, he was caught. Kishuna, the wicketkeeper of Agard, without scoring the total. He didn't score at the time, 1 wicket down for no run. And the second man to out was Brown. He was caught and bowled Ramlal for 35. 3-4 was 59 for 2. But since then, Don and Bolden has taken it right to the close of play. And certainly, at the end of it all, Barbados surely and truly on top after they won by Trinidad and Tobago. Your thoughts on the day, wasn't it?
Yes, I think it was a good toss to win by Barbados this morning. It was relatively overcast. We had some overnight showers yesterday, as we mentioned before. So the wicket had a bit of moisture in it. And I think their bowlers would have been able to exploit the conditions very well. They had some tall, fast bowlers and were able to extract a lot of bunks from the wicket. The Trinidad and Tobago batsmen never really got to grips with that type of bowling. And as we saw, they were able to just muster a paltry 107 all out. A disappointing batting performance once again from Trinidad and Tobago, in keeping what we saw in the last game at Park Hill. The Barbados batting, they lost an early wicket, but their partnership, second wicket partnership, was able to stem some sort of a recovery. And although the Trinidad and Tobago team would have gotten a second wicket, I must say that at this point in time, I would prefer to be in the Barbados camp.
Yes, certainly. The Trinidad and Tobago team, they were up against it with a pitch that seemed to have been laden with moisture, and the four Barbadian medium fast bowlers exploited it to the full. And hadn't it been for a 27 last wicket partnership by the Trinidad and Tobago, they would have fallen short under 100. But they batted stubbornly towards the end from 90 for 9 to 107. In the context, it was ensuring that they passed their 100 mark. And certainly only Ramdu, who got 41. Yeah, yes. He batted well, but they were up against the Barbadian fast bowlers who bowled more often than not on the stumps and created problems, particularly with the bunks that they were getting out of it. And the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen were unsure as to how to handle these additional bunks that they're not really accustomed to. And eventually they folded for 107. In response, the Barbadian team, they lost an early wicket, but then they really decided to put their heads down and bat and bat and bat. Unfortunately, for them, they lost Brong when he seemed well set, and at 59 for 2, in strode the skipper, Bolden, and the two have, along with Don, who got a century in the first game, have taken it to safety, so to speak, at 93 for 2. An interesting day's play lies ahead, and it's a question of how well can Trinidad rebound from this position. How far would Barbados take their innings?
Yes, very much so, Gunny.
Well, that's about it for the day. So on behalf of Osnet, Kato, Alison, Cruikshank, all our female scorers, Ankia, Ms. Olivier, and the others, and the technicians, of course, let me say thank you very much as we go back and close off after they won in this game from Arnos Vale. Good night.